Chapter 1 Stockpiling. I only eat steak that is 0.1 centimeters rare. When the first rays of sunlight hit the cow in the morning, it is ready to eat, Lindong. Early in the morning. In the farmyard, a group of slaughterhouse workers are carrying raw meat, but what is strange is that in addition to the meat, there are also cans of bright red blood. Under the bright morning sun, the glass jars glowed with a scarlet red, like mellow wine. Brother Lou, what do you think happened to Boss Lin? The farm was doing so well, why did he slaughter all those tens of thousands of animals? One slaughterhouse worker asked curiously. Another worker echoed. Right. The key is, what does he need so much blood for? Foreman Lou also didn't understand, but he didn't want to lose face. Don't ask too many questions about things in society, just get on with the work. Okay. The workers continued to work busily. They wore masks, white gloves, and even their hair was wrapped up. Foreman Lao Lu continues to give instructions. Everyone must maintain good hygiene. Even if a hair falls into the meat, Mr. Lin will not pay the wages. Understood, Brother Lu. The workers repeatedly agreed. However, they were talking about it behind his back. Hey, did you hear? Boss Lin is not quite normal. What's wrong? I think he's fine. What's not normal about him? He's a germaphobe and hates dirty things. Oh, no wonder. I wondered why he. Stop it. During the discussion, one person quickly interrupted them with a light cough. Because not far away, a young man walked by, his figure tall and straight, wearing a white shirt that was spotless. His fair face had 5 facial features, like a finely crafted artifact, and he was extremely handsome. The young man was walking in the morning sun, which should have given him a warm feeling, but there was a hint of indifference in his narrow eyes. Foreman Lao Lu hurriedly ran up. Mr. Lin, your 1,500 cows, 3,000 pigs, and 10,000 chickens have all been slaughtered. Lin Dong nodded, his eyes scanning the fresh meat wrapped in plastic wrap and the jars of scarlet blood plasma, and he was very satisfied. Go and get paid. Thank you. Then we have had a good cooperation. Foreman Lu was pleased and subconsciously reached out to shake his hand. But Lin Dong stood still, staring at the hand, not moving a muscle. Lu Gongtu then remembered something and looked embarrassed, because Lin Dong was indeed a bit of a germaphobe and did not like physical contact with people. Mr. Lin, we'll be going now. We hope to work with you again next time. Lu Gongtu smiled slyly and reluctantly withdrew his hand. Immediately afterwards, he left the yard with a few workers, got into a minibus, and drove off. Lin Dong watched them leave. He walked over to the raw meat in the jars of blood, and with a wave of his hand, they disappeared. Of course, the flesh and blood did not disappear. Instead, they were collected by Lin Dong and stored in a storage space. This space is 1,000 meters long, wide and high, and time is completely still inside. Things are stored in it as they are, and when they are taken out, they are exactly the same as they were when they were put in. The reason for this is that Lin Dong is a reborn person. He was reborn half a month before the end of the world. And he had this extra storage space. The terrifying scenes of the apocalypse are still vivid in his mind. The zombies are rampant, mutant monsters are everywhere, and human resources are scarce. For a piece of bread or a bottle of clean water, people will fight. They would even betray their friends and family, completely tearing off the mask of kindness. If an ordinary person were to be reborn before the end of the world, the first thing they would think of would definitely be hoarding a large amount of supplies, such as food and water. But Lin Dong preferred raw meat and blood. Because he is a zombie. Flesh is too important for a zombie. It is not just food. A zombie devours flesh and blood to absorb the energy within, becoming stronger and stronger, evolving into a king of the dead. A zombie that has enough flesh to feed on can grow at an unimaginable rate. In short, flesh is the source of the zombie's evolution. So how strong Lin Dong can become depends on how much flesh and blood he can eat. At this time, he received another call from Su Xiaoro, an employee at the supermarket. Boss, the 100,000 frozen steaks, 10,000 chicken drumsticks, and 10 tons of prime ribs you ordered have all arrived. Oh, tell the major suppliers to continue ordering. Lin Dong ordered. What? More orders? Su Xiaoro was surprised, but. Boss, our working capital is already insufficient, and we can't even pay the deposit. I'll take care of the money, just keep ordering. Oh, that's fine. Su Shioro agreed. But she was still puzzled. Why order more goods when there was no money? Was the world coming to an end? Lin Dong owns a farm, a supermarket, and 2 properties. These were all purchased with his parents' inheritance. When Lin Dong could not remember anything, his parents had already passed away. He was later sent to an orphanage, where he grew up. When he reached the legal age, he inherited his parents' property. Then he gradually grew bigger and stronger, and created new glories. Although his business is not small, Lin Dong does not have much liquid capital. The most valuable things are already in his storage space. The end of the world is just 10 days away, so I need to get some money to continue stocking up on supplies. Lin Dong was thinking about it when he suddenly saw a Mercedes-Benz and a Wuling Hongguan coming from the opposite direction on the road outside the farm. Inside the Wuling Hongguan, there were several small thugs with their hair dyed in all sorts of colors. If ordinary people saw them, they would be headache, but Lin Dong's mouth slightly raised. The pillow-giving boy is here. As the Mercedes-Benz slowly stopped, a middle-aged man wearing casual clothes, with a big gold chain and a bag under his arm, walked with a wobbly step. He is Zhao Peng, a famous developer in Jiangbei City. He has long had his eye on the land of Lin Dong's farm, and thinks that if he develops a building here, he will definitely make a lot of money in the future. But Lin Dong was stubborn and would not sell to him under any circumstances, so they never reached an agreement. Since Zhao Peng failed to persuade him with money, he decided to threaten him. So he brought along a thug to put some pressure on Lin Dong. "Mr. Lin, how have you been?" Zhao Peng walked into the yard, followed by a few of his henchmen, all of whom had tattoos on their chests and arms, including a tattoo of a shrimp and a ribbon fish. But Lin Dong still looked calm. "Hello, Mr. Zhao. Lin, you should know why I'm here. What's your decision on the land?" Zhao Peng went straight to the point, and his attitude was still quite polite. He planned to use diplomacy first and then military force, and then apply pressure later. But Lin Dong suddenly nodded. "Well, I've thought it over, and I can sell it to you at the price you offered." "What?" Zhao Peng was surprised. He obviously didn't expect Lin Dong to agree. Even the thugs behind him looked at each other in surprise. "Did you get the wrong script? You really agreed?" Zhao Peng couldn't believe it and wanted to confirm it again. Lin Dong nodded. "Well, don't let my small-mindedness delay Mr. Zhao from making a fortune." "Ha ha, good." Zhao Peng was overjoyed. He thought to himself, this kid has a good sense of awareness. Shi shi wu zhui jinjie. "Lin, let's sign the contract directly." He took out a contract from his armpit bag, which he had been preparing for many days and always carried with him. Today, it finally came in handy. Lin Dong agreed, sat down in the courtyard, took out a pen, and began to sign page after page. The land for this farm is not small, and it was sold for 120 million yuan according to market price. Zhao Peng still felt that the incident was sudden and asked, "Lin, what happened to the farm? Why did you suddenly decide to sell it?" "Because I need money." Lin Dong didn't even look up. "Short of money?" Zhao Peng's eyes rolled, and he thought this reason was very reasonable. In addition to his real estate development business, he also had a side business, which was lending money at high interest rates. After all, these thugs under his command are not kept for nothing. So he had a brainwave and thought of another business opportunity. "Lin, do you still need money?" "Maybe. Brother Zhao can help you?" "Oh." Lin Dong's pen paused, and he slowly looked up at Zhao Peng's face. He suddenly found his face with its fierce expression to be exceptionally handsome and cute. Because the end of the world was imminent, he not only bought the farm, but also lent him money. He is an angel on earth. Tears welled up in my eyes. Chapter 2 Dirty Things. "Mr. Zhao, it would be great if you could help me. I'm sure I'll make a fortune in the future." Lin Dong said. "Ha ha ha ha." Zhao Peng laughed, and he thought so too. "I can help you, but let's be clear, my interest rate is a bit high, and I need collateral." "You know what I do for a living." "Well, no problem. I also have a supermarket and 2 properties." Lin Dong nodded. Zhao Peng had long since learned about his assets. The two properties are in prime locations, and they are both large, flat-floor apartments with a large area. The minimum valuation is 30 million. The supermarket is even better. It's not far from his home and has a good location. It's worth at least 50 million. Brother Lin, how about I lend you 80 million for these mortgages? Okay. Lin Dong agreed very quickly. Zhao Peng was secretly delighted, thinking that this was a surefire deal and that he was a real business genius. Haha, Lin, you have to write a promissory note, put your thumbprint on it, and then give me the house deed. Okay. Lin Dong agreed. In this way, he sold the farm and took out a loan of 80 million, raising a total of 200 million. Zhao Peng was also very pleased. He took the purchase contract and the 80 million yuan IOU, and drove away with his younger brother. Lin Dong wiped his hands with a white towel and walked to the entrance of the farm. He looked in the direction Zhao Peng had left, wondering what he would think after the end of the world. Oh. Maybe he doesn't have any feelings. Since the farm was sold, Lin Dong planned to pack up and take everything that could be taken away, and then go to the supermarket. He will store the new supplies. The supermarket has not only raw meat, but also clothes, towels, soap, detergent, etc. Although Lin Dong has become a zombie, he still has human reason. And retains some of his old habits. For example, cleanliness. Drip, drip, drip. Just as Lin Dong was about to move, his phone suddenly rang. Someone had sent him a message. When he took it out, the name of the sender was Su Shan. There's something dirty. Lin Dong immediately thought to himself. This Su Shan is the school beauty of Zhongbei University. She is pure and lovely, and belongs to the sweet type. She is sought after by many people at school and is known as the man of 1,000 charms. Perhaps because Lin Dong had no parents and was too lonely, he wanted to start a family, so he developed a relationship with her as a boyfriend and girlfriend. Dear husband, what gift are you going to give me for my birthday next month? Smile, smile. Su Shan asked. I've already prepared a gift. Lin Dong replied, but his eyes were still cold. But Su Shan seemed very happy. Thank you, honey. It's not really about the gift, it's more about your attitude. Attitude. You'll know when the time comes. Lin Dong replied. In his previous life, after becoming a zombie, he received a message from Su Shan asking for help. She was hiding in her dormitory and had no food left, and was about to starve to death. So Lin Dong, in his zombie identity, which would not be bitten, dragged his numb body and walked stiffly through the terrifying tide of corpses to deliver food to Su Shan. When he got to the dormitory, he saw that she was with 3 boys. And after they found out that Lin Dong was a zombie, they beat him to death with sticks. At that time, Lin Dong desperately tried to explain, but he had already lost the ability to speak. He let out helpless growls from his mouth, like a defeated dog. Perhaps it didn't matter to them whether Lin Dong was a zombie or a human. Think about the end of the world next month. Of course, Lin Dong had to show them his attitude and bring them some small surprises. In addition, a living person is also a kind of material for Lin Dong. Save it for later. After replying to Su Shan, Lin Dong began to pack up the farm. Generators, solar panels, etc., these can be used in the end of the world, and even an excavator was also stored in the storage space. There is enough space, and it won't be full for a while. Of course, there are also some old items that are of sentimental value. For example, there is a photo hanging on the wall of one of the rooms. It is a group photo of several children, taken when Lin Dong was in the orphanage. It contains almost all of his childhood memories. Most of the children in the orphanage were abandoned by their parents and generally had some kind of physical or mental disability. The 2 most beautiful children in the photo are Lin Dong and a girl named Shen Luoi. The little girl is holding a teddy bear, her skin is white like porcelain, her eyes are big and dark, and she looks pure and innocent. But later the director said that she also had some defects, a mental problem, and at the age of 12, she bit half of a boy's face off. Then Shang Luoi was sent to a mental hospital, and Lin Dong never saw her again. But before that, the 2 had a good relationship and often played games together, folding origami and drawing pictures. Lin Dong didn't think she had any mental problems either. The most memorable thing was that she always narrowed her trademark big eyes into a crescent moon shape and smiled at herself. Lin Dong also put this photo in his storage space. After tidying up, he rode his white electric bicycle to his supermarket. At this time, there were many vans parked at the entrance of the supermarket, and a group of loading and unloading workers were unloading goods inside. "Boss, you're back. Here's the invoice for the goods. Please check it." A girl, covered in sweat and panting, ran over with the ledger in her arms. She is the storekeeper of the supermarket, Su Xiaoro. Recently, the supermarket has been constantly restocking, which has exhausted her. "Okay." Lin Dong nodded and looked at the girl's tired appearance and said, "It's getting late. You should go home and rest." "Oh, thank you, boss. I have a class in the morning tomorrow, so I might not be able to come until the afternoon." Su Xiaoro is a college student who works part-time here to pay for her tuition. Lin Dong looked at her. "You don't need to come back." "What?" Su Xiaoro's smile froze, as if she understood what he meant. "Old boss, are you firing me? Is it something I did wrong?" "It's not a dismissal. I'm facing some problems recently, so the supermarket will be closed for the time being." "Oh." Su Xiaoro nodded obediently, but she was still a little disappointed. Lin Dong continued. "I'll pay you double this month's salary. Go home." "Thank you, boss." Su Xiaoro was very grateful, slowly lowering her head, and a little bit of loneliness emerged in her eyes. Chapter 3 Murder. Lin Dong dismissed all the employees and took down the supermarket sign. The task for the next few days was to receive goods here. He contacted major suppliers, slaughterhouses, and other farm owners. One truck after another arrived. Most of them were raw meat, but there were also some daily necessities. To some extent, these are more important to Mr. Lin Dong than food. "Mr. Lin, your delivery has arrived." Several men in the Nada Express uniform began to unload the goods into the supermarket. Soon, the cardboard boxes piled up into a small mountain. And they were very heavy. Because these are the weapons that Mr. Lin Dong bought online. There were 100 compound bows, 100 crossbows, and various daggers, machetes, and hundreds of other items. In the early days of the end of the world, the lethality of these weapons was still extremely impressive. Although Lin Dong will become a zombie, as a zombie with lychee, it is very reasonable to use some weapons, right? Time flies, and soon it is the day before the end of the world. Lin Dong's money is almost gone. His 200 million yuan of capital, however, has a purchasing power far exceeding 200 million yuan because he only paid a deposit. He was about to monopolize the market, causing several major suppliers to run out of stock. It was already evening, and the sun was setting, casting a glow over the empty supermarket. All the shelves were empty, and Lin Dong had put everything in the storage space. Tomorrow morning. The end is near. Lin Dong was already prepared to be a failure. But he still took a mop and wiped the supermarket spotless. It had become his habit to keep it clean. Looking out the window, the street is still busy with traffic, with many people rushing to catch their cars after work, and schoolchildren crossing the road in neat rows. Many parents who were picking up their children from school had smiles on their faces. It seems like a normal evening, just like any other day. But Lin Dong knows that all of this will cease to exist tomorrow. At the moment, he is very calm. He was enjoying the last moments of peace. Clatter! At this moment, the roller shutter that had been lowered was violently lifted, accompanied by a piercing sound. As the setting sun shone in, 3 figures were reflected. "Boss Lin, I'm hungry. Get me something to eat." The young man at the head had dyed yellow hair and was a rascal, a small-time crook on the street who would eat and drink for free. Business owners are most afraid of this kind of person. They come to cause trouble every other day, affecting business, so most people will swallow their anger and give them something to get rid of them. Lin Dong didn't even look up. The supermarket is closed, there is no food. What the hell? The gangsters looked at the empty shelves with their eyes wide open. The business was obviously good, so why did they stop? I remember that they were still stocking up on goods a few days ago. The supermarket is actually closing down. So, the beautiful storekeeper can't be molested anymore? A younger man behind him was very disappointed. "Huang Mao, what should we do?" another person asked. The young man in charge thought for a moment, then looked at Lin Dong. "Boss Lin, even though the supermarket is closing down, you can't let your brothers go hungry. Lend us some money and let's go have a meal." Lin Dong enjoyed the last moment of peace and did not want to let a few rascals affect his mood. He was too lazy to pay any attention to them, so he casually threw out a stack of 100 yuan bills, which amounted to more than 1,000. And for him, who was about to become a zombie, money and paper are the same. Holy shit! Huang Mao's eyes went straight, and he didn't expect Lin Dong to be so generous. He thought he was afraid of himself. That's why he gave him so much money. You're a good kid, you know how to appreciate a favor. The two other guys were also very excited. They thought it was very prestigious to be associated with Huang Mao, and that the owners of any shop on the street would have to give them money. Isn't that what you're doing? And it's Huang Mao, so it's face. Yeah, following the big brother, you get to eat 9 times in 3 days. Brothers, let's go. Huang Mao waved his hand proudly, but he probably smoked too much and felt a little itchy in his throat. He spat a big glob of phlegm onto the ground that Lin Dong had just cleaned. Wait a minute. Lin Dong suddenly looked up and stopped them. He looked at Huang Mao, who hated dirty things. Ha! Huang Mao and the other two felt strange and turned to look. What's wrong? Is something wrong? The ground is dirty. Lin Dong walked towards him step by step. Pop! Huang Mao couldn't help but laugh out loud. I just spat out some phlegm. What's the big deal? The two younger brothers also shrugged their shoulders and looked at Lin Dong sideways, not paying any attention to him. They thought to themselves, you gave us money just now, so what can you do if you spit now? Pooh. But at this moment, Lin Dong waved his hand, and a cold light suddenly appeared. A sharp dagger pierced the air and directly cut the throat. The blade pierced Huang Mao's neck, going straight through. Huang Mao's eyes widened. His expression instantly turned terrified, and he was full of disbelief. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. But only blood gushed from his mouth. Plop! Huang Mao's corpse fell to the ground with a thud. He never understood why Lin Dong suddenly attacked him. The two underlings next to him were also dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. What the hell is going on? The two men were proud of their brother Huang Mao, but he was actually killed by someone. They were just small-time thugs, and they had never seen anything like this before. Their lips trembled and their eyes were full of fear. They turned to look at Lin Dong and saw that his expression was full of indifference. Could it be a murderer? For Lin Dong, who had experienced zombies, this scene was simply child's play and not worth mentioning at all. The two younger brothers were holding onto the shelves, their legs shaking. Big brother, don't kill me, I know I was wrong. Yes, please forgive me. I promise I won't say anything. Lin Dong's mouth curled up slightly, and suddenly a smile appeared. You can go now. I won't kill you. Okay, thank you. The two men felt a little relieved and quickly turned and ran out. But behind them, Lin Dong raised a crossbow, aimed at one of them, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A sharp arrow easily penetrated his back of the head, causing him to fall forward. The sight of a man falling to the ground with an arrow in his back was terrifying. He quickly turned his head to look. He saw that Lin Dong had another arrow, fully drawn, aimed at him. The gangster was terrified. Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me? This guy doesn't respect the code of honor. Big brother. Pop. Before the gangster could finish his sentence, an arrow pierced his forehead, and his voice stopped abruptly. His body fell to the ground. At this point, the empty supermarket was quiet again. The power of the crossbow bolt is not bad. Lin Dong looked at the corpse on the ground and analyzed it. Then he waved his hand and stored the 3 bodies in the storage space. Because to him, these were all materials. Not only do you need to store the living, but also the dead. Chapter 4, Elegance. Lin Dong returned to his residence. It was a high-rise building, and he was on the top floor, the 20th floor. His home is very clean and tidy, with everything in its place. The minimalist style is pleasing to the eye. The windows are fitted with sturdy white steel bars to prevent the mutant beasts that fly in the apocalypse from attacking him. Solar panels have also been installed. Although Lin Dong will become a zombie, electricity is still very important. Because he has human reason, he will also be bored. He can watch TV, play games, and use his phone to pass the time. In addition, he can also collect some information through these channels. Everything is ready. Everything is ready. The countdown to the end of the world has already begun. After a long night, the sun slowly rose. Lin Dong remembered that the end of the world would begin at 9 a.m. He looked at the clock on the wall. 8:59. 1 minute to go. Lin Dong went to the window and looked out at the street. It was still bustling with people, cars and traffic, and pedestrians were chatting and laughing. The clock behind him ticked away. The second hand gradually overlaps with the minute hand, signaling that a new era is about to begin. 9 o'clock. Suddenly, the bright morning sun was covered in a reddish glow, turning it completely red. A blood-red sun. Pedestrians on the street looked up in surprise. Huh? Why is the sun red? I don't know. Could it be an astronomical phenomenon? Quickly take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments. People are talking about it, but many people suddenly black out and fall to the ground. The speeding cars began to collide one after another. Bang! Crack! The windows shattered, glass flying everywhere, and the streets became a mess in an instant. People realized something was wrong and grew increasingly anxious. Honey! What's wrong with you? Wake up! A woman on the street kept shaking the man. Roar! But when the man opened his eyes, he turned into a hideous monster and bit the woman's white neck. Ah! The woman screamed in pain, her clothes quickly turning red with blood, then her eyes rolled back and her body convulsed violently. This kind of situation is happening all over the street. Ah! There's a monster. It's a zombie. Help! For a moment, people screamed, cried, and shouted in succession. The scene was chaotic. At this time, Lin Dong in front of the window also felt dizzy and passed out. When he woke up again, had already turned into a zombie. Ho ho ho! He opened his mouth and his throat made a hoarse sound, and he had lost the ability to speak. It really is like this. Lin Dong mumbled to himself. Not only that, many of his body functions had been lost, including the lower body's invincible Krypton Gold Edition dragon, which had lost all response. It is estimated that it will take a long time to evolve before it can recover. Lin Dong turned his head and looked at the mirror in the living room. His appearance had not changed, but his skin was very pale and bloodless, making him look a bit sickly. After becoming a zombie, his limbs were very stiff, somewhat numb, slow to move, and his pain threshold had greatly decreased. Lin Dong's current speed is probably not as fast as an ordinary person. If he were classified according to the levels of his previous life, he would now be the lowest level little Karami, a D-class zombie. But his body has been enhanced in terms of hearing and smell, and his fingernails have become sharp like iron. His teeth are very hard and can easily tear flesh and blood. Lin Dong tried to take out an apple and took a small bite. The sweet and crisp apple was now like chewing wax in his mouth. It's really bad. And Lin Dong didn't feel full at all, but instead, his hunger grew stronger. He craved flesh and blood. So he went to the dining table. Although he was slow and stiff, he took the white scarf and tied it around his neck. Then he took a fresh piece of beef from the storage compartment and placed it on a plate. He took the knife and fork at hand and cut the raw beef into neat pieces of beef, just as he normally did when eating Western food. He picked up a piece with a fork and slowly placed it in his mouth. He is an elegant zombie. With his hard teeth, Lin Dong easily chewed the meat to a pulp. The raw meat, which originally smelled fishy, was now incredibly delicious. The blood and juice in the raw beef became extraordinarily sweet. It smells so good. Lin Dong sighed in his heart. At this time, the streets outside were still in chaos, with continuous shouts and cries. But Lin Dong was eating meat elegantly at home. As he ate the meat, his energy was being absorbed and his body was constantly being strengthened. And once he becomes a zombie, his appetite increases greatly, and his stomach seems to be an endless pit. Lin Dong ate 10 plates of meat before he felt less hungry. But he kept eating. A zombie with plenty of flesh to feed on grows at a terrifying rate. After eating some meat, Lin Dong felt that his limbs were much more flexible. His strength also increased. Even the steel knife and fork in his hand seemed less hard. With just a little pressure from his 2 fingers, he could easily bend it. But he still eats meat. Plate after plate, he continued to absorb energy. Time slowly passed, and the streets outside became much quieter, and the cries of the people gradually disappeared. Instead, there were more and more zombie screams. The city has fallen, occupied by the zombies, and only a few survivors have managed to survive. Lin Dong, however, was not concerned with what was happening outside his window, and was only concerned with eating the sweetmeat. At the beginning of the apocalypse, the internet and communication systems were not completely paralyzed. The TV news anchor's eyes were red and he couldn't help but cry, but he still did his duty and reported on the news. Emergency broadcast. Today, the zombie virus broke out, and humanity is facing a huge crisis. Survivors must protect themselves. Those who can survive can go to the city's shelters to hide. This station reports, not only are there zombies, there are also animals and plants that have mutated to varying degrees, and even pets at home must be careful. Please stay away from downtown areas. We ask everyone to stay alive. Tragedies are being played out everywhere without mercy. But Lin Dong still eats meat without paying attention to what is going on outside the window. He doesn't know how much he's eaten, but it's probably about 2 cows. Lin Dong was finally full. He put down his knife and fork, and unbuttoned his still white scarf, moving very quickly. After eating so much meat, his body was no longer numb, and his hands and feet were more agile than ordinary people. He had probably been promoted. He estimated that he was already a level C zombie. Lin Dong analyzed. However, this level of zombie has a limited amount of meat to digest, so after eating 2 cows, he felt full. After his level increases, he will be able to digest more meat. Lin Dong stood up and went to the window to look at the scene outside. Wherever he looked, there was chaos. The streets were littered with glass, blood, and body parts. There were countless zombies running around, looking for prey, and there were also groups of 3 or 5 kneeling on the ground, fighting over the flesh and blood of human corpses. There was a constant howling, as if they were guarding their food. There were also survivors who were forced to fall from a high building, and they were smashed to pieces, their flesh and blood all mixed together. But many zombies swarmed forward and devoured them. At this time, the sun was still a bright red. The scarlet light shone on those terrifying images, making them seem particularly desolate. But what does this have to do with Lin Dong? He leaned over the windowsill, feeling the breeze, picked up a tall glass, shook the red liquid inside, and took a small sip. Then he took a white towel and gently wiped his mouth. Elegant. Timeless. Chapter 5 Recruiting a Younger Brother. Drip drip. At this moment, Lin Dong's phone rang, and someone sent him a VX message. When he picked it up, it was Su Shan. Honey. Are you okay? There are zombies everywhere. I'm so scared right now. I'm also worried about you. Are you still alive? I'm still alive. Lin Dong replied. Su Shan found out that he was still alive and quickly continued. I'm trapped in the dormitory and don't have much to eat. You have a lot of supplies in the supermarket, right? Can you bring some over to me? Okay, you hang in there, I'll go there in a while. Lin Dong's mouth curled up. Because he had turned into a zombie, his smile was not natural, but rather eerie, making him seem a bit strange. Su Shan was the only living thing he had stored. Of course he had to go get her. However, it is still too dangerous outside. Although Lin Dong has eaten a lot of meat and his strength is far beyond that of ordinary people, he still wants to survive for a few more days and wait until he becomes stronger before going out to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Of course, Su Shan didn't know that the person she was chatting with was a zombie. Honey, you must come and save me. I'll be waiting for you. I love you. Lin Dong did not reply again. Because Su Shan was in the dormitory with 3 men, something that would never pass the censors was happening, and she was still saying that she loved herself. And at this time, she was only sending herself VX. It must be inconvenient to call. In addition, in the group chat of the owners, messages are constantly being sent, mostly for help. Neighbors, there are zombies in our hallway, and they are knocking on my door. What should I do now? Block the door. Don't let the zombies get in. I don't have much food at home, I can't hold out much longer. Don't worry. The zombies aren't that strong. I just killed one with a shovel. Who dares to kill a zombie? Let's count them. We need to unite and go out together to look for supplies. Lin Dong was lost in thought as he looked at the group chat. Although he was a zombie, he had no intention of attacking his neighbors, because human flesh was not delicious and did not contain as much energy as beef. Eating beef would make him evolve faster. Lin Dong had a lot of food in stock, so there was no need to hunt down and kill living people. Of course, if some people come to provoke him, Lin Dong will let them know what cruelty is. And if humans can unite, so can zombies. A powerful zombie king can rule over a large number of zombies, working together to hunt and kill prey. So Lin Dong plans to recruit a few zombie brothers. Not for hunting. Mainly to help himself guard the door, so as not to be disturbed. With the key in hand, Lin Dong walked out of the door. In the hallway, he heard low growls coming from time to time, indicating that there were zombies wandering around. Lin Dong didn't plan to go too far. He just wanted to pick a few little brothers in this building. He didn't have too many requirements, as long as they were clean. He came to the stairwell and just went down one floor. At the corner of the hallway, he saw a figure. Ho ho ho! A girl, making sounds with her mouth. As a zombie, she naturally wouldn't attack Lin Dong, and even in her pupils, there was a hint of fear. The girl seemed to sense that Lin Dong was of a higher rank than she was. It was like a hungry wolf meeting a tiger, a natural bloodline suppression. Lin Dong had an impression of the girl. The neighbor who lived downstairs remembered that the girl was a provincial high jumper before she died. Due to long-term training, the girl's legs were straight and slender, giving her a sense of power. Even after becoming a zombie, she was not stiff or numb, and her speed was the same as that of an ordinary person. And this is without having eaten any flesh or blood. It seems that the zombies also have qualifications and retain some of their characteristics from their former lives. Lin Dong thought that the female zombie had good potential. If she was trained, she would definitely have the potential to become a fast zombie king. The girl was wearing a white t-shirt and hot pants, with a ponytail, looking very fresh and clean. She's the one. Lin Dong waved his hand and threw a bag of frozen steaks. The female zombie was instantly attracted to the flesh and blood, kneeling to the ground and biting the packaging bag to pieces in one bite. Then, she swallowed the meat like a whole grain of rice. After eating the steak, the female zombie seemed to feel unsatisfied. Her eyes looked at Lin Dong, and in addition to fear, there was also a little more longing and respect. Follow me, and you'll get to eat meat. Lin Dong sent her a signal, similar to a form of brainwave communication. This is how the zombie king controls his subordinates. The female zombie seemed to understand what he meant, and she let out a ho-ho sound and then slowly lowered her head. This means submission among the zombies. In this way, Lin Dong recruited his first subordinate. He took the female zombie and wandered around the hallway. Not long after, he found two more zombies with good potential. One of them was a fitness trainer in his previous life. Needless to say, he was a model of strength with his muscular physique and well-developed muscles. The other one, however, had no physical advantages. He was a scholar and a doctor. The reason Lin Dong recruited him was that he always felt that there was a hint of spirituality in his eyes, shining with a light of wisdom. If the intelligence of zombies is compared to that of dogs, then this zombie doctor definitely belongs to the border collie class. Apart from these two zombies, Lin Dong didn't like any of the others. He brought the three zombies back to his doorstep. Lin Dong looked at the three zombies and saw that they were all quite talented, but with their current combat power, they could not defeat humans with weapons. If only you could use weapons. Lin Dong thought to himself. But then he quickly realized that zombies might not be unable to use weapons. The main reason is that no one has trained them. Clang! Lin Dong threw his hand and took out 3 watermelon knives from the storage space and threw them on the ground. The sound of the blades hitting the ground immediately attracted the zombies' attention. But they just stared at them, not understanding what they meant. Lin Dong immediately gave the order. He told them to pick up the knives. This time, the 3 zombies understood and immediately did as they were told. The fitness trainer in particular immediately grasped the blade. Pop! The palm was cut by the blade, and blood dripped down. Since the zombie's pain threshold was lowered, it didn't feel much, but instead felt a bit smug, staring at Lin Dong, showing that he was the most obedient. Idiot. Lin Dong slapped his forehead with one hand, indicating that he was speechless. Are you going to chop people with a knife? The zombie doctor was indeed very smart. Under Lin Dong's command, he picked up the knife handle and waved it in the air, quickly figuring out what it was for. Lin Dong was very pleased. He then gave the other two zombies the order to follow his example. With the demonstration, the two zombies quickly understood what Lin Dong meant and changed to holding the knife handle. This shows that zombies can be trained. But only the stronger undead king is qualified to train them. Chapter 6 Smash the Supermarket. For the next period of time, Lin Dong always stayed at home, constantly eating meat, and in his spare time, he trained his zombie brother. The zombie little brother is making rapid progress. He has already mastered the use of weapons, and has even upgraded from a watermelon knife to a crossbow. And in these 3 days, Lin Dong has eaten a lot of flesh and blood, digested quickly, absorbed a lot of energy, and conservatively estimated that he has eaten at least 10 cows. His body is evolving rapidly, and his physique is getting stronger and stronger. Now Lin Dong's skin is as tough as rubber, and a dagger that passes over it leaves only a shallow white mark. Conventional weapons are no longer able to harm him. My brain is itchy, as if something is growing. Lin Dong held a goblet in his hand and shook his neck. This is a sign of his promotion from level C to level B. Once he reaches level B, a crystal nucleus will form in the zombie's head. His overall strength will increase significantly, and he will also awaken a new ability. Each zombie has different abilities, some basic ones, such as rapid self-healing, super infection, and growth of bone spurs, and some extremely strange ones, such as hallucinations, entering dreams, and mental control. Zombies with strange abilities can kill people invisibly. They are a headache for all living things. Lin Dong didn't know what kind of ability he would awaken, because in his previous life, he had not evolved to that level without sufficient flesh and blood support, and he had not even debuted yet, but had died halfway through. Now he lifted his glass and took a sip. His posture was very elegant. Energy is being absorbed. After eating meat and blood for a few days, Lin Dong has concluded that beef is the best, followed by pork, and finally chicken. But in terms of blood, chicken blood is the best to drink. As the saying goes, like a chicken with blood in its veins. After drinking chicken blood, Lin Dong's body cells became more active, absorbing energy faster, and even his pale complexion revealed a hint of rosy color. Bang! 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 Lin Dong was sitting on the sofa drinking his drink when he heard the sound of smashing coming from the street outside the window. With his keen zombie hearing, he could easily pick it up. Who is doing what? Lin Dong went to the window and leaned over to look out into the street. He saw a group of humans, heavily armed, with their arms wrapped in newspapers and tape to prevent them from being bitten by zombies. They were armed with weapons such as wrenches and crowbars, and there was even one with a frying pan. The leader, a big, fat man, 1.8 meters tall and weighing nearly 200 kilograms, was holding a fire axe and smashing a locked shutter. 80. 80. 80. The fire axe was swung with great vigor, and every blow sent sparks flying. The location of the shutter is the supermarket that Lin Dong opened before. It's obvious. After these few days of consumption, these people have nothing to eat. They had no choice but to take the risk and come out to find food. This supermarket has not been stocked for a long time. If we break it open, we will have no worries about food and drink. The leader of the group, a burly man, glared furiously and kept pounding away, not daring to delay for a moment. Because they knew that the sound of the violent pounding would definitely attract the zombies. Wang! Wang Gu, hurry up! The zombies are coming! A man panicked and said. On the streets, which were covered in corpses and blood, 5 or 6 zombies had already been attracted, snarling and charging towards them. Some of the zombies, due to hunger, had no flesh to replenish, and their bodies had already begun to rot, with their hair falling out, like novelists who stay up late to write. In a state of extreme hunger, the zombies' faces were hideous and terrifying, making people's hair stand on end. Oh my god! That's scary! One man was so scared by the zombies that his legs were shaking. The leader of the group, a burly man, gritted his teeth and managed to squeeze out a few words. You guys stop them first, the door lock will be broken soon. Okay. Let's fight the zombies. Another man shouted. He swung the crowbar and rushed towards the approaching zombies. The four men fought the zombies together. The zombies were too low level, their limbs were stiff and not as flexible as humans, and they were frequently decapitated. Blood flew everywhere and bodies kept falling. However, there were too many zombies, and they kept coming from all directions, some even jumping straight from the roof, like dumplings. Several people quickly ran out of strength. Ordinary people can only last 2 minutes under full attack. It hurts. I've been bitten. Help me. The timid man from before was bitten on the palm by a zombie and was in pain. Xiaofeng. The other people wanted to help, but they didn't have the energy either. And after being bitten by a zombie, will also become a zombie. They could only watch as the man was overwhelmed by 4 or 5 zombies and then devoured. The man's painful screams echoed throughout the sky. Lin Dong, who was upstairs, took a sip of the scarlet liquid and was watching the fun. He didn't know what they were doing, but they were actually smashing their own supermarket. The contents of the store had long been stored in the storage space. The man's screams soon died down. He had just been eaten, and the leader, Wang Guo, looked excited. The door is unlocked. Come in. Clatter. He immediately opened the shutter. The other men heard the sound and were overjoyed, all turning to look back and then crawling through the shutter. But one of them was caught by the ankle by a half-dead zombie on the ground as he ran. Plop! The man immediately fell to the ground, desperately trying to crawl into the shutter. Brothers, hurry! Help me! The few people who had already entered quickly grabbed his arm and pulled him in. But the zombies behind him kept pouncing on the man. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't pull him in. The body of the man who had fallen to the ground was now stuck in the shutter, which could not be closed anymore. Several zombies also passed through the gap in the door and frantically crawled inside. Brother Wang, what should we do? The two men looked anxious. The strong man swung his fire axe, smashed the heads of a few zombies, and said with gritted teeth, "We can't save him. Throw him out and close the door now." What? This? The two men looked shocked and were reluctant to give up their partner. But they still let go of his hand. You, save me. The man on the ground looked desperate. He was being dragged by the zombies, and his body kept slipping outwards, but his instinctive desire to survive made him clasp his fingers around the edge of the shutter. At this moment, the leader of the strong men's eyes turned red, and he swung his fire axe. He chopped directly at the hands. Pop! The man's palms were broken, and he screamed in pain. His body was completely dragged out, and then he was drowned in a roar. And the shutter door finally closed with a loud clang. Pretty impressive. Lin Dong, who was standing in front of the window, thought to himself that they had done a good job, and that only 2 people had died to get into his supermarket. Especially the leading strong man, his last move was very wise. Unfortunately, there was nothing in his store, for all. Chapter 7 Using weapons? In the supermarket, 3 men covered in blood stood against the shuttered door, breathing heavily. Outside, the zombies were still howling and the sound of nails scratching the metal door was still making their teeth chatter. But the 3 men are excited. Finally, entered the supermarket. They thought they would be able to get a lot of supplies. Wait. Wang Song, the leader, glared at the shelves and quickly realized that something was wrong. Because the shelves in front of him were completely empty. There was nothing. Where are the goods? The other 2 were also dumbfounded. Could it be that someone had already been here? No, even if someone had come, they couldn't have moved everything so cleanly. Wang Song took the fire axe and hurriedly went inside, checking one by one. As they looked, their excitement quickly fell to the bottom. Because the warehouse was completely empty. Not even a single hair. Fuck! One of them was furious, and he swung the crowbar around and smashed everything, venting his dissatisfaction. He had come here at great risk and lost 2 teammates. In the end, they got nothing, and their mentality completely collapsed. Donzi, calm down. Wang Song immediately stopped him, because the noise he made was useless except for attracting more zombies. Donzi was like a raging bull, panting heavily. Brother Wang, we're already cornered. Not necessarily. Wang Song frowned and thought, the supermarket was moved so cleanly, it must not have been done by survivors. It must have been the supermarket owner's plan all along. You mean? The other two seemed to have thought of something. Wang Song nodded. Yes, I've been here before to buy things. The supermarket owner lives in the building up ahead. Let's go find him. Dongzi's eyes flashed, as if he had found hope again. They had managed to get all the way to the supermarket, and they didn't want to give up all their hard work. Besides, the building was right across the street, so it wouldn't be too difficult to get there. The other young man, who was holding a frying pan, said worriedly. But why would they give us supplies? It's not up to him to decide whether to give it to us or not. Dongzi, holding a crowbar and with murderous eyes, was now cornered and could do anything. Wang Song of course agreed. Since he's hoarding food, let's go and rob him. Okay. The Pan youth also made up his mind. Having seen Wang and Dongzi's strength along the way, he was convinced that the two of them were fierce enough to rob a supermarket owner. Or, we can think of it in a positive way. Maybe the supermarket owner has turned into a zombie. If we can easily deal with him, we can get a lot of supplies. After about 10 minutes, the zombies that had gathered at the supermarket entrance had dispersed and were wandering around. The shutter door was gently opened a crack. The three of them rolled out of the gap quietly, without making a sound, for fear of attracting the zombies. They were all covered in dust and dirt, and they looked cautious. After determining the direction, they headed straight for a building. Sure enough, Lin Dong, who was standing in front of the window, muttered, I've seen it all, and I've long suspected that this would happen. But it's fine. The takeaway has arrived. It was also a good opportunity to test the practical ability of the three younger brothers. Since the building had lost power, the elevator was out of service. The three of them had to climb the stairs on foot. 20 floors. During the journey, there were still a few zombies in the hallway. The three of them were fierce fighters, smashing the zombies to death one after another, but they were exhausted. After climbing to the top floor, they were already sweating profusely. This should be it. Dongzi, go knock on the door. Wang Song ordered. Dongzi couldn't wait any longer and walked up to the door and smashed it with his hand. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. Open the door. Open the door. The man's roar echoed in the hallway. But at this time, Lin Dong was not in a hurry. He was washing his hands. After washing his hands, he gently dried them with a towel and then took a white scarf and tied it around his neck. It's time to eat. I know you're in there. If you don't open the door, we'll break it down. Wang Song raised the fire axe, his eyes fierce. Old Zishu Daoshan, 3.21. The heavy axe, covered in blood, was about to fall. But at this moment, there was only a pop sound. The door in front of him opened. The light inside the door was bright, reflecting the tall and slender figure of a young man with fair skin, three-dimensional facial features and a handsome face. He was wearing a white shirt, spotless, with a scarf around his neck, looking very clean. Wang Song and the others were transfixed. They had never seen such a clean person since the beginning of time. They only found that this person's eyes were full of indifference, without any emotion and even humanity. You are the supermarket owner, right? Wang Song asked in a questioning tone. But Lin Dong remained silent and did not answer. The other two were anxious to see what would happen. Don't pretend to be stupid. I know you have a lot of supplies. Now, hand them over and we'll let you go. Right. You're still wearing your scarf and you're about to eat, right? Say something, damn it. At this point, Lin Dong slowly opened his mouth. Only a hoarse growl like a bubble sound came out of his throat. The three men saw this. They were dumbfounded and dumbstruck. Holy shit! A zombie? Because in the three people's impression, zombies are all hideous, terrifying, and dirty, and this person in front of them is so clean, and it turns out to be a zombie. It's hard to imagine. Even if he has turned into a zombie, he can just be killed. Wang Song clenched his fire axe tightly. In his mind, it was easier to kill a zombie than a human. The other two nodded, and they were about to start. But then, footsteps could be heard in the corridor. Lin Dong had just made a sound to summon his three subordinates. Ha! More zombies? Wang Song immediately became alert. But he wasn't too scared, after all, he had gained a lot of experience along the way. Judging from the footsteps, there weren't many zombies coming. The three of them were wrapped in newspaper and tape, and a small number of zombies could not break through the defense and could be easily dealt with. Sure enough, only 3 zombies appeared in the hallway. But what no one expected was that the 3 zombies were all carrying something in their hands. It was Wang Song, and the others frowned, already sensing something was wrong. Upon closer inspection, they immediately became alarmed. A crossbow? Click. The 3 zombies all raised their crossbows at once, aiming at Wang Song and the others. Holy shit! Wang Song exclaimed in surprise and was completely dumbfounded. He never imagined that zombies would actually use weapons. The 3 of them immediately realized that these zombies were different from ordinary ones. Instead of coming straight at them and biting them, they looked like they had been trained. Shit, the zombies are even aiming their crossbows at me. Is there no justice in this world? Chapter 8, Eerie Crying. This scene once again overturned the 3 men's understanding. Brother Wang, what should we do now? Even Dongzi, who had been so fierce just now, had no idea what to do. Wang Song frowned. There's nothing we can do. We can only bet that they can't shoot their arrows. Good. Then let's fight them. Dongzi agreed. At this point, Lin Dong had already given the order to fire. Whoosh! The zombie doctor's crossbow bolt was very accurate, and it pierced Dongzi's forehead, causing him to fall backwards. This is fucking. Wang Song's eyes were wide with shock. Obviously, he had lost his bet. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more arrows also flew in, and the female athlete zombie was also very accurate. The arrow pierced the throat of a man, also killing him in one blow. Only the fitness trainer zombie, with his big muscles and simple mind, looked more stupid, and one arrow pierced Wang Song's chest and lodged in his lung. Ah! Wang Song let out a cry of pain and fell to the ground due to inertia. He was about to struggle to his feet. But the coach zombie roared and rushed forward, controlling him, but not biting. Because zombies are like wolves. Without the command of the corpse king, they will not directly eat their prey. Wang Song clenched his teeth. At this point, he finally realized that these zombies were organized and disciplined, and their king was Lin Dong. Does that mean they have some kind of consciousness and can understand what they are saying? Wang Song thought to himself, and said with great pain, "Please. Spare my life, I have my reasons. Please, just let me go, I'll do anything." At this time, Lin Dong walked step by step. He stopped in front of Wang Song and reached out to grab the crossbow bolt in his chest. Then he pulled it out with a jerk. Pop! Blood immediately flowed in streams. Ah! Wang Song let out another loud cry of pain, and at the same time, he was filled with fear. What did this strange zombie want to do? At this moment, Lin Dong took out a straw from the storage space with a wave of his hand. Ha! Wang Song was suddenly dumbfounded. But he seemed to have already guessed what he was going to do next. I wonder how much energy is in the blood. Lin Dong thought to himself, after all, he hadn't tried it yet. So he inserted the straw into Wang Song's wound. But soon, Lin Dong frowned. Bah! He turned his head and spat out the red liquid. This guy is so fat, he has high blood lipids. Seeing the scene in front of him, Wang Song was even more confused. Even the zombies don't want his blood? Is it possible that? So he would let him go? But the next second, Wang Song's lucky mentality was shattered, and a ferocious mouth was already biting towards his neck. Lin Dong gave the order to kill. The 3 little brothers were hungry and couldn't wait. They weren't picky eaters. Before long, the bloody feast was over. The 3 little brothers had blood on their lips and were still hungry, but their loyalty to Lin Dong was even stronger than before, and they even had a little bit of worship. It's good to be with the boss. Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling. At this moment, a phone rang. Who uses such a tacky ringtone? Lin Dong glanced over and found that the sound was coming from a pocket on the ground, which belonged to Wang Song. He picked it up and connected it. A threatening voice came from the other end. Wang Song, I advise you not to play tricks. Hurry up and bring the supplies back. I have your wife. If you don't bring back the supplies, he. Hearing this, Lin Dong understood. It turned out that Wang Song was forced to go out to find supplies. No wonder. He said he had his reasons. Hey. Wang Song, say something. Don't play dead with me. Let you hear your wife's voice. The caller continued to threaten. And there was a woman's scream. Husband. Help me, they're not human, woo. But Lin Dong heard this and hung up the phone directly. Coincidentally, he himself is not. However, Lin Dong thought it was worth checking where these people were hiding. After all, living people are also considered supplies. But they can be defined as takeaway headquarters. Lin Dong fiddled with his phone and quickly found a clue through Wang Song's text messages and VX chat history. The location of the takeaway headquarters was in a construction site. Wang Song used to be a foreman there. He often exploited the workers. Therefore, he is very ruthless. After reading these messages, Lin Dong casually threw his phone down the stairs and just silently wrote down the location. He wasn't in a hurry to pick up the takeout, because he still didn't want to go out. Although Lin Dong is already very strong and has 3 good quality younger brothers. But he still wants to continue to live for a few more days. Who knows what's out there? Back at home, he changed into slippers, washed his hands again, and went to the dining table to continue to absorb energy. He turned on the TV and watched TV while eating. Very leisurely and comfortable. After 5 hours of eating, he finally felt full. As his body continued to strengthen, he could digest more and more meat. From the beginning, he ate 2 cows a day, but now he needs to eat 4 cows a day. After eating, Lin Dong takes a hot bath and changes into a white pajama. Then, he washes the clothes he has taken off. After everything is done, Lin Dong is satisfied and sits on the sofa, ready to watch some TV. It was already dark outside, and the streets were still in a mess, filled with the stench of blood and decay. Countless zombies are wandering around. They were hunting for prey to survive. But this messy end of the world seems to have nothing to do with Lin Dong. He was content in his cozy little nest. Very comfortable. But at this moment, a sudden sobbing woman's cry rang out in the building. The sound of the crying was very sad and lonely, echoing in the dark night for a long time. The sound of the end of the world. It was eerie. If an ordinary person heard it, they would be scared out of their wits, but Lin Dong just shrugged his shoulders, not the slightest bit scared, but rather a little disgusted. Because the sound came from his little brother, the female athlete zombie. Has this guy evolved emotions? Why is he still crying? Lin Dong thought to himself. He thought it was because the female zombie had eaten flesh and blood today, and had evolved to the point where it had basic emotions. Even zombies can evolve to a certain level and have the same level of intelligence as humans. But that would require an S level. Of course, this also depends on the zombie's aptitude. For example, that intelligent zombie doctor, it's estimated that it may evolve into a very high level of intelligence without reaching S level. It seems that the female zombie is not weak either, and she already has basic emotions. Let's take a look. Why is she crying? Lin Dong was a little curious, and it was time to kill anyway. So he opened the door and went downstairs. Chapter 9 Going Out Hunting. The sound of her wailing echoed in the empty hallway. The female zombie was in the room below Lin Dong's room, because she had lived there before she died. At this time, the door was ajar, with a gap in the door. Cries came from inside. Lin Dong pushed open the door and found the female zombie kneeling in the living room, her back to him, shoulders shaking with sobs. But the female zombie had a keen sense of hearing, and the faint sound of the door opening had already alarmed her. Roar! Her nimble neck twisted 180 degrees, her face was ferocious, and she let out a roar, as if she was about to attack. However, when she saw that it was Lin Dong at the door, the roar suddenly stopped, and her originally fierce expression became flattering, even a little pitiful. Woohoo woohoo! The female zombie used her cries to send a signal. Lin Dong had already understood, and translated it as I'm hungry, I'm hungry, I'm hungry, I'm hungry. All the crying is expressing these three words. Foodie. Lin Dong thought to himself, today I clearly ate flesh and blood, the other two little brothers are not hungry, and she is crying. Whoa whoa whoa. The female zombie seemed to understand what he meant, and she lowered her head embarrassedly and made a pleasing cry. Lin Dong didn't care much about it, and casually threw it away, throwing out the corpse. It was the gangster he had killed earlier. The female zombie was suddenly excited when fresh flesh appeared. She widened her eyes and let out a very strange laugh, then rushed at the corpse at a very fast speed, opening her mouth to tear off a piece of flesh. It seems that the female zombie not only cries, but also laughs. And her sinister laughter was even more terrifying than her crying. Lin Dong also discovered that the female zombie ran very fast, and the shadow of her strong and round thighs had already appeared. She is an athlete after all. As the female zombie chomped and chomped, the room was filled with a fishy smell, and the sounds of chewing and tearing continued to ring out. This scene of feeding the zombies is completely bizarre. If a normal person saw it, they would definitely be scared half to death. You eat it yourself, it smells. Lin Dong turned and left. Because he had just taken a shower and didn't want to get the smell of fish on him, just like ordinary people who eat hot pot or spicy soup, which leaves a smell on their clothes. The zombie doctor and the zombie fitness trainer are in the next room. They were quiet, so Lin Dong didn't bother to feed them. This is probably why. The zombies who cry get meat to eat. Back in his room, Lin Dong sat on the sofa, thinking. It's not a good idea to sit and eat like this. Although there is still a huge amount of flesh and blood in the storage space. But it will be used up one day. In the early days of the apocalypse, supplies were relatively easy to obtain, but after a few more days, they would be completely depleted. Lin Dong felt that he should go out and replenish supplies. So he picked up his phone and opened VX. And found Su Shan directly. In the chat box, Su Shan had sent many messages, but Lin Dong had never replied, and there were even missed calls. Honey, how are you? Why didn't you answer my call? Oh, are you okay? I'm really worried about you. Please reply to me. Please don't let anything happen to you. Oh, please pick up the phone. I really miss you. Bring some supplies and come see me. There were several messages like this. It seems that Su Shan is really desperate. At this point, Lin Dong finally replied. I'm still here. Soon, the message said that it was being typed. Su Shan replied. You're still alive. That's great. Why didn't you answer my call? I was worried about you. Now I'm surrounded by zombies, and I'm afraid that answering the phone will disturb them, so I've turned my phone off. Lin Dong wasn't lying, because he really was surrounded by zombies. Su Shan continued. I really miss you. Whether you're dead or alive, I want to see you. Can you come find me? Okay, I'll come to you tomorrow. Lin Dong replied. Su Shan seemed very excited. I'll wait for you in the dormitory. Be sure to come. Bring as much food as you can. We have to survive. Okay. Lin Dong's mouth curled up slightly, and a cruel light flashed in his eyes. It's time to get the supplies. Early the next morning, Lin Dong changed into a clean pair of sportswear and looked in the mirror. There was no expression on his handsome face. He became a zombie, with human intelligence, but the physical changes affected Lin Dong somewhat, and his emotions became more indifferent and numb than ordinary people. So it looked like he was calm and composed. He walked downstairs. There was a medium-sized van parked on the street, which he had used to carry goods from the supermarket. He got into the driver's seat. Then he gave the signal to the three subordinates to go out and hunt. Suddenly, there were shouts coming from the building. The female zombie was the fastest, like a gust of wind, with a strange hee-hee-hee laugh and an extremely excited face. After running down a dozen floors, she probably still felt that it was too slow, so she broke out of the window in the hallway. He jumped from the building, landed lightly, and was not injured at all. Then he got into the car with Lin Dong. The second to appear was the fitness trainer zombie. Now he was even more burly, with muscles that had expanded to an exaggerated degree, skin that was a pale gray, veins bulging, and a height of nearly 2 meters. He is as strong as an ox, and every time he takes a step, it feels like the ground is shaking. Since the unit door was only half open, it was no longer big enough for him, so the trainer zombie smashed the door open and rushed out, very agitated. Seeing his rampage, Lin Dong gave him a nickname, Tank. After the tank got on the car, the zombie doctor was the last to get on. He was not fast, not anxious, but calm. After getting on the car, he even closed the door of the compartment on his own initiative. Lin Dong slammed the accelerator to the floor. The van was powerful, and it ran down the street at full speed, knocking over and directly running over zombies and abandoned vehicles on the street. The zombies passing by were startled and let out a series of roars, but as zombies themselves, they did not attack. Lin Dong drove straight to Zhongbei University. The female zombie in the car was very excited because she was going out to hunt, and she laughed from time to time. But the zombie tank coach has a low IQ and at this moment does not understand. Didn't you say you were going hunting? Why did you make me get in this black box? Lin Dong drives very violently, constantly crashing into obstacles. The car body is bumpy, the tank is heavy, and the inertia is great, so it is often thrown around. Fortunately, it didn't take long. Lin Dong arrived at Zhongbei University, and there were many zombies wandering around the entrance. Lin Dong drove straight through them, and drove to the bottom of the women's dormitory. 3 zombie brothers jumped out of the car. The tank finally got out of trouble. After a few glances around, he noticed that the scenery had changed completely from before entering the black box. With his current IQ, of course he couldn't understand what was going on. Could it be that, entering the black box can change places? Roar! After Tank figured it out, he looked up and let out a long, loud roar. The roar shook the heavens and the earth, shattering the glass of the surrounding women's dormitories. The low-level zombies nearby were all terrified and retreated. Lin Dong was also startled and turned to look. What are you yelling about? Roar, roar, roar. I don't know what I'm roaring about either. Tank roared, indicating that he was also very confused. Lin Dong was speechless. MDZZ. Chapter 10 Your Heart. The zombies' fierce roars shook the birds into the air. The survivors in the women's dormitory also heard it and were immediately scared. Su Shan was trembling. Could it be that Lin Dong was eaten by the zombies? It's possible. I just heard a car. It must be your boyfriend. He must have scared the zombies. A tall boy said. It seems that your boyfriend really loves you, and he's willing to take such a big risk to come find you. The other boy was also tall and strong. The 3 of them who were with Su Shan were all on the school basketball team. Su Shan is a cheerleader, so they got together. Humph. What love? I think it's just a dog licking, and in the end, you'll have nothing. The last person snorted and slapped Su Shan's butt. He likes other people's goddesses to submit under him, and has an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Su Shan didn't care, and complained. So what do we do now? This Lin Dong is really a waste. He can't even deliver a little food. Wait a minute. The boy next to him moved his ear slightly and picked up the steel pipe at hand. There seems to be movement in the corridor. Someone is coming up. The few people who heard this immediately quieted down and listened to the situation outside. Sure enough, there are footsteps getting closer and closer, and faintly, the growl of a zombie. Oh no! Looks like your dog-licking boyfriend has broken in, said one of the boys. He was excited because after a few days, they had already run out of food in the dormitory and they were already hungry. Even in the face of a beauty like Su Shan, they had lost their appetite. Follow the plan. 3 boys, armed with steel pipes from the legs of the stools, hid on either side of the door. They planned to control Lin Dong when he came in and seize the supplies. From the very beginning, the 3 of them had no intention of letting Lin Dong live, regardless of the grudges. The more people who survive, the more food rations. In short, Lin Dong living would be of no benefit to them. Dong! 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 The rhythmic knocking was neither fast nor slow, but rather a little indifferent. Through the peephole, Su Shan saw a pale and handsome face, which was Lin Dong. "Come on in." Su Shan quickly opened the door. After Lin Dong entered the bedroom, Su Shan seemed to be afraid that he would run away, so she quickly locked the door. The three boys happened to be holding weapons and surrounded her, blocking her in the middle. "Where's the food? Where did you hide the food? Hand it over," one of the boys asked. The original plan was to knock him out as soon as he entered the room. But seeing that his hands were empty, they had to ask him first. Lin Dong was expressionless and very indifferent. He looked around. Finally, his gaze settled on Su Shan. Su Shan did not feel guilty at all when she met his gaze. "I admit that I lied to you, but at this point, I don't need to explain anything. If you don't look out for yourself, you will be damned by heaven and earth." Lin Dong still stared at her, silent. But the three boys were already impatient. "Say something. Where did you hide the food? Hand it over, or I'll beat you to death. It's the end of the world anyway, so it's no big deal if I kill you." The three men's faces were distorted by intense hunger. At this point, Lin Dong felt that humans who were starving were no different from zombies. They had lost their minds and were about to eat people. "Where is the food? I'll beat you to death if you don't tell me." One of them finally couldn't hold back any longer, and swung a steel pipe at Lin Dong's face. This boy practiced sports and had a strong body and great strength. The sound of the steel pipe whipping through the air was so loud that ordinary people could hardly resist it. But Lin Dong raised his hand and, with a bang, grabbed the steel pipe, which did not move an inch, not even an inch. The boy's face was shocked, and he tried hard to pull the steel pipe out. But Lin Dong's hand was like an iron clamp. No matter how hard he tried, it was useless. The other two boys were also shocked and wanted to help. But at this moment, Lin Dong opened his mouth and actually spoke. After a few days of evolution, Lin Dong had recovered some of his language skills, but they were very rusty and stiff, so his hoarse throat produced a few strange and obscure tones. "You are food." Hiss. Upon hearing this, the others immediately gasped. They were terrified. Their hair stood on end. Because they had already discovered one thing. Lin Dong is a zombie. Holy shit. The boy's legs and feet were shaking, and he dropped the steel pipe in his hand and kept backing away. But Lin Dong waved his hand. Inserted the steel pipe directly into the boy's mouth. His enormous strength pierced the pole straight through. Pop. Blood spurted everywhere. Su Shan and the other two boys were pale, seeing this for the first time, their fear reaching its peak. "Run!" Without knowing who shouted, the three of them quickly opened the door and ran outside, tumbling and crawling. But as soon as they turned around, the three of them felt like they had hit a wall of flesh, and the huge force of the rebound made them fall backwards to the ground. Looking up, it was a zombie with a height of nearly 2 meters and a body full of muscles. Roar! The tank roared again, like a bell. He smashed a boy's head with a punch, like a watermelon bursting open, and blood splattered everywhere. Su Shan was splashed with blood all over her face and she was stunned. But at this moment, a burst of laughter sounded in her ear. She turned her head instinctively. She saw the zombie girl's strange face, sticking out her tongue and licking her fingernails. They were so close together. "Ah!" Su Shan screamed, her crotch suddenly feeling wet and hot. The extreme physical fear had already scared the pee out of her. At this moment, Lin Dong's figure came out of the bedroom. The female zombie in the tank stopped attacking and stood respectfully by Lin Dong's side, looking somewhat flattering and showing off, indicating that they had successfully captured their prey. The zombie doctor was crouching on the ground, poking a corpse with his fingernails, picking out the veins one by one. I don't know what he's researching. In short, this scene is even more bizarre than the tank hammering people. Su Shan and the only surviving boy, pale and trembling, seemed to understand at this moment. Lin Dong is the leader of these zombies. Please. Don't kill me. I know I was wrong. I'm sorry. The boy knelt down and begged for mercy, with tears and snot streaming down his face. He was no longer arrogant. Su Shan reacted quickly and followed him in begging for mercy. Lin Dong, don't you love me the most? I'm your wife, don't kill me, I'll give you whatever you want, 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 I'll give you whatever. Okay. Lin Dong walked towards her step by step, his face still cold and indifferent. A dagger appeared in his hand. He stabbed Su Shan in the chest. I want to see your heart. Chapter 11 Searching for Supplies. Ah! A hysterical scream once again echoed through the corridor. Lin Dong's hand was sharp, and he picked something out. It was bloody and kept flowing. It made the tanks next to it jealous. Su Shan had already died of shock, and her eyes, wide open, still retained the terror and despair of her life. It's so dirty. Lin Dong's dagger was stuck in his heart, like a large lollipop, but he was disgusted and definitely wouldn't eat it. He threw it to the tank next to him. The tank was shoved directly into his mouth, just like Pigsy eating a ginseng fruit. Woo woo. The only remaining boy in the field kept crying. The scene before his eyes was too bloody and terrifying, and it had already surpassed the limits of human psychology. The female zombie next to him laughed at him instead. Perhaps she thought it was funny, or wanted to comfort him, telling him that today was a good day and that he should stop crying. So, the sharp fingernails pierced the boy's neck, piercing his main artery. The man's crying stopped abruptly, and the entire hallway fell silent. But not for long. The sound of gnawing and chewing echoed in the empty corridor. And a feast began. After killing these people, Lin Dong felt very happy. At this moment, he suddenly thought that there might still be supplies in the school cafeteria. There was a freezer there, which was used to store fresh meat. Since he was already here, he should collect some more. Immediately, he led 3 of his younger brothers out of the dormitory building, across a playground, and to the front of the cafeteria. Lin Dong found that the zombies here were much more concentrated. In particular, at the entrance to the cafeteria, there were 4 or 5 zombies slapping at the glass door, as if they were attracted by something and desperately wanted to get in. The glass door was covered in bloody fingerprints, forming a red blur. Could it be that there are survivors in the cafeteria? Lin Dong analyzed in his heart. However, these zombies in front of him were too stupid. Because the glass door was pulled outward, those zombies just pushed and shoved in, of course they couldn't open it. Lin Dong saw that these stupid zombies were in the way, so he ordered the tank to move forward and clear the way. Roar! The tank roared, charged forward, grabbed a zombie with its large hand, and swung it directly at the wall. Pachichi! The zombie hit the wall and almost became a meat pie, slowly sliding down, leaving trails of scarlet blood. The other zombies were also thrown by the tank. They growled in their mouths, but they were very afraid of the tank and did not dare to attack. They all backed away. The tank's intelligence was not much better than that of the zombies. He also reached out and pushed the glass door inward. But his strength was too great, and with a loud crack, the glass door shattered, even the doorframe was deformed. This shows that in the face of absolute power, there is no need for skill. Lin Dong stepped into the cafeteria. The first-floor lobby was very quiet, but the air was filled with the smell of decay. There were several corpses lying on the ground, all of them were zombies with their heads blown off. The blood had dried up, leaving behind purple marks. Apparently, they were killed by human survivors. Since the apocalypse broke out at 9 a.m., the cafeteria was not at its peak, so there weren't many people there, and it wasn't considered a dangerous area. However, if there are any survivors, they will definitely gather in the warehouse because there is plenty of food there to ensure that humans can survive. Lin Dong walked straight towards the warehouse. Not long after, a large double-leafed iron gate appeared in front of him. It was closed at the moment, so he walked up and pushed it. The iron gate did not move at all, and the lock was firmly closed. And inside the door, there was a faint whispering sound. Although the sound was faint, Lin Dong's keen hearing could still hear it clearly. Oh no, it seems like there are zombies coming. What should we do? A female voice said in a panic. Don't be afraid, I will protect you. A boy comforted her by holding her in his arms. But the girl was still very worried. Maybe we should just run away. Humph. If you two want to leave, then leave quickly. Staying here is a waste of food. A middle-aged man in a chef's uniform said to the young couple. The boy frowned and wanted to argue. But seeing the chef holding a boning knife, he didn't dare say anything. In this warehouse, There are 5 people hiding in total. In addition to the chef and the young couple, there are 2 girls. They were also shocked when they heard the door open. One of the girls, who was very beautiful with thin lips slightly pursed, was Sue Sharo, the former warehouse manager at the supermarket. She came from a poor family and always worked and studied at the same time. After being fired by Lin Dong last time, she came to the school cafeteria to continue her part-time job as a warehouse manager. In fact, with her looks, Sue Sharo doesn't lack suitors. She could easily find a boyfriend and have a long-term meal ticket. But the girl is self-reliant and has a strong mind. Zombies shouldn't be able to get in, right? Sue Sharo said in a trembling voice. The chef nodded. These zombies are stupid. They can't get in through the glass doors outside, let alone the locked warehouse door. They can't open it at all. Everyone thought it made sense and felt a little more at ease. But just then, there was a loud crash, and a huge fist mark appeared on the solid iron door. The outlines of the 5 fingers were all extremely clear, and the strength was obviously extremely powerful. Of course, the dirty work of smashing the door was done by the tank. He swung his fist, which was as big as a sandbag, at the iron door again. Bang! The entire door shook, dust fell around it, and the door panel once again dented with a handprint. The 5 people inside were dumbfounded. What is this thing? I don't know, maybe it's a zombie mutation? Ha! Hurry, run! Seeing that the iron door could not hold back the zombies, the 5 people stumbled and ran towards the corridor inside. At the end of the corridor, there was a small freezer. But they didn't run for long before the tank punched again, and with a loud crack, half of the iron door was smashed to pieces. His muscular body squeezed through. Oh my God! When they looked back, they were amazed. They had never seen such a powerful zombie before, and they suddenly felt cold and extremely scared. The cook, armed with a boning knife, was the fastest runner. He was the first to reach the freezer. Hurry in, the zombies are coming. At this moment, a chilling laugh rang out in the dimly lit corridor, like the ghost of a person who had died a horrible death. The chef looked up and saw a thin figure behind the tank, with fangs and claws, rushing over at great speed, like a gust of wind. At this moment, the boy in the couple, who was running in second place, also arrived in the cold storage. But his girlfriend and Sue Sharo were running at the back of the pack. Wait for me, honey, the girlfriend cried anxiously. But the boy realized that the terrifying female zombie was already close behind her, and there was no time at all. Close the door. The boy made up his mind and took advantage of the moment when the third girl ran in. The 3 of them worked together to push the door of the cold storage back up. Chapter 12 The Working Class. With a bang, the door to the cold storage room closed. The girl happened to be at the door, and she was like crazy, pounding on the door. Open the door. Open the door. However, no matter how hard she punched the door, there was no sign of movement inside, and there was no sign of the door opening. The girl was desperate. She would never forget the look on her boyfriend's face as he slammed the door shut. He had just said that he would protect her. Scum! At this moment, a gust of wind hit her from behind, and she looked back in horror. Because the female zombie was already less than 5 meters away. It looked like the next second, she was going to jump on her. The girl quickly thought of a plan and pushed Sue Sharo, who was standing next to her, forward in the hope that she would delay the zombie for a little longer. Yeah! Sue Sharo let out a scream, feeling a huge force hit her, and she fell to the ground. The female zombie jumped up and rode on her, pinning her wrists with her claws and pressing her to the ground. No matter how Sue Sharo struggled, it was useless. He. The female zombie smiled in her mouth. Perhaps because she had gone hunting with Lin Dong and eaten a lot of flesh and blood, she was in an especially high mood today and smiled at everyone she saw. But this strange laughter was really scary. Sue Sharo looked at the face that was close at hand, full of madness, and her heart was horrified. She was completely desperate. Now, she just wants to die quickly. So she gave up struggling and simply closed her eyes, waiting for the blood-filled mouth to bite down. However, after the female zombie finished laughing, she did not attack, but instead let go of Sue Sharo and jumped to the girl in front of her. Ah! The girl let out a scream and felt a sharp pain in her neck. The female zombie bit her neck, and the intense pain made her body tremble uncontrollably. The girl's eyes were wide open, full of despair. But she couldn't understand why the zombie didn't give up on Su Xiaoro and directly attacked her. But soon, her screams stopped abruptly, and she lost consciousness. At this moment, Su Xiaoro was still lying on the ground, her eyes still tightly shut. She was just wondering why she didn't feel any pain. Why wasn't it painful? Is she already dead? But it didn't seem right. I should still be alive. So, she slowly opened her eyes, and when her vision slowly returned, she saw a slender figure standing in front of her. His skin was pale and his face was handsome. He was looking down at her. Boss? Su Xiaoro's eyes widened in surprise. She recognized the man as the supermarket owner, Mr. Lin. I never thought I would see him here. Lin Dong looked sideways. The reason he didn't kill Su Xiaoro had nothing to do with their previous friendship. He just thought that the girl was quick and efficient. And he happened to be in need of a maid to clean, wash clothes, and wash dishes. If he only treated Su Xiaoro as a piece of meat, it would be a waste. I don't need to worry about food anyway. I can keep her for the time being. Get up, Lin Dong said in a harsh tone. Su Xiaoro realized that something was wrong. Lin Dong seemed to have turned into a zombie, and the huge, powerful tank was standing obediently by his side. Due to the weakness in her legs, Su Xiaoro leaned against the wall before she could stand up. Boss, are you okay? Yes. Lin Dong nodded. Perhaps because he had killed Su Shan today, he was in a very good mood and asked, do you want to come back to work? I would like to. Of course I would. Su Xiaoro is not stupid. She immediately realized that this was a chance for her to live, so she nodded like a chicken pecking rice. She was afraid that if she said no, Lin Dong would kill her. Although she didn't understand many things. But first, let's save our lives. She used to work for Lin Dong to earn money to pay for her tuition fees. Now she is working to earn her life. After getting the answer, Lin Dong ignored her and walked straight past her. He came to the door of the cold storage with a tank. The supplies that Lin Dong needed were inside. The tank stepped forward, raised its huge fist and smashed it against the door of the cold storage. Bang! 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 Each of his punches felt like a hammer falling. The ground trembled. Dust fell from the walls. But the door of the cold storage remained completely unharmed, and the arm of the tank was numb from the shock. Inside the cold storage, the three men were leaning against the door. Their nerves were like a fully wound spring, so tense that they had stopped breathing and dared not even breathe. This zombie is so strong. The boy frowned and said. The chef was a little more confident. Don't worry, the freezer doors are made of 5 centimeters thick white steel plates, even a truck can't break them, so even if the zombies are strong, they can't get in. Oh. The other two men were slightly relieved to hear this. Outside, the tank continued to pound on the door, but after a while, there was still no progress. Roar! The tank roared in frustration and became extremely agitated. He thought to himself, after I get in there, I will definitely smash them into mincemeat and eat them. But with his current strength, he really couldn't get in. Lin Dong stared at the back. Since the tank can't do it, I'll have to do it myself. He was about to take action himself. But Su Xiaoro came over and her eyes showed a hint of determination. She was equally resentful towards the three people who had locked her out. He was equally resentful. Boss, I have the key to the cold storage. Oh? Lin Dong raised his eyebrows and thought this was a good idea. It saves a lot of trouble. He is the best worker, and he has already made a contribution to the team. As the warehouse manager, Su Xiaoro of course had the key to the cold storage, but it was too big to carry around, so it was always hanging on the wall in the next room. After she took out the key, she handed it to Lin Dong. Lin Dong ordered the tank to retreat and walked forward with the key in his hand. Tanks naturally didn't understand his behavior. Tanks naturally did not understand. If he can't even break it with his big fist, how can he break it with his little stick? At this moment, the three people inside heard the sudden silence outside and were overjoyed. Humph. I told you the zombie couldn't break it. I guess it's given up. the chef said proudly. The boy nodded. Well, I guess we'll have to wait a little longer, but the zombies should disperse soon, and we can go back to the warehouse. But just as he finished speaking, a sudden cracking sound came from the lock at the edge of the door. That was the sound of the lock core turning. What? The chef immediately widened his eyes, his expression like he had just eaten a dead fly, because he realized that the zombie was actually unlocking the door. The boy was also in disbelief, his face ashen. How is that possible? What are we going to do? The girl was trembling and crying. Even if they tried hard, they couldn't figure out why the zombie could open the lock. As the lock cylinder turned, the door was about to be opened. Quickly move the things and hold the door. The cook said hurriedly. This was the only thing they could do. Of course. It was all in vain. As soon as the lock was opened, the tank suddenly pushed with all its might, and the door was pushed open with a loud crash. Everything that was against the door was knocked to pieces. Chapter 13, Blocking the Road. When the door opened, they saw a young man standing in the doorway. He was wearing a white shirt, spotless, and his handsome face showed a hint of coldness. The three chefs stared at him in horror. Is it a human or a ghost? Tanks and female zombies were all standing behind the young man, their bodies exuding a murderous aura and a sense of oppression. The three chefs glanced and saw that there was also a girl standing among them. It was Su Xiaoro, who had been locked outside earlier. The three of them were suddenly surprised and couldn't believe it. You didn't die? Yes, it's a surprise, isn't it? Su Xiaoro's pretty face was full of anger and resentment. She was also very angry with the three of them for locking her out. Fortunately, she met her boss, otherwise she would really have been killed by them. At this moment, the three zombie brothers had already surrounded them. The tank was still very irritable, snarling constantly, but he admired Lin Dong in his heart. He was worthy of being the boss, and he used the little stick to easily open the door. When he was outside, he thought to himself that if he let himself in, the three of them wouldn't get any good juice to eat. The female zombie was still excited, with a pale and terrifying face, with a smile that looked very strange. Please help me, I don't want to be eaten by the zombies, I really don't want to die. The girl knelt down and begged for mercy, completely losing the resolute look she had when she closed the door. In fact, the two of them had known each other for a long time. They used to get along quite well. Su Xiaoro shook her head. Whether you live or die is not up to me, it depends on how my boss deals with you. The three of them looked at Lin Dong. This clean-cut young man with fair skin and handsome features is the leader of the zombies. Please don't kill me. As long as you spare my life, I'll do whatever you want. The chef also said. Big brother, I can cook. I can cook for you. I'm very good at it. I won a citywide cooking competition. They had already seen through it. They thought that they could rely on Lin Dong's kindness and let them go, but that was absolutely impossible. They must show their own value. Maybe there is still a chance. But Lin Dong looked at the chef and slowly said, There's no need to go to all that trouble. Just start the meal. Ah? The chef's eyes widened, as if he understood what he meant. Roar! The three little brothers roared and couldn't wait any longer, rushing over to the few people and screaming in pain. But it was over in just a few seconds. What followed was the sound of gnawing and tearing flesh. In this terrifying scene of the zombies preying on each other, Lin Dong was still spotless, walking in the cold storage, as if strolling in the garden, observing the goods stored around him. There is a comprehensive range of goods here, including beef, mutton, chicken, duck, fish, and more, and the stock is quite large. Lin Dong waved his hand and put everything into the storage space. He had almost replenished all that he had consumed the previous 2 days. He was quite satisfied with the harvest. At this time, the three zombie brothers are enjoying their meal. Tank and the female zombie were like swallowing pills, picking them up and eating them directly. The scene was extremely bloody and terrifying. The only zombie that was different was the doctor. He first ripped open the corpse, then picked out the organs one by one, as if dissecting them, and then swallowed them one by one into his stomach. Although the zombie doctor looks a bit more refined, he is even more strange than the tank and the others. A zombie dissecting. Who can stand that? However, the most painful thing is of course Su Xiaoro. She is the only normal human being in the field. When she saw the zombies eating, she felt a wave of nausea in her stomach and she couldn't stop dry heaving. She was about to vomit. But Su Xiaoro covered her mouth with her hand and held back the vomit. Because she knew a little about Lin Dong and knew that he was a bit of a germaphobe. If she vomited, would make him unhappy. He might just kill her. Fortunately, it didn't take long. Lin Dong finished collecting the goods, not only the fresh meat in the cold storage, but also the rice, flour, oil and other goods in the warehouse. In addition, there is a convenience store in the canteen. Beer, cigarettes, melon seeds, drinks, mineral water, instant noodles, sausages, and many other snacks were all stored in the space. Because these are all rare commodities. Outside, people may fight and kill each other over a piece of bread. After all, there is plenty of space in Lin Dong's space, and he can store all the supplies, which he may need in the future. Everything is taken care of. The three zombie brothers have also finished eating. The three of them were looking back and forth at Su Xiaoro, and the female zombie was smiling and patting her head from time to time. Probably thinking that the boss is quite interesting to have this little pet, just like petting a cat or a dog, and wants to play with her. Su Xiaoro curled up like a chick in the wind, trembling, and her pretty face was also pale with fear. She really didn't expect that one day she would be surrounded by zombies. Go! Lin Dong gave the order. The female zombie patted Su Xiaoro on the head again before turning and leaving. Su Xiaoro was almost scared to death. She thought that she would have to mingle with these zombies in the future. She was still worried. Boss, you won't kill me, will you? Yes. Lin Dong nodded, and since he was in a good mood today, he also wanted to tease her. Don't you remember? I used to run a farm. Huh? Su Xiaoro was stunned. What does this mean? Do you think you're an animal? Then they left the campus. On the way back, Su Xiaoro drove the car. She volunteered to be the driver, demonstrating her value as a wage earner. So as not to be killed by the boss. Su Xiaoro had driven the van when she worked at the supermarket, so she was a veteran driver. She drove very smoothly. The tank in the van gave her a 5-star rating. The streets were still in a mess, with scattered zombies everywhere, but they posed no threat to the van. But at an intersection, a heavy truck was parked. Two middle-aged men were sitting on it, now emaciated from hunger. One of them had a beard and was holding a half-finished cigarette in his hand, sniffing it constantly with his nose, but not lighting it. Damn it! Wang Song, that kid, was looking for supplies, but where the hell did he go? Maybe he's in the belly of a zombie. He hasn't moved for so long, he must be cold by now. The other emaciated man analyzed. That's nonsense. No way. Brother Long said he called him, but he didn't say anything and hung up. I guess he doesn't want his wife and is running away. Shit. Don't worry about that for now. Let's find something to eat. I'm fucking starving. The emaciated man said with a long face. The bearded man continued to inhale the cigarette. There's no food left, it's all been taken by others. Wait. While the two men were talking, they heard the sound of a motor roaring in the distance. On the left fork of the road, a van was approaching. Chapter 14 Construction Site. These two are also old drivers. Based on the tire pressure and the trajectory of the vehicle, they can tell that the van is very heavy and must be loaded with something. Look, isn't food coming? A flash of light appeared in the eyes of the emaciated man. The two men naturally judged that there must be survivors, who had collected a large amount of supplies and returned with a full load. I wonder if there are any cigarettes inside. The bearded man looked forward with anticipation. As the van got closer, the two of them could see more clearly that the driver was still a pretty girl. Since she ran into us, she can only be considered unlucky. The emaciated man's eyes flashed with a vicious look, and he slowly started the truck, and when the timing was right, he stepped on the gas and rushed forward. He drove directly across the road, blocking all the way. Squeak! Su Xiaoro saw the sudden change and hurriedly pressed the brake to the bottom. The harsh friction sound rang out, and the wheels left a dark trail on the road. The van stopped abruptly, less than a meter away from the truck. That was close. Su Xiaoro was still in shock. The van stopped too quickly, causing the whole van to shake. Due to inertia, the tank behind it hit it again. He was suddenly depressed. He decided to give Su Xiaoro a 5-star rating and pay in installments. Lin Dong was quite calm, and even if he thought about it with his toes, he knew what had happened. Sure enough, 2 men jumped off the truck, their arms wrapped in tape and newspaper, and they were carrying bloody steel pipes. "You two, get out of the car!" the bearded man shouted immediately. Su Xiaoro looked around and tried to figure out what was going on. In the end times, it was common for people to eat each other. They had only one goal: to survive at all costs. "Boss, what should we do?" Lin Dong said nothing, looking at the 2 men's costumes. They looked very similar to Wang Song, who had previously smashed his own supermarket. He glanced into the distance and saw a construction site. That is the takeaway headquarters. Lin Dong was too lazy to deal with this kind of goods in front of him, and simply handed it over to his younger brother to deal with. However, the 2 middle-aged men were completely unaware of what was about to happen. Instead, they approached the van with a lewd smile. "Don't be afraid, beautiful girl. I'll treat you well," the skinny man said in a cheap voice. But at this moment, the female zombie in the car suddenly raised her neck and immediately came to life. "Beauty? It seems someone is calling me. Love. I really want to be loved by humans. These 2 humans seem very warm." So she pushed the door open and jumped out. The emaciated man had just arrived at the door of the car. If the other party did not cooperate, he would have to break the door open. "Hey! The little girl is quite pretty, isn't she? If you cooperate, I might let you live." "Cooperate." Suddenly, a strange laugh sounded in the man's ear. It was clear that the female zombie had eaten a lot of meat today and had evolved again. In addition to the basic crying and laughing expressions, she could also repeat simple scales. But when the man heard this voice, his body hairs stood on end. He turned around and looked. He saw the thin figure of the female zombie, with a strange smile on her face. "Love hurts." The female zombie's body swayed, and she rushed at him like a gust of wind. It was so fast that it left trails of afterimages. There are already trails of afterimages. Holy shit! The man immediately panicked. He was about to swing the steel pipe, but the female zombie was too fast, and she had already thrown him to the ground and slid 3 or 4 meters away. "Help me, my dick!" The vanishing man struggled to resist and shouted anxiously. But the bearded man didn't care about him and walked towards the back of the car. "I need cigarettes. I need to find some cigarettes first." "You." "Ah." The emaciated man was about to curse, but a sharp pain in his neck struck him, and he had already received the love of the female zombie. At this moment, he was really in pain. The bearded man hurriedly went to the back of the van, thinking that it must be full of supplies. In addition to cigarettes, there might be wine and a lot of delicious food. He couldn't wait any longer and suddenly opened the door to the compartment. But all he saw were 2 zombie faces. The zombie doctor looked at him with interest, as if he found it very interesting. Tank was still irritated, wondering if he had just been jostled by the black box because of this son of a bitch. His beard was hanging down and his eyes were wide open, and he was completely stunned. Obviously, the beautiful picture in his imagination never appeared. There were 2 terrifying zombies in the car. But the next second, he seemed to realize something. He quickly took off the half-smoked cigarette from his ear, lit it, and put it in his mouth to take 2 deep breaths. Then a large hand dragged him into the carriage. In a matter of seconds, the surroundings quieted down again. Su Xiaoro on the bus kept shaking her head. "It's terrible. It is estimated that these 2 people did not read the almanac when they went out and dared to stop their boss." At this point, Lin Dong finally spoke up. "Let's go to the construction site next door." "Oh, okay." Su Xiaoro immediately agreed. Although she didn't know why they were going there, as a worker, she had to have the awareness of a worker, and go wherever the boss said to go, without asking any questions. Su Xiaoro restarted the vehicle and bypassed the truck blocking the road, and drove towards the construction site. The construction site was surrounded by blue metal sheets. The entrance gate had collapsed. There were many zombie corpses that had been crushed by trucks, with severed limbs and bloody stumps, which looked shocking. The van rushed straight into it, following the tracks. Lin Dong analyzed that there should be many survivors at this construction site, which had formed a small stronghold. Wang Song and others had previously harassed him, and today he encountered 2 more people blocking his way, who were probably from here. Once again, in order to avoid being disturbed again, Lin Dong decided to completely eliminate it. Upon receiving the hunting signal, the 3 brothers jumped out of the car, their faces once again becoming excited. He thought to himself, it was really good to follow his big brother. They always find prey and get to eat plenty of flesh. The construction site was quiet, and all the zombies had been killed with clubs and thoroughly cleaned up. It seems that the people here are not weak in combat. There is a half-finished building in front of them that looks particularly desolate, but there is a strange building in the corner of the half-finished building. The entire building is made of reinforced concrete, extremely heavy, and has no windows. Even the door is made of white steel plate. There is no glass on the door, only a few fist-sized exhaust vents. The building is 3 stories high, not small, and looks very sturdy, like a fortress. Obviously, it was built specifically to defend against the zombies. Chapter 15 Excavator. With his keen sense of the living dead, Lin Dong had already heard the sound of human activity inside and faintly smelled blood. He didn't know what was going on. The 3 younger brothers sensed the prey scent and all showed excitement, running like the doomsday fortress-like building. There were indeed quite a few survivors in that building. There were more than 10 people. Among them were several construction workers, thugs from the underworld, and the developer of the construction site, Zhao Peng. He is the one who bought Lin Dong's farm and lent him money. When the apocalypse broke out, he happened to be inspecting the construction site with his subordinates. After discovering the zombies, he immediately organized a team to pour reinforced concrete to build a fortress. He was lucky to escape and survive to this day. Zhao Peng is still the leader of this fortress, and with his right-hand man Xing Tianlong and a few thugs, he controls the construction workers. Mr. Zhao, none of the people we sent out have ever returned. Xing Tianlong frowned. Zhao Peng was also very worried at this time. Although the fortress is safe, supplies are limited, and they have no food, so they are starving. If it really can't be helped, they'll have to eat some meat to tide them over, but they don't know if they'll get prion disease. Boss, I don't think so. A woman with glasses said. She is the secretary that Zhao Peng hired. She is quite talented. Because prion are only produced in the body after death, as long as we eat live animals, there should be no problem. Mr. Zhao, I think I should go out and find some food myself. Xing Shenlong suggested. Zhao Peng shook his head. No, it's too dangerous outside. Mr. Zhao, don't worry. When I was fighting on the streets, I used a melon knife to slash 3 streets, and I didn't even blink. The strength of those zombies is not as good as that of the living. If you don't blink, won't your eyes dry out? Zhao Peng asked. Xing Shenlong was speechless. He said he was hacking people, but he asked if his eyes were dry. But at that moment, they heard the sound of a motor roaring outside the fortress, and a car drove into the construction site. Xing Shenlong's eyes flashed. Mr. Zhao, maybe it's the second one coming back. Let's go and take a look. Zhao Peng came to life and hurried to the fortress gate. He thought they might have brought back some food. The fortress's white steel gate was exceptionally solid, with fist-sized vents on it that not only served to ventilate the air, but also allowed one to observe the outside. Zhao Peng and Xing Tianlong looked at the door. The scene in front of them made them shudder, because there was no second child, but several terrifying zombies. The female zombie's smiling face was stuck in the ventilation hole, separated from the two by only a door, making it incredibly creepy. The female zombie couldn't wait to love them, waving her hand and scratching at the steel door. The sharp fingernails scratched against the white steel, emitting a squeaking sound that made people's teeth ache. Holy shit! Zhao Peng and his friend were so scared that they took a few steps back and almost fell to the ground. There are zombies. Don't worry, Mr. Zhao, the zombies can't get in. Xing Shenlong said. Zhao Peng nodded. Although the zombies were strange, they would not be able to get in because of the fortress's solidity. Bang! 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 After a while, the sound of a hammer pounding the door was heard again. It was obvious that the tank had struck. As his heavy blow fell, the entire building trembled. All the survivors of the fortress were startled and came to the door to see what was going on. Roar! The tank roared. Although he was strong, with his current strength, he couldn't even break the refrigerator, let alone the specially built fortress. So after a few punches, he gave up. He obediently stood behind Lin Dong, waiting for his big brother to take action, and then took out a little stick to open the white steel door. Has this zombie mutated? Is it so strong? Zhao Peng was still in shock. It was the first time he had seen such a thing. Since the end of the world, strange things have been happening more and more. Xingqianlong waved his hand. Don't worry, even if it's a dinosaur, it can't get in here, unless the zombie can drive an excavator and dig a hole here. Zhao Peng nodded, feeling more confident. I'll take a look at what the zombie looks like. He came to the ventilation hole again, tilting his head and looking out. But this time, he saw a young figure standing outside. And around him, there were 3 strange zombies. Is that Lin Dong? Zhao Peng was surprised to recognize him, and when he saw him, he was angry, because Lin Dong had sold his farm to him before the end of the world and had borrowed 80 million. He still owes me money. Serves you right. You've turned into a zombie, right? What a retribution. Zhao Peng muttered to himself. But he also admired him. Even if Lin Dong became a zombie, he was still so clean. Xingqianlong said. Mr. Zhao, let's not worry about them. They can't get in anyway, so let them toss and turn as much as they want. I think they'll leave soon. Yes. Zhao Peng also stopped watching at the door and sat back down in his chair. Lin Dong was staring at the building outside. Even if he had a key, he couldn't open it from the outside. But with his current physical strength, he could punch a hole through it. But that would dirty his clothes. So, Lin Dong waved his hand and took something out of the storage space. It was a huge metal machine with a huge bucket attached to the steel hook arm. It was an excavator. He had brought it from the farm, and it was just in time. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As the steel machine started up, a huge roar came from it. Lin Dong drove the excavator towards the fortress. The reinforced concrete was too thick to dig through. He plans to start digging a tunnel from the ground. Ha! Zhao Peng and the others in the fortress heard the roar of the machine. They were suddenly alarmed. What is it? They hurried to the door and looked through the vent. They saw a giant steel beast slowly approaching them. This. Everyone was dumbfounded. Excavator? Could it be that the zombie is a Lanshan alumnus? This scene before their eyes really subverted their understanding. Xingqianlong was also dumbfounded. He had just said excavator, and it turned out to be true. He never thought that the zombies would really drive this kind of thing. So now the question is, which company has the best excavator technology? As Lin Dong kept digging, a large pit soon appeared in front of the door. The ground inside the fortress began to collapse, and the sunlight outside shone in from below the door. Get the tools. We're going to fight them. Xingqianlong burst out in a fierce manner and turned around and ordered. Whether they were thugs or construction workers, they all took out machetes, steel pipes, or even an electric saw that was buzzing. They were outnumbered, but they were still very aggressive. Yes. Let's fight them. Chapter 16 Awakening Abilities. Soon, the ground at the door was dug through. Roar! The tank roared, and the first to go inside grabbed a piece of granite and threw it directly at the crowd. The stone was like a force of 1,000 tons, and immediately knocked 2 people to the ground. Hey, 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 hey. After the female zombie entered, one of the thugs took the opportunity and slashed at her head with a knife. But the female zombie was extremely fast. With a flick of her wrist, her sharp fingernails tore her forearm to shreds. Ah! The thug let out a scream, and the machete fell out of his hand due to the intense pain. But the female zombie grabbed it in midair. And actually grabbed the machete. With a strange smile on his face, he waved his hand and chopped off the thug's neck. Holy shit! The thug was shocked. It was the first time he had seen a zombie actually cut someone. The female zombie was trained professionally, and with one stroke, she cut off the neck like cutting tofu. The people around were also stunned by this scene. This zombie can use a knife. What the fuck? What should I do? But there was more to come. While they were discussing it, a crossbow bolt flew over and pierced the head of one of them. A quick glance revealed the zombie doctor was holding a crossbow and loading a second arrow. This is bullshit. The people who were just about to fight to the death suddenly became weak. Because they were no match at all. It was going to be a massacre. Several people abandoned their armor and began to flee inside. When Lin Dong came in, the battle was basically over, and the fortress was filled with corpses and blood, like a slaughterhouse. Lin Dong walked towards the inside. The three zombie brothers no longer killed, and followed him obediently. They could still sense the presence of living people inside. They came to a room. On the ground, there was an extinguished fire, and next to it, there were piles of white bones, and there were traces of teeth marks. But those weren't zombie teeth, they were human teeth. Without thinking, Lin Dong knew what had happened here. And in the corner of the room, there was a faint sound of someone breathing weakly. Roar! The tank suddenly roared angrily in that direction. But when Lin Dong walked over, he found a woman lying naked on the ground, and her legs had been sawed off. The severed part was tied with a rubber band and covered with a piece of cloth to prevent her from bleeding to death. Because once a person dies, prion are produced in the body. So, the woman was pale and weak, and seemed to be dying at any moment. Now that she heard a noise, she slowly opened her eyes. She saw Lin Dong and the zombies. There was not the slightest trace of fear in her eyes. Instead, a flash of light appeared, revealing a look of relief. Lin Dong understood what the woman meant. She was begging him to kill her. Because in the woman's eyes, Zhao Peng and his group were more ruthless than the zombies in front of her. Immediately, Tank became a warm man and personally fulfilled her wish. Since the fortress only had one entrance and exit. At this time, Zhao Peng and Xing Tianlong and the others hid in the last room. There was no way to escape. Mr. Zhao, what should we do? The zombies will be here soon. Xing Tianlong was at a loss. Zhao Peng was still calm. Those zombies can use weapons and operate excavators, so they must have human intelligence. Maybe we can talk to them. Yes, yes, yes. Xing Tianlong nodded repeatedly, thinking that it made a lot of sense. If they could come to an agreement, they could survive. Hope was rekindled in his heart. Zhao Peng continued. Besides, Lin Dong and I had a little friendship before the end of the world. He might let us go. That would be great. Xing Tianlong immediately admired him. You are worthy of the name Zhao. You have a wide range of connections. Even at the end of the world, it can still be of use. At that moment, the figure of Lin Dong and his group had already come from the corridor. The sound of their footsteps was slowly approaching, giving a huge sense of oppression. Plop! Zhao Peng's lips were dry, and he subconsciously swallowed his saliva. He was also extremely nervous. Wait, Lin, don't kill me. You still recognize me, right? I'm Zhao Peng. He shouted from more than 10 meters away. After Lin Dong came over, he looked at him and of course recognized the face. Oh. Lin Dong just nodded. The three subordinates behind him did not attack directly. Zhao Peng was suddenly delighted. It seems like there is a chance. So they continue to talk about their feelings and build relationships. Brother Lin, do you remember? I bought your farm and lent you a lot of money. So you're the creditor. Lin Dong thought about it and quickly thought of something. That should be killed even more. Poof. Zhao Peng almost vomited blood and realized at the same time that he had said something wrong. Xingshilong, who was standing next to him, was also worried, thinking to himself, why are you still saying that at this time? Zhao Peng was about to explain something. Unfortunately, there was no chance. The three underlings behind Lin Dong pounced on them and ate them up. In the entire fortress, there were no survivors. Lin Dong collected all the useful things and led the three younger brothers out. At this time, Sushiro was still waiting in the van. She had just heard. The screams in that building were incessant and hysterical. I could imagine that the scene inside was definitely more terrifying than on campus. At this time, Lin Dong had already come over. His white shirt was still spotless, as if giving people the illusion that nothing had happened. "Boss, where are we going?" "Go home," Lin Dong said simply. As the van slowly started, it returned to Lin Dong's residence in a flash. Due to the addition of Su Xiaoro, she was arranged to live in the house next to Lin Dong. She was diligent and dedicated, doing the laundry, cleaning, and washing dishes for him every day. After all, if she wasn't careful, she might lose her life. And Lin Dong didn't treat her badly. Every day, he would feed her human food, rice, flour, and even when he was in a good mood, he would give her frozen beefsteak or fish to eat. After a few days, Su Xiaoro gradually got used to it. Compared to the survivors outside, she is very happy to have food and drink every day, and to be able to live in this building without having to sleep in the open. During this time, Lin Dong ate a lot of meat again. As he continued to evolve, he could digest more and more meat. According to a conservative estimate, he had already eaten 100 tons of beef alone, not including other things like chicken blood. Lin Dong could clearly feel that he was getting stronger every day. As for how strong he has become, he himself was not very clear. 10 days later, Lin Dong evolved again and made a qualitative leap. Inside his skull, a crystal nucleus condensed. At the same time, a flash of scarlet color appeared in Lin Dong's eyes. "My head is itchy, I'm going to awaken my power." Chapter 17, The Land of the Dead. As Lin Dong thought, a field of power spread out from him. This is Lin Dong's awakening ability, the Corpse Realm. With his current strength, the range of the domain is only about 10 meters. At this moment, inadvertently, it enveloped Su Xiaoro, who was wiping the floor. Su Xiaoro's body suddenly froze, as if she were being held down by a ghost. She stood still and couldn't move, and her delicate body began to tremble, as if she were in a sea of corpses and blood, and a strong sense of fear spread. This shows that the realm of the dead has a huge suppressive force on humans. What's going on? Su Xiaoro didn't know what had happened. She glanced over and saw that Lin Dong, who had been sitting on the sofa watching TV, had mysteriously disappeared. Where is the boss? Another ability of the realm of the dead is concealment. But that's not all. At this moment, in Lin Dong's eyes, the surroundings were already covered in a layer of red. The originally hard walls had now become illusory, like the surface of water, undulating with waves. When he reached out to touch it, his palm actually passed through the wall. His body then moved forward. Lin Dong passed through the whole body, and he actually passed through the wall from the living room to the kitchen. Of course, no one else could see this strange scene. Another ability of the corpse realm is that it allows Lin Dong to walk through terrain, walls, or objects, or even to disappear underground. In this terrifying realm of the dead, if Lin Dong wishes, he can completely remove someone else's heart through his own flesh. What a powerful ability! Lin Dong silently sighed, but he could kill or survive, which was perfect. Who could withstand a corpse king who could become invisible and walk through walls? However, this ability is considered a spatial ability, which consumes mental energy and cannot be used all the time. Lin Dong then walked through the wall and arrived in the kitchen. Su Xiaoro in the living room had left the field of influence. She was kneeling on the ground, panting heavily, as if she had fainted. What happened? Where is the boss? At this moment, Lin Dong pushed open the door to the living room and walked in from the kitchen. This. Su Xiaoro's eyes widened. The boss was clearly sitting on the sofa, so how did he walk in from the kitchen? It's really weird. A sense of unease spread through her heart. Boss, what just happened? Nothing. Lin Dong said lightly. As he continued to evolve, his language ability had been completely restored, he spoke very fluently, and his voice was full of magnetism. From the outside, he looked no different from an ordinary human. Oh. Su Xiaoro agreed, but she didn't dare to ask any more questions. She continued to clean the floor carefully. After this half-month period, Lin Dong's 3 zombie brothers have also become much stronger. The tank is bigger. It has grown to over 2 meters tall, with muscles bulging out like a small mountain. A miniature version of the Hulk. The female zombie was even faster. Lin Dong saw with his own eyes how she pounced on humans who went out to look for food like a gust of wind. Her two sharp claws left a trail of broken shadows. They ripped open their bellies. The female zombies' movements were very similar to a character in the King of Fighters fighting game, Iori Yagami. So Lin Dong also gave her a name, Xiaoba. The only strange thing about it is that the zombie doctor not only likes to dissect humans, but also takes out their internal organs and eats them one by one. Recently, he has gone so far as to dissect zombies. He often takes a zombie, opens its stomach, or dismembers it, and makes all kinds of parts everywhere. It is worth mentioning that these three zombie brothers have recruited many more brothers. They have the potential to become the king of the dead and rule over other zombies. When they have nothing to do, they gather near the building. During this time, Lin Dong let them roam freely, completely free range, allowing them to grow up wild. And Lin Dong also discovered a problem. The zombies on the streets now run much faster, generally faster than normal humans, and are not as stiff as they were when the apocalypse first began. It was obvious that they were evolving. The zombies have begun an evolutionary frenzy and are becoming stronger and stronger. I wonder what's going on with the humans. Lin Dong sat on the sofa, took out his phone, and began to gather information. Because the living humans can still send out signals. As soon as the phone was unlocked, a push message caught Lin Dong's attention. Tech Biotechnology has developed a zombie extermination plan. Zombie removal? This company, which specializes in viruses and genes, is very well known and is at the forefront of world technology. It's similar to Umbrella in the movie Resident Evil. Tech is a multinational company with a branch in Jiangbei City. Lin Dong was a little curious. What was the zombie removal plan? Click to see. Our company, Tektronix, has developed the biological weapon Chaser 1 which can effectively eliminate zombies. It will soon be mass-produced and put into use by various departments. Below the text, there is a picture. The so-called Chaser is actually a humanoid cyborg, almost 3 meters tall, with a Gatling gun in his right hand and a chain of bullets wrapped around his body. Behind it, it also carried a giant hammer. The huge head was covered in stitches and covered with scorpion-like scars, looking hideous and terrifying. Lin Dong commented on him, "He's not even as good-looking as a zombie. It's best not to mess with him." Keep scrolling down, there is a statement from the Tektronix Corporation. Now that all major companies have established shelters where survivors can go, our company will protect your safety. There were many comments from survivors about this news. Tech Corporation is awesome. It is truly at the forefront of world technology. Even at the end of the world, they are still alive. Don't go to the Tektronix refuge. They're just using humans for experiments. They won't protect us. Is it possible that the Chaser 1 was built using living human beings? Yes, if you have the ability, go to our official shelter. There were all kinds of comments, and Lin Dong wasn't watching. The matter of refuge has nothing to do with him. However, the next message was very useful to him. It was issued by the official refuge. After testing, it was found that some humans are evolving, running 100 meters in 6 seconds and punching with a force of 1 ton. According to expert analysis, the source of this power comes from the brain dam that grows in the skull. If someone feels an itch in their head, it is most likely a precursor to evolution. Sure enough, humans have also begun to change, but it seems that no one has awakened their abilities yet. According to the expert, the brain dam will grow to a certain point and then turn into a crystal core, at which point the superpowers will awaken. Evolution happens gradually. No one can suddenly gain superpowers. That's unrealistic. Lin Dong felt that he had enough flesh and blood to replenish, and had absorbed countless amounts of energy. Whether it was a human or a zombie, he should be the first to condense a crystal core and gain the ability to awaken. Chapter 18, is it delicious? I should get 2 human awakeners to see what it tastes like. Lin Dong thought to himself, and planned to go out and take a stroll, and try out his newly awakened abilities in the power of the corpse realm. He didn't know which lucky person would encounter him. So, he got up and walked out the door. When he came outside the building, the fierce zombies on the street all bowed their heads when they saw Lin Dong. The Corpse King is on a mission, and the 10,000 corpses are all subservient. The 3 younger brothers were all free to go, and they weren't around at the moment, so Lin Dong didn't plan to bring them along. Since he didn't have a specific destination, Lin Dong didn't drive. He wandered along the street. The streets were littered with broken glass and bloodstains, and in some dark places, moss had already grown. Occasionally, a mouse squeaked and carried a half finger into the sewer. Wherever the eye could see, there was a desolate scene. In this city of the apocalypse, the streets were spotless and exceptionally quiet, as if it were a leisurely stroll. After walking for about half an hour, Lin Dong suddenly stopped. Between his nostrils, he smelled the scent of blood, the breath of a living thing, which he could easily capture with his now keen sense of smell. He turned his head and looked. He saw 3 large characters on a gate by the side of the street, which read, Zoo. What was strange was that the park was completely empty. There were no zombies, not even a single corpse on the ground, only dried purple bloodstains. It seems that this place has become the territory of some kind of creature. Keep away from the living. For ordinary people, this is definitely a dangerous place. But Lin Dong didn't care about that. He walked through the gate and into the zoo. It was very quiet, with only the sound of the wind rustling the leaves. The cages that used to hold the animals were now empty. They were also covered in blood. There were still some animal hairs and bone fragments from the animals that had been eaten, which looked shocking. Apparently, they were all eaten by something. Lin Dong continued to walk further inside, to the place where the zookeepers worked. The building in front of him had its doors and windows tightly shut and welded shut with steel bars. Although there was no sound inside, Lin Dong could still hear the breathing of humans. They were breathing heavily, as if they were in a very tense state. Someone. Lin Dong judged in his heart, but did not go directly over. Because not far away, there were 2 men walking towards him, and their goal was the same building. One of the men was short and stout, with rough skin and a face full of pockmarks, like the surface of the moon. He was very ugly. The other man was tall and thin, wearing a suit, like a white-collar worker, and looked very refined. Judging from their appearance, they were obviously not zoo workers. They must be here to find supplies. But judging from their appearance, they were in good spirits and not hungry, so they didn't seem to be lacking food. They were also walking with a spring in their step and had a strong vitality, so their physical fitness was far superior to that of ordinary humans. Could they be human awakeners? Lin Dong analyzed in his heart and felt that he could open the 2 men's heads to take a look. The 2 men, seeing that the doors and windows of the building were tightly closed, had already realized that there were survivors inside. Hey, there are living people here. The man with the gentle smile said. The short, stocky man nodded. Well, now there's going to be some fun. I just don't know if there are any pretty girls inside. There must be. I remember the zookeeper here is very pretty, said the gentle man. The 2 men, relying on being awakened ones, were fearless in the end times. Now that order had collapsed, they searched for supplies and beautiful women, and when they found a woman, they did whatever they wanted. Don't rush things. First, trick them into opening the door, said the gentle man. Although the 2 men were strong, the building was tightly sealed, and it would take some effort to break it open. The short, stocky man nodded, indicating that he was already familiar with the process. So he went up and knocked gently, telling a lie. Hello? Is there anyone in there? We are the awakening squad from the official shelter. We are here to search for survivors. Oh? The people inside heard that it was an official rescue team. I'm a little excited. Finally, we're finally being rescued. There are 4 people in the building, including 3 zookeepers and an old man who works as a night watchman at the zoo. The old man was armed with a hunting rifle loaded with tranquilizer darts. It is usually used by the zoo to subdue wild animals. Shoo! Keep your voice down, don't attract the monster. Besides, what if they're lying? So, should we open the door? Asked a petite girl. In this apocalyptic time, she was also very worried. Who knows if it's a person or a ghost? Another girl said. I saw an announcement from the official shelter. It's true that some people have evolved and formed a team of awakened people to rescue people everywhere. So, shall we open the door? Let's open it. We're almost out of food anyway, so we might as well open it. Yes. After a few people discussed it, they slowly opened the door. The 2 men immediately climbed in and looked around with sly eyes. There really are beautiful women. So comfortable. Are you the rescue team from the refuge? One of the girls asked. Of course. The chunky man nodded. Said the other petite girl. That's great. Hurry up and take us away. Don't worry, we'll save you, but on one condition. What's the condition? The girl asked curiously. The fat man smiled wickedly. You have to make me feel good first. Ah. This. The girl understood what he meant, and her expression was aghast, but the other girl, however, had already figured it out. Be careful. Judging by their costumes, they're not a rescue team. You're very clever. In an instant, the short, stocky man showed a vicious expression, grabbed the girl by the neck, and lifted her up like a chicken. The girl gasped and her feet flailed about. But in the face of his strength, it was useless. The old man saw this and shot him with a gun, but the moment the tranquilizer dart was shot, it was caught by the man with his bare hands. The speed of the awakened man's reaction was far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Several people were desperate. Instead of dying at the hands of zombies and monsters, they would die at the hands of their own kind, and they would have to go through the torture. In that case, it would be better to die at the hands of the zombies. At least that would be quick. Help! One of the girls screamed, even if it means attracting the monsters, we'll die together with them. Bang! The gentleman knocked him to the ground with a wave of his hand. You're asking for it. The short, fat man also tried to unleash the beast. It's the end of the world, who can save you? And I'm an awakener, the whole world is mine. It is clear that these two have already become ancestors. But at this moment, suddenly a low voice rang out. Is the awakener delicious? Chapter 19. The main theme is eating. Ha! Everyone heard the voice and turned to look. They saw a handsome young man standing quietly at the door with a calm expression on his face. Why is there another man here? The short and stout man frowned. The three zookeepers and the old night watchman were all terrified and shocked. Because they knew that there was no such person as Lin Dong here. He appeared out of thin air. Hiss. Several people gasped, feeling a chill down their spines. Is he a human or a ghost? The gentleman, however, showed no concern at all. He had killed countless people and had long since become numb. Man! Why not just kill him? So, the gentleman walked step by step towards Lin Dong, unaware that he was already walking towards the abyss. Kid, you're dressed pretty clean. Die! The man swung his fist at his chin. With his strength, he could easily kill an ordinary person with one blow. But Lin Dong stood still, not moving a muscle, with a red light flashing in his eyes. Then a strange scene unfolded. The man's fist actually passed through Lin Dong's body. The gentleman suddenly realized that something was wrong. He felt as if the man in front of him had become a ghost, clearly standing in front of him, but he could not touch him. Weird. He was instantly terrified. A strong sense of unease spread through his heart. The scene in front of him was really puzzling. Everyone behind him was also stunned. This man really had a problem. Immediately, Lin Dong waved his hand, and a dagger appeared, piercing the man's chest. There was no blood on the man's chest, but his expression was frozen, his pupils dilated, and he died of suffocation. This is also one of Lin Dong's abilities in the realm of the dead. It pierced his chest and directly attacked his heart. As his wrist turned, the dagger in his hand dug out the man's heart. The bright red heart was emitting heat and dripping blood. Ghost, ghost. The other people had never seen such a horrible scene before, and they were all shocked. Even the vicious short and stout man was trembling. Lin Dong observed the heart and discovered that the blood of the awakened person was not very clean, and the energy it contained was no different from that of an ordinary person. But then he thought, that's not quite right. According to the official news, the power of the awakened comes from the brain pills in their heads. Thinking of this, Lin Dong looked down at the limp corpse at his feet. He threw the dagger into the heart aside, then stabbed the man's forehead with a knife, cutting his head open. He found a round ball of flesh inside, about the size of a thumb. It contained pure energy and exuded a sweet fragrance. This looks good. Lin Dong took out the meatball and tried to put it in his mouth. Sure enough, it tasted very sweet, just like the taste of cherries for ordinary people. The power within it flowed into his limbs and bones, warming him up and making him feel very comfortable. Unfortunately, there was too little energy. Lin Dong was a bit disappointed. So, his eyes fell on the short, stocky man. The short and stout man immediately shuddered, as if he had been spotted by a fierce beast, and was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He quickly fled to the door, exclaiming in alarm, "Oh my God! It's a ghost! Don't kill me!" He had just reached the door and was about to rush out, but Lin Dong waved his long fingers and stabbed them into the back of his head. And using his ability to see through the skull, and took out his brain essence. The short and stout man's body collapsed, and he also fell to the ground, dead. Between the movements of his hands and feet, he killed 2 awakened people, which can be described as extremely cruel. "Please, don't kill me. Please, spare us." Several survivors, terrified of Lin Dong, were cowering in a ball, begging for mercy. Lin Dong looked at the several people. The flesh and blood of ordinary people means little to him. It's just dog food to him. "Well, I won't kill you." "Really, really?" Several people looked stunned, obviously a little surprised. Lin Dong nodded. "I'm not a monster." "Well." Several people opened their mouths and expressed their doubts. Before this, they thought that Lin Dong was even more terrifying than a devil. But just then, suddenly, a stench of blood filled the air outside the house, and a murderous aura spread. Oh! A howl of a wolf echoed throughout the zoo. The sound was extremely mournful and hysterical. It was a cry of the devil and a howl of the wolf. It makes one shiver. The old man's eyes widened in fear. "Oh no! We were too loud and attracted the monster back. It found us." "Oh?" Lin Dong turned his head and looked outside. Through the gap in the steel reinforcement, Lin Dong saw a scarlet eye, the size of a light bulb, with a bloodthirsty murderous aura, looking hard at the house. Several survivors were ashen. "It's the mutant beast that ate all the animals in the zoo. It's come back to eat us." Boom! As he spoke, the walls of the house were hit by a huge force. Dust began to fall from the ceiling. The beast was so powerful that after a few more blows, the steel reinforcement bars began to deform, making a sound that made one's teeth ache. Rumble! Finally, the wall was broken open. 2 hideous animal heads appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a huge wolf, 2 meters tall, and even bigger than a yak. The strangest thing was that the wolf had 2 heads. Its 4 bulbous eyes glowed with a murderous light, and its fangs were sharp and long, like daggers. It was clear that this was a mutant beast. Roar! The 2-headed wolf roared at the people in the room, ferocious and somewhat smug. The old man holding the tranquilizer gun pulled the trigger. "If you can run, run. I'm an old man, I've lived long enough. Let it eat me first." But the 2-headed wolf's fur was like steel needles, and his skin was so tough that the bullet might not even penetrate it, and it directly bounced the tranquilizer off. Oh no! Faced with such a fierce wolf, they had no room for resistance. The shot just now, instead, made the wolf even more furious. It was about to break through the shattered wall. Lin Dong stood there, looking at it with interest. Seeing the wolf's huge body, it was very strong and streamlined, as if it had a very good appetite. As a corpse king, the main thing is to eat. What will the taste of this wolf meat be? Ha! The few survivors were stunned. He still plans to eat wolf meat? At this time, the giant wolf had completely entered, standing in front of Lin Dong at a height of more than 2 meters. The 2 heads looked down at him with lowered eyes, and the body of the wolf, like a small mountain, was full of a sense of oppression. But Lin Dong looked straight at him, unafraid. The field of influence spreads. In an instant, the red light in his eyes became even brighter, and a bloody field spread out in all directions. Chapter 20, Childhood Memories. The Corpse King's realm enveloped the 2-headed wolf, and a strong sense of oppression filled the air. The giant wolf suddenly shuddered, as if it were in the deep sea, and the enormous pressure struck it, causing its limbs to go limp and it to fall to its knees with a thud. Woof! It let out a mournful cry, like a defeated dog. Its eyes were no longer fierce, but instead full of fear. It was as if Lin Dong's gaze alone caused the giant wolf to kneel to the ground. This scene before my eyes was truly shocking. It seems that the realm of the Corpse King also has a huge suppressive force on mutant beasts. The few survivors were dumbfounded, not expecting such an outcome. The man in front of them was too strong. Lin Dong was thinking at this moment, the giant wolf had 2 heads, were they 2 brain pills or 1? In order to verify this answer, Lin Dong walked up and used a dagger to split open the wolf's head, discovering that there was a brain pill inside each of the 2 wolf heads. But unfortunately, the brain pills were smaller in size. Not as good as the awakening one. If the brain dan of the awakened is a cherry, then the 2-headed wolf is a small cherry. Lin Dong devoured the 2 brain pills. The taste was still delicious, and the energy was pure. It was all absorbed, and his blood and chi were a little more vigorous. Immediately afterwards, he picked up the dagger and licked the blood on the blade. He found that the blood of the 2-headed wolf also tasted very good, and the energy it contained far exceeded that of cow blood and chicken blood. Not bad. Lin Dong was very satisfied, so he waved his hand and put it in the storage space, intending to show it off when he got home. As for the several living people behind him, Lin Dong didn't pay any attention to them at all. Because killing them is of little significance. It's like running a farm. You can keep them alive to continue the bloodline, or wait until they become awakened and then kill them. Lin Dong's body passed through the wall. It disappeared like a ghost. The few people behind him were so shocked that they couldn't speak for a long time. They didn't expect the terrifying wolf to be killed like that. What the hell, is that monster? When Lin Dong returned home, Su Xiaoro had already finished the housework for the day. "Boss, your clothes are all washed and ready to be changed." "Well, go rest," Lin Dong said. But Su Xiaoro covered her neck with one hand and shook her head. "Boss, I feel like my head is itchy. Is it time for me to wake up?" "Oh." Lin Dong glanced at her, and after observing her for a while, he said, "Go back and wash your hair." Su Xiaoro was speechless, her original vision shattered, and she turned and left the room. Lin Dong took a hot bath and changed into the clothes he had just washed. Then he put on a white scarf. He went to the dining table, picked up a knife and fork, cut off a piece of meat from the wolf he had just hunted, and started to eat it. The meat of the wolf tasted good and was very chewy. It was like ordinary people eating beef jerky. On the TV in front of him, the signal from the survivors was still being received. There are monsters. The beasts have not only mutated, some have even combined with the zombies. I just took a picture with the drone. Look. Lin Dong chewed on the meat and looked up at the TV screen. It was a giant python, as thick as a bucket, but the strangest thing was that the python had a zombie head. It was coiled around a house and looked very scary. This is because the python has eaten too many zombies and fused together. Not only that, but there are also many official shelters that have released news about the fusion monsters. For example, there are giant spiders with human faces, as big as cars, covered in fur, and their silk is stronger than steel. There are also rats the size of sows with human heads growing out of their backs. Dense. They are still screaming in pain. It's really delicious. Lin Dong thought to himself. It can be seen that it is still dangerous outside, with mutant monsters everywhere, constantly fleeing and killing, and you can lose your life if you are not careful. The human survivors not only have to guard against monsters, but also against their own kind. They will kill each other for food or beauty, completely shedding their good-natured pretenses. However, this bloodshed and violence has nothing to do with Lin Dong. He lives in a clean house. He also had servants to serve him. Life is very comfortable. It was a completely different world from the outside of the building. In addition, there are 3 little brothers guarding the outside, and the number of little brothers and little brothers has reached thousands. Neither human awakening beings nor mutant beasts dare to come here and make trouble. In this way, Lin Dong lived for another 10 days or so. During this time, he ate a lot of flesh and blood, enough to fill 100 tons of containers. I can't stop eating meat. Lin Dong's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. At this time, the corpse domain expanded, doubling in size to 20 meters, and it was even more powerful and long-lasting. However, in the last few days, Lin Dong discovered that there were often helicopters whizzing by outside the window, and human activity had become much more frequent. According to the information he has collected, this is because there are more human awakeners, and they are spreading out to rescue people. Now, the number of people in the official shelter in Jiangbei City has grown to 50,000, of which 7,000 are awakened ones. Moreover, a list of the top 100 awakened has been compiled, with serial numbers 001 to 100. From strongest to weakest. Number 001 is the strongest, and number 100 is the weakest. Of course, this is based on data analysis, and it has not been ranked in actual combat. In addition, they release news about the rescue teams going out every day to prevent survivors from being misled or deceived by people with ulterior motives. That day, Lin Dong happened to be watching TV. Most of the internet is down now, so there's not much to watch. The only thing that can be received is the signal from the shelter's radar. Today's rescue team news: we have dispatched rescue workers, Chang Lui and Sun Xiaoqian, to awaken people, who will soon land in the university town. Survivors nearby are asked to wait for rescue. Lin Dong didn't pay much attention to it at first, but when he heard those two names, he put down the glass in his hand and looked carefully. He noticed that two people's photos appeared. The first was a girl with bangs, long straight black hair, exceptionally fair skin, and big round eyes that were dark but lackluster, making them seem exceptionally hollow, like Mo's feelings. But the girl's appearance was definitely top-notch. Combined with her expressionless face, it makes people feel that the beauty is unreal, like a dummy. The second person is a man with dark skin, thin cheeks, and naturally curly hair. The most striking thing about him is his eyes, which are one straight and one squinted, as if full of wisdom. The man's photo, when placed next to the girl's, is a huge contrast in terms of appearance, like the difference between heaven and earth. But these two people, Lin Dong knew them all. His eyes involuntarily darted to the photos hanging on the wall. They were taken at the orphanage and contained almost all of his childhood memories. And both of them were in the photos. Of the two, Lin Dong was most impressed by Chang Lui. They used to play together as children, but then the orphanage director said that Chang Lui had a mental illness and sent her to a mental hospital, and he never saw her again. He also had some impression of the other child, Sun Xiaoqian. He remembered that Sun Xiaoqian had a birth defect and was mentally retarded. He had one eye that was always on guard, and his parents abandoned him. In this regard, Lin Dong recalled a classic case. When Sun Xiaoqian was 12 years old, he had a hamster, but when the hamster got sick, Sun Xiaoqian fed it rat poison directly. The photo on the TV screen in front of him completely stirred up Lin Dong's memories. I haven't seen my childhood friend for 10 years. I just didn't expect it. They got together and formed a rescue team. Can a psychopath and an imbecile save people? Chapter 21 Rescue. Chang Lui did have a mental illness. While she was in the mental hospital, she had a tendency to self-harm. After the apocalypse, she became one of the first to awaken. She was ranked 001 in the refuge and was known as the strongest person. Her awakening ability is lethal pain. The more pain she feels, the stronger she becomes, with an extremely high upper limit. Sun Xiaoqian is ranked 002, with the ability to fearlessly transform into a madman. The lower the IQ, the more courageous the person tends to be. Sun Xiaoqian can enter a state of frenzy, where his IQ is completely reduced to 0, but his strength is greatly enhanced. At this time, Cheng Lui stood in the corridor of the university classroom, wearing a white and blue striped hospital gown, with a bandage wrapped around his right arm and a fire axe in his hand. Roar! Two zombies in front of him were snarling and pouncing on him like mad. Cheng Lui's expressionless face swung the axe, smashed their heads. Blood splattered on the corridor walls, leaving a trail of bright marks. Hurry up! Behind Cheng Lui were several trembling survivors. At this moment, behind them, in the corner of the corridor, the sound of shuffling footsteps and the roaring of the zombies could be heard. They turned around. They saw a large number of zombies rushing out, crowding and trampling each other, filling the entire corridor and sweeping in like a flood. Oh my God! So many zombies! Run! The survivors were terrified and followed Cheng Lui all the way. But ordinary humans are no match for the zombies, and the distance between them is getting closer and closer. But fortunately, not far ahead was a stairwell. If they could get there and close the door, they could keep the zombies out. Cheng Luoi swung his fire axe and chopped down a few zombies blocking the way. He then turned sideways and slipped into the stairwell. The survivors behind him followed one after another. But one girl accidentally stepped on the bloodstains of the zombies and slipped, falling to the ground. Ah! She let out a cry of surprise. But when Cheng Luoi looked over, he saw that the girl would soon be swallowed up by the tide of corpses, so he didn't bother anymore and closed the door to the stairwell with his backhand. Hoo. The surrounding area became quiet, and several students were panting heavily. But one boy's eyes were wide with anger. Why didn't you save Xiaoye just now? And you locked her out? There was nothing I could do to save her, Cheng Luoi said coldly. But the boy was still anxious. Xiao Yu is our classmate. She's usually very nice. We have to save her. We can't give up on anyone. Oh. Cheng Luoi nodded and turned around to open the door. But then she grabbed the boy's arm and pushed him out of the way. Bang! Then she slammed the door shut. At the end of the world, kill the virgin first. Anyone else want to save someone? Cheng Luoi asked, glancing around. The remaining survivors all shivered, not daring to breathe, and just shook their heads desperately. They had already discovered that this person in front of them was not someone to be trifled with. The helicopter is on the roof. Let's go up. Cheng Luoi walked down the stairs. The hallway was very quiet, and there were no zombies. Occasionally, a few zombie corpses could be seen, which had already been killed by others. There seemed to be other awakened people in the school. If you rescue an awakened person, you'll get a lot of credit, and the refuge will give you 2 extra pounds of flour. Just as they were about to reach the roof, at the entrance to the stairwell on the top floor, a young man appeared, holding a bloody paper knife in his hand. The young man stood there, staring coldly at the others. Did you kill the zombies here? Cheng Luoi asked, raising his eyes. Yes, it was me. The young man was also a student at the school, but had already become an awakened person. Very good. Cheng Luoi nodded and said, come with me to the shelter. But the young man shook his head, and a look of madness flashed in his eyes. Why should I go to the shelter? I'll be under someone's control there. It's so much better out here, free and easy. I think you should stay with me. Zhang Su, are you crazy? A girl in the back shouted. Some people suddenly gain abilities, and their personalities inevitably change. You dare to accuse me? A hideous look flashed across the boy's face, and he grabbed the paper knife, leapt forward, and plunged the blade downwards. Poochie! But the paper knife didn't stab the girl, instead it was blocked by an arm wrapped in bandages, and the blade sank into it, spilling blood and staining the bandages a deep red. It was like a big red flower blooming slowly. The owner of that arm was Cheng Luoi. After being stabbed, her expression remained unchanged. The boy frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Does this guy not feel pain? At this moment, the bandage on Cheng Luoi's arm happened to slowly fall off, revealing the skin underneath. The boy looked down and his eyes widened in surprise, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Because on her arm, there were scars of all sizes, some of which had already healed and some of which were just scabbing over, looking shocking. Those were the scars she had left behind. Pain, how wonderful it is. Cheng Luoi's mouth curled up slightly, triggering her ability, lethal pain, and then she pushed the boy's chin with her left hand, with such great force that it made his head tilt backwards. Crack! The boy's neck snapped, and he fell to the ground. 2 caddies of flour are gone. When Cheng Luoi brought the survivors to the roof, there was a helicopter parked in the distance, and a thin figure with his back to them. This person is Sun Xiaoqiang, and what is strange is that he is holding a zombie in his hand. Whole demon, this is Whole 2, please respond. Sun Xiaoqiang stretched his collar with one hand and said into the walkie-talkie. Hey, what are you doing? Cheng Luoi asked from behind him. Sun Xiaoqiang was suddenly stunned, turned his head and looked at him, revealing his trademark wise eyes. I've already saved the people. I want to ask you what's going on. Are you in trouble? Was the person you saved a human? Cheng Luoi glanced at him and said. Sun Xiaoqiang turned around and saw that he was holding a zombie, which was still stretching its neck and biting his arm. Ha! It was a human just now, when did it mutate? Sorry. Bang! He waved his fist and punched the zombie in the face, knocking it down the stairs with his powerful force. At this time, Lin Dong was still watching TV at home. He never expected it. Would see the name of his childhood friend on the rescue team list. Maybe out of curiosity, there was nothing else to do anyway. Lin Dong took out his phone and logged onto the official website of the shelter. He wanted to find out more about the two of them. Sure enough, on the list of rescue team members, he saw the two photos again. And at the bottom, there was also a brief introduction, like a personal statement. Under the photo of Cheng Lui, it says, "I, a gentle girl, am afraid of pain." Sun Xiaoqiang also had one. "I, handsome boy, am brave and wise." Chapter 22, The Tide of Corpses. These two people. If it weren't for Sun Xiaoqiang's, Lin Dong would have almost believed it. On the official website of this shelter, there is not only information about rescue teams. There are also sections for help, mutual assistance, and communication. Many people in the shelter are complaining on it. "I'm starving to death. Can anyone give me something to eat? I'll pay with sex. I'm a professional model. Damn it. I'd love to give you some, but I don't have any either. I'm so hungry, I'll give you some milk to drink. Hey, upstairs, is that real milk? Hey, I dug foundations yesterday and the shelter rewarded me with a quarter of a pack of instant noodles. It's too much, I can't finish it. The soup is not diluted at all, I just gulp it down. It's all about waste." It's clear that supplies are very tight in the shelter, but population is productive, so they are rescuing survivors everywhere. Among them, someone forwarded a research report from Tycho. According to our research, the brains of high-level zombies can produce brain essence, which can be absorbed by human awakened ones to rapidly increase their strength. Therefore, our company is currently capturing the King of the Dead and designating it as the Operation King Hunt. This Tektronix company had a zombie extermination plan before, and now it has a King Hunter operation. It's been very arrogant lately. Lin Dong was thinking. Suddenly, he heard a loud, guttural wailing outside the door. Why is he crying? Judging from the sound, it wasn't the female zombie Hachi, but the tall and powerful tank. Lin Dong went to the door and opened it. Sure enough, a burly figure came into view. The tank had a muscular body, but there was a dark mark on his large face, as if he had been burned. There were also bullet wounds on his body, but he was strong and healthy, and they had all healed, so there was no big deal. Due to evolution, Tank also has basic emotions. At this time, he was crying very sadly, like a child weighing more than 200 pounds. His crying only conveyed one meaning. Someone is bullying me. What's going on? Lin Dong asked. Woohoo, woohoo, woohoo. The tank driver danced and gestured, like a child who was looking for a parent to complain to, but with his current intelligence, he could not fully express himself clearly. At this moment, the zombie doctor stood up from behind him. Your Majesty, they are humans. They have taken over the prison and want to hunt us down. Some of them have crystallized cores and can control fire. Oh. Lin Dong nodded, already knowing what was going on. Once the human awakening brain Dan evolves into a crystal core, it will awaken its abilities. Obviously, it is a fire-type superpower. What does the crystal core taste like? He had eaten both the meat of the mutant beast and the brain pills, and they were both delicious. He had only tried the crystal core. But I think this crystal core must be stronger than the brain Dan. Lin Dong stayed at home for half a month, and thought it was time to go out and explore. So, he gave the signal to his brothers to go hunting. Roar! The tank stopped crying and let out a roar. This roar seemed to trigger a chain reaction, and thousands of zombies near the building all became excited and roared continuously. Lin Dong came to the messy street, followed by 3 younger brothers, Tank, Hachi, and Doctor. However, behind the 3 little brothers were thousands of vicious zombies. A large wave of zombies has already formed. With the strength of this group of zombies, they can also walk sideways in this terrifying apocalypse. The mutant rats and snakes on the street saw the fierce tide of zombies and screamed in fear, fleeing in all directions. The whole army attacks. Roar! At the command of Lin Dong, the corpse-tide roared, then ran forward furiously, heading straight for the prison. At this time, there are more than 100 people guarding the prison. They are armed and wearing uniforms from the Tech Corporation. Using the prison walls and guard towers, ordinary zombies can't get in at all. So they were quite relaxed. In one room, a young man was sitting on the sofa, with two beautiful women in front of him, serving him. The young man is a fire-type psionic, named Zhang Xiaoyuan. For him, getting women in the end times is too easy. All he needs to do is give them 2 pieces of bread. Before the end of the world, Zhang Xiaoyuan was still a 996 overtime worker. Now he is an awakened person, invited by the Take Company, and is well fed and well taken care of. It's so comfortable. Zhang Xiaoyuan couldn't help but sigh. Because at this stage, there are not many awakened people who can condense a crystal core. Zhang Xiaoyuan has killed high-level zombies and absorbed their brain essence, making him a strong fighter in the human camp. He still needs to hunt down more corpse kings, constantly evolving, in the Doomsday novel. Am I not the protagonist? He thought to himself. In the end times, there is food and drink. The goddess who once wouldn't even look at him is now at his feet, serving him obediently. It's a template for a loser's counterattack. But just then, someone rushed in. Zhanggu, the drone we released, has captured footage of a wave of corpses heading this way. A tide of corpses? Zhang Xiaoyuan's face did not change, and he was not afraid. On the contrary, he thought, if it is a tide of corpses, there must be a corpse king to guide it, and it can be hunted down to obtain the brain pill. Let's go out and take a look. Zhang Xiaoyuan immediately went to the top of the watchtower on the high wall. He looked far away and saw that the streets were indeed filled with zombies. Countless zombies were running frantically, and their howls were incessant. They're quite fierce. When they enter the attack range, fire at them. Yes. The man next to him agreed. When the zombie army gets close, the firepower points on the high wall will start shooting at the order of one. Bullets will rain down like a metal storm. But many of Lin Dong's younger brothers have already evolved, with exceptionally strong bodies and the ability to heal. A few shots won't hurt them. They get up from the ground and continue to charge forward. Before long, the tide of corpses reached the base of the wall and began to form a human wall. Hachi smiled strangely. Now he had a strong jumping ability. He jumped onto a zombie and jumped directly onto the high wall. He opened the belly of a guard with a swipe of his paw. And Tank picked up a boulder and threw it like a discus, spinning a few times before throwing it up. Boom! The boulder smashed the guard tower, causing the people inside to fall off the wall. Something's wrong. Zhang Xiaoyuan felt something was wrong and realized that these zombies were not ordinary. Until a crossbow bolt shot over, piercing the head of a guard standing next to him. Holy shit! Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoyuan realized where the problem lay. Chapter 23, Taking the Prison. This is a group of highly evolved zombies that work together and have good intelligence. Zhang Xiaoyuan also saw that the tank was extremely fierce and was killing people like crazy. He had fought with the tank before and beaten it off. Obviously, he came back for revenge. These guys can actually hold a grudge? Zhang Xiaoyuan's brow furrowed. Brother Yuan, look over there. The guards nearby were surprised. Because among the tide of corpses, there was a young man wearing a white shirt, spotless, and completely out of place with the ugly zombies around him. He looked at everything with a blank expression and indifference. Is this a human or a ghost? Zhang Xiaoyuan was also extremely surprised. After the end of the world, even humans are rarely that clean. The young man standing there gave people a sense of unreality. To describe it with a slang, his background is too fake. Quick! Aim at him and shoot. Zhang Xiaoyuan immediately gave the order. The guards next to him immediately turned their guns around, and the fire spewed out, with countless bullets pouring out. Lin Dong stood still, not moving at all. A flash of red light in his eyes. The bullets that were originally shot at him actually passed right through him, hitting the ground behind him. Holy shit! Zhang Xiaoyu was shocked. The scene before his eyes was really too strange. As the guards on the wall were killed one after another, the firepower became weaker and weaker. The zombies in the corner of the wall were crowded together, layer upon layer, and a human ladder had been built, with the upper zombies climbing up the wall. Roar! They had hideous faces, snarling and snapping at anyone they saw, ferocious and vicious. Several guards were thrown to the ground and eaten frantically. The rest of the guards were terrified and lost their composure. It looked like the outer wall was about to fall. Hurry! Retreat to the safe house. Zhang Xiaoyuan quickly ordered. The guards had already wanted to run away, and they turned and fled, occasionally turning around to shoot, blocking the zombies from chasing. However, Hachi was the fastest. Her claws were already stained red with blood, and her face was extremely excited, enjoying the killing. Seeing humans flee, it further aroused her desire to hunt, so she swung her legs and chased after them, leaving trails of shadows in her wake. In between breaths, she had already killed 5 or 6 humans. This is a swift corpse king. Zhang Xiaoyuan made a judgment, and at the same time, flames ignited from his hands, filling the air with a burning scent as he used his fire-based supernatural power. If he doesn't stop her, not many of his men will survive. With a wave of his hand, 2 fireballs smashed towards Hachi. Hachi reacted quickly and jumped back to avoid them. Boom! Boom! The fireballs burst open, forming a wall of fire. Only then did the guards retreat to the buildings behind the wall of fire. Zhang Xiaoyuan glanced over his shoulder and saw that among the corpses was Lin Dong's figure was walking over step by step. Sigh. Zhang Xiaoyuan didn't dare to stay for long, and quickly jumped down from the high wall and retreated into the building. He felt that Lin Dong was very strange, and he hadn't figured out what kind of ability it was. Now that the outer wall had been breached, Lin Dong walked slowly and deliberately into the building. He didn't attack right away. He also wanted to see how strong the human awakening was. Although his own Corpse King realm is very strong, if he uses it to its full extent, it can only last for 5 minutes. If he acts rashly, he might get his clothes dirty. After a brief confrontation, more than 2/3 of the 100-odd guards in the prison had been killed, leaving less than 40. Lin Dong had suffered almost no losses and led the zombie army straight into the prison. The tank followed behind him, and on his ugly face, a childlike smile appeared, indicating that he was very happy. Finally, I've got my revenge. Let you bully me. Inside the prison, Zhang Xiaoyuan and the others built a safe house, all made of 10 centimeters thick alloy, including the roof and floor, with no dead ends and extremely sturdy. There are only a few fist-sized holes in the front wall. These are the fire ports, which can be used to shoot outwards, and also have a ventilation function. Phew! After everyone had taken refuge in the safe house, they finally let out a sigh of relief. These zombies are so fierce. Yes, they are different from the previous waves of zombies. Of course not. Have you ever seen a zombie use a weapon? Believe it or not, I almost got killed by a zombie with a knife. These monsters have evolved too quickly. Several guards sighed. However, Lin Dong's vanguard had already chased them here. They had ugly faces, scratching at the walls and roaring constantly, but the alloy walls were too thick, and the zombies really couldn't get in. Use the satellite phone to contact headquarters and request support. Although we are safe now, we cannot be trapped here by the zombies. Zhang Xiaoyuan ordered. Understood. The guard next to him quickly agreed. Rumble. At this time, the tank smashed several walls in a row and rushed straight to the safe house. Seeing his enemy hiding in the turtle shell, he was very unhappy and swung his huge fists, smashing them several times. Bang! 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 The safe house trembled, but the alloy walls were too thick for the tank to break through. Humph! You big dummy, you can't get in, can you? Zhang Xiaoyuan was not worried at all. This safe house was built to prevent powerful undead kings or powerful mutant monsters. Hoo, damn humans! The tank was furious and roared repeatedly. Zhang Xiaoyuan analyzed that with a brain the size of a tank, he could not possibly lead such a well-trained wave of corpses. It must be that clean-looking young man, he thought to himself. Suddenly, all the zombies outside suddenly became quiet and stopped making any noise. It was like a noisy classroom, and the head teacher suddenly walked in. Ha! What's going on? Why are they suddenly quiet? This group of zombies is so strange. The sudden silence took everyone by surprise. It was the first time they had seen anything like it since the end of the world. The zombies stood still, and then, amazingly, they all made way for each other. This. People were even more surprised, having never seen such zombies before. Then. A young figure slowly walked from afar. Haji and the zombie doctor, one on the left and one on the right, followed behind him, with a very clear hierarchy. Far. These zombies are so strange. One of the subordinates was shocked. Zhang Xiaoyuan's eyes were fixed, and he was also shocked. It's okay, they can't get in anyway. We'll just wait for help. Yes. The subordinates nodded, feeling slightly relieved. With the strength of the safe house, even if a missile comes, it won't be able to blow it up. So there's no need to worry about the zombies breaking in. Pa! You son of a bitch zombies, come in and bite me? Right. You're so full of yourself, aren't you? Damn it, my brothers have all been bitten to death by you. Several guards were under too much pressure, had seen too many bloody scenes, and had comrades die before their eyes. Taking advantage of the current safety, they wanted to vent. They even aimed their guns at the fire exit and fired around. But just as the fire was burning, Lin Dong's figure approaching suddenly disappeared. Chapter 24, the operation continues. Stop. Idiot. Zhang Xiaoyuan quickly stopped his men because, apart from wasting bullets, it was completely useless. Moreover, he had already discovered that Lin Dong had disappeared, as if he had evaporated into thin air. A strong sense of unease filled his heart. A strange feeling came over him. Where did he go? But the next second, the slender figure reappeared, and what was different from before was that Lin Dong actually came directly into the house. Holy shit! Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, and they even rubbed their eyes, doubting that they had seen it wrong. How did he get in? What the hell is going on? Damn it! What the hell? He's not a zombie, he's a ghost. People suddenly stood on end, like frightened cats. Under the strong fear. Some people subconsciously took out their guns and were about to pull the trigger. But Lin Dong had already activated the Zombie King's realm, and a huge sense of oppression came over everyone. It was as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs, and their bodies instantly froze in place. Zhang Xiaoyuan, as an awakened person, had a more acute perception. It seemed to him that behind Lin Dong, an endless sea of blood had emerged, surrounding everyone. Hulala! Under the immense pressure, his hands spontaneously burst into flames. As an awakened person who has condensed a crystal core, his physique far exceeds that of ordinary people, and he can barely move in the realm of the Corpse King. Die! He clenched his teeth and used all his strength, swinging his fist wrapped in flames towards Lin Dong. Lin Dong stared at him. This was also his first time fighting an Awakener, so he didn't have much experience. Moreover, he didn't have a clear understanding of his own strength. He didn't even know how strong he was. I should try it out. Lin Dong thought to himself. Although it was a test, the opponent was after all an awakened person who had condensed a crystal core, so he must not underestimate his opponent. Therefore, Lin Dong also used all his strength and punched out a punch. Bang! There was only a muffled sound. Between the two punches, Zhang Xiaoyuan's flames went out, and his entire arm, which was as fragile as a piece of foam board, instantly exploded. His body was hit by a huge force, as if he had been hit by a train, and he flew backwards, crashing into the alloy wall. Pop! It was even worse than falling from the 30th floor, and he was completely crushed to pieces. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. He died like that? It seems that the awakened person who condensed the crystal core is not very good either. Zhang Xiaoyuan's subordinates were all stunned at this moment. They had just been praying that Zhang Xiaoyuan would save them. But they never expected it. In the middle of this punch, he died. The opponent was too strong. He's not a ghost, he's a demon. The end really has come. The guards were filled with despair. They were unable to move under the pressure of the realm of the Corpse King, and some of the weak-willed had already fainted. Lin Dong walked forward and extracted a crystal core from Zhang Xiaoyuan's shattered skull. Unlike the brain pill, the crystal nucleus is transparent and the size of a pigeon egg, exuding a more fragrant aroma. The energy it contains is also far greater than that of the brain pill. It's like handmade pilaf. Lin Dong swallowed the crystal nucleus into his mouth, where it immediately melted, was exceptionally sweet, and had a warm current that flowed into his limbs and bones. The pure energy was quickly absorbed, nourishing his body. Lin Dong was very satisfied. The energy of this crystal core is at least equivalent to 10 brain pills. He took out a tissue and kept wiping his hands. He turned and walked out. He opened the security door. "Children, it's time to eat." Roar! The zombies immediately roared with excitement, rushed into the safe house, and devoured the guards. The hysterical screams continued to explode. But soon, it was quiet again. The hunt was over, and the prison, which had just been taken over by Tektronics, had fallen again. The zombies wandered around, and the place was desolate. From time to time, black crows would land and peck at the rotting flesh of the zombies. At this time, Lin Dong led the tide of corpses back to their lair. As usual, Lin Dong first took a bath and changed into clean clothes. Perhaps because of the crystal core, he didn't feel very hungry, so he took out a goblet, poured some blood into it, and drank it. He looked exceptionally relaxed. It was as if he had turned from the terrifying corpse king into the boy next door. "Boss, what were you doing just now?" Su Xiao, who was mopping the floor nearby, chatted with him. After all, the only person she could communicate with was Lin Dong, and she was usually too bored. Lin Dong didn't even turn his head. "Nothing, I went out to eat some pilaf." Su Xiao's expression changed. "It's already the end of the world, so where can you find hand-picked rice outside?" With her clever mind, she could of course guess what it was. "Forget it. Let's not communicate. We don't speak the same language." After every hunt, Lin Dong would stay in his lair for a few days. He doesn't care about the dangers outside, even though the demons are dancing around. It has nothing to do with him. Lin Dong still takes in energy every day and continues to evolve. Since the end of the world, he has never stopped eating flesh and blood. Therefore, Lin Dong's concept of his own strength is somewhat blurred. He originally wanted to find Zhang Xiaoyuan to experiment with him, but he turned out to be too weak and died from a single punch. Is there a stronger opponent? But Lin Dong's killing of Zhang Xiaoyuan and the subsequent fall of the prison caused a huge stir on the internet. Because both the official refuge and Tycho are paying close attention to this matter. On the official website of Tektronics, once the prison fall was released, there were many comments from the bottom. Tech Corporation is no exception. Didn't they have the Operation Hunt the King before? It seems like it failed. Zhang Xiaoyuan is the awakened crystallization nucleus, and he is one of the top 10 in our official refuge, right? Yes. He was killed before he could even be rescued. It's really scary. OMG, has such a powerful corpse king evolved? Goodness. Will this corpse king attack our refuge? People are talking about it. Although it is the end of the world, there are still 3,000 comments. Because the internet is down, the only way survivors can receive signals is through the official shelter website and the official website of the Tech Corporation. Tech Corporation. Tech Corporation is not happy about it. It quickly issued another statement. Regarding the prison fall incident, our company will not let it go. We have already found traces of Zhang Xiaoyuan's necromancer, and will soon find the location of his necromancer's nest. We will send out the Awakening Squad and the ultimate killing machine, the Chaser, to wipe out all the zombies in his lair. Operation Hunting King continues. Chapter 25, Assassination. Continue? Lin Dong's mouth curled up slightly, thinking that this idea was indeed good, and that they should continue to hunt down human awakened ones to obtain crystal cores to replenish their energy. He hadn't had enough cherries yet. Moreover, Lin Dong didn't like to be disturbed in his nest. The best way to keep people from finding him was to go out and kill them all. So, Lin Dong gave a command to Hachi to go out and look for the traces of human awakened ones. Because Hachi is fast enough to be a qualified scout. Hachi smiled strangely, quickly left the nest, and disappeared around the corner. Night falls. The darkness enveloped the earth. Due to the power outage in Zhongbei City, the streetlights were not lit, and it was completely dark. In the pitch-black night, the roars of the zombies and the mutant monsters could be heard constantly, and bloody killings were taking place at all times. Lin Dong stood in front of his window, staring out. The zombies have excellent night vision, and even from the 20th floor, they can still see the detailed street view below. At this moment, a ghostly figure rushed into the building. It's Hachi. Your Majesty. I found a group of humans hiding in a warehouse in the Dafa supermarket. There are more than 10 awakened people wearing the same uniforms as the ones today. Hachi reports. Now, with her intelligence, she is equivalent to a 10-year-old child, and can express herself clearly on anything that is not too complicated. More than 10 awakened people. Wearing the same uniforms. Lin Dong didn't have to think too hard to know that they were from the Tech Corporation, because no other forces would be wearing the same uniform in the face of the apocalypse. They were guarding the supermarket warehouse, presumably because they had found a large amount of supplies and were trying to find a way to transport them back. In this apocalypse, transportation is definitely a problem. After all, not everyone has storage space. Let's go take a look. Lin Dong said simply. Hachi immediately became excited, his mouth curling up to the roots of his ears, revealing a big, weird smile. At night, it is the best time to hunt zombies. But this time was different from before. The zombies all followed Lin Dong silently without making a sound, heading towards the target location. The zombie army seemed to blend into the darkness like ghosts. There are more than 200 humans in the Dafa supermarket, of which more than 100 are ordinary survivors, and the rest are employees of the Take Company. Among them, there were 12 awakened people. Because this large warehouse stores supplies worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and is related to the food supply of tens of thousands of people, it is extremely important to them and cannot afford any mistakes. When will all this stuff be transported back? With just 200 of us, we'll be exhausted just moving it. A young man on night watch complained. The person next to him took a puff of his cigarette and exhaled. Who cares? We'll wait for someone to come from above. We have food and drink, cigarettes and alcohol, so we'll just keep guarding. The key is, we can't go back to the company, it doesn't feel safe outside. The young man was very insecure. The man next to him laughed. No way, you're not worried that the zombies will come in? We have 12 awakened people here, and the zombies will die if they come in. Ha! I hope so. The young man let out a sigh. It was late at night, and he was inevitably a little sleepy. Brother Nan, give me a cigarette to wake me up. What they didn't know was that at this time, the supermarket was surrounded by thousands of zombies. They stood there quietly, like stakes, their eyes growing more and more fierce, like evil spirits in the dark. As soon as Lin Dong gives the order, they will charge forward fearlessly, regardless of their own lives. So many awakened people. Lin Dong sensed the human scent inside and suddenly felt that the current situation should not be stormed. He himself was fine. The key is that the younger brothers can easily suffer heavy losses. The elite zombies that he brought out today can all understand commands and follow instructions. So Lin Dong decided to take the initiative this time. He would find an opportunity to assassinate a few of the awakened. Then he would launch a general attack. Immediately, he told his subordinates to stay put and went forward alone. As he walked, his figure disappeared into the darkness and slowly disappeared. Using his ability to pass through walls, Lin Dong had already entered the supermarket. He was silent, like a ghost. He had to be careful. Lin Dong looked around. After all, there were 12 awakened people here. He used his full power of the realm of the Corpse King, which could only last for 5 minutes at most. If he is delayed by a battle, he may run into some trouble. Lin Dong felt the human scent and slowly walked forward. Although he was in the dark, the surrounding scenery was clearly visible. The first floor of the shopping mall is where gold and silver jewelry, diamonds, and other items are sold. In the end times, these things are useless. Now they are just sitting here, and no one is touching them. Lin Dong continued to walk forward and arrived at the first floor lobby. The sound of human breathing here is even clearer, and there are even faint snores. Lin Dong glanced and saw dozens of people sleeping on the floor, most of them already asleep. Of course, there were also those who weren't sleeping, playing with their phones. The faint light from the screen reflected a bald face. He has lost all his hair, but he's still staying up late? In a large supermarket like this, there are generators, so it's normal to be able to use your phone. Lin Dong didn't disturb them because these were ordinary survivors. Moreover, Lin Dong had already locked onto his target, who was in a single room not far away. There were 3 people there, an awakened person and 2 women. Lin Dong walked over silently. Using his ability to pass through walls, he entered the room. This room was originally a shop, but it was converted into a bedroom by moving in a bed. The air was filled with a lewd and lustful atmosphere. On the bed were a young man and 2 women, all of them naked. Without thinking, you know what happened. In this doomsday, the awakened naturally became the most sought-after men, with countless women throwing themselves at them. Moreover, they face the ferocious monsters every day, and the pressure on their minds is enormous. They don't know when they will die, so they take chastity lightly and are more willing to indulge. Lin Dong took out a dagger and stabbed it straight into the young man's forehead. In order not to make a sound. He used his ability to pass through the skull and disperse the brain, and then picked it up, sending a brain pill flying out. Obviously, this awakener is relatively low level and has not yet condensed a crystal core. Lin Dong is not picky. He put it directly in his mouth, and it still tasted like a cherry. The 2 women were still sleeping soundly, completely unresponsive. It seems that they were really tired before. If they wake up later and find themselves sleeping next to a dead body, they should be very scared. Lin Dong was more considerate of women, so in order not to scare the 2, he took out his dagger and stabbed them in the heart one by one. Chapter 26 Midnight Fright. Lin Dong still used his ability to attack the inside directly, so as to avoid the blood from flowing out and the bloody smell from disturbing the other awakened people. Their noses are very sensitive. After killing these 3 people, Lin Dong went to the next room. There was a female awakener sleeping here, also sound asleep. Lin Dong did the same thing and took out her brain essence. That's it. Lin Dong killed 5 awakened ones in a row and devoured their braindan. This feeling suddenly made Lin Dong think of when he was a child. In the backyard of the orphanage, there was a cherry tree. Whenever the cherries were ripe, he would go with Chang Lui and a group of children to pick cherries to eat. Even after so many years, Lin Dong still remembers it vividly, as if it happened yesterday. It was his lost childhood. Unexpectedly, on this occasion, it made him recall that time. With fond memories, Lin Dong planned to continue killing. But when he passed through the wall again, he found himself in a large warehouse, where there were many supplies, including oil, salt, rice, flour, soy sauce, vinegar, tea, drinks, instant noodles, sausages, bread, and basically everything you could find in a supermarket. Lin Dong was also very unceremonious, and with a wave of his hand, he put everything in the storage space. He walked further. It's still a big warehouse. This is where the fresh meat is, including ice shrimp and crabs. Because there is a backup generator, everything is frozen perfectly. Lin Dong waved his hand and took it all away. Continuing on, it's still a warehouse. There are 4 such large warehouses, which shows how much can be stored. There are all kinds of household appliances, brooms, mops, detergents, and everything else. Only the warehouse for storing vegetables has a large-scale rot. But Lin Dong said it didn't matter. Because he is a carnivore. But at this time, the 2 awakened ones who were on night watch outside had already sensed that something was wrong. Brother Nan, it's already 2:05. Why hasn't Go Shang come to relieve us? I don't know. The middle-aged man is also acting strangely. Could it be that he was too tired last night? I'll go and talk to him. Maybe he's deliberately not taking over, just to stay a little longer. The young man looked very angry. He walked straight to the first room and knocked on the door. Go Shang, get up and take over. Hurry up. Hey, did you hear me? Don't play dead with me. No matter how hard he knocked, there was no movement inside. The young man felt something was wrong. He immediately used brute force to push the door open. He looked into the room and saw a man and 2 women lying on the bed, but their skin was pale and lifeless. They were completely dead. Holy shit! Something's wrong. Somebody help! The young man immediately exclaimed. His trembling, panicked cry was like a thunderclap, which exploded in the hall, completely breaking the silence of the night. Countless people woke up from their sleep, dazed and confused, rubbing their eyes as they walked over. What's going on? What's going on? Could it be that the zombies have come in? The survivors gathered around and discussed it in a few words. But no one noticed. In the crowd, a slender young man stood with a blank expression, staring at everything with indifference. He is named Li Nan, an awakened crystallized core, and is considered the leader here. Xiao Lu, what's going on? Brother Nan, go Shang, he's dead. The young man said hurriedly. What? Li Nan looked into the room and his brows furrowed. The survivors behind him also discussed it. How did he die? He probably got overexcited and fell off his horse. No way. Those two women are dead too. Could it be that they had an infectious disease? Li Nan's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. With his keen sense, he had already sensed that the energy in Go Shang's body was completely gone, and it was obvious that his brain had been dug out. But there's no wound on his body. This is impossible. The brain is fine, but the brain dan has been dug out. What about the people who live next door to him? Let's ask them. I don't know. Lu looked confused. Li Nan looked forward and found that the doors to 4 rooms in a row were still tightly closed. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. The awakened have keen senses. They couldn't have not heard such a loud noise. Unless. Bang! 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 Li Nan forcibly opened the 4 doors one after another. Inside, as expected, there was a cold corpse lying there. SSSHH. Everyone gasped in shock. They are dead. They are all dead. At that moment, a girl ran over from the warehouse, her face full of anxiety. Brother Nan, the warehouse. There's nothing left in the warehouse either. What? Li Nan's eyes went dark and he almost fainted. He quickly ran to the front of the warehouses. He found that the warehouse, which had originally been full, was now empty. It must be an illusion. I must have been under someone else's mental control. Li Nan shook his head repeatedly, unable to believe what he was seeing. Because some awakened people or mutant monsters do have the ability to control the mind. No matter how hard he concentrated. He realized that what he saw was reality, not an illusion. How is this possible? Li Nan's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip from it. The rest of the people were also silent. There were hundreds of people, but there was complete silence, and no one spoke. Of the original 12 awakened, 5 died for no apparent reason, and now there are only 7 left. The most important thing is? All the supplies in the warehouse are gone. How can we survive now? Something must have come in. Li Nan calmly analyzed. The woman next to him asked. Brother Nan, how can you kill 5 awakened people without making a sound and rob hundreds of millions of supplies? I don't know either. Li Nan frowned, looking around, but he might not have left yet, lurking in this building. Ha! Everyone was terrified. The entire Dafa supermarket has 6 floors, and they dare not turn on the lights for fear of attracting zombies or powerful mutant beasts. At this time, only weak lighting is turned on, and the visible range does not exceed 20 meters. Everything around is pitch black. The thought of a monster that killed 5 awakened people lurking in the dark gave them a strong sense of unease. People looked around, afraid that a monster would pop out. But at this time, Lin Dong was standing in the middle of the crowd. There are still 7 other awakened among them, 5 of whom have relatively strong blood energy, and it is estimated that they have condensed crystal nuclei, and their abilities are ominous. Now there is no rush to attack, so we can play with them. This happened. All the survivors were frowning, their hearts filled with negative energy. Compared to the 5 awakened who had died, they were more concerned about food and the monsters in the darkness. There's no food here. What will we do? Shua, I gave you a chocolate yesterday, right? You better give it back to me. Brother Nan, can you take us back to Tech Corporation? Or, we can ask for some supplies. People said in a chorus. Li Nan nodded. I'll think about it. Although he said so, he was thinking to himself that he had lost hundreds of millions of dollars worth of supplies, killed 5 people, and then asked the company for reinforcements. This was definitely a big deal. If the company blames him, he might be directly experimented on. The best solution now is to not tell the company, to keep it a secret from them, and then during this time, find the monster and take back the supplies. Chapter 27 Melting into the darkness. Immediately, the 7 awakened gathered together to discuss a countermeasure. In the darkness, Li Nan was the first to speak. In my opinion, we can't report this to the company. We have to find the supplies back. Yes. The other 6 nodded, knowing the stakes. If the company's upper management knew, the consequences would be serious. But the young man had doubts. Brother Nan, we don't have a clue right now. How are we going to find it? We will definitely find a clue. It is impossible that there is no trace of the stolen goods. Li Nan analyzed and said, and the monster is probably still in the mall. We can mobilize the survivors to look for it together. I don't believe we won't find it. Survivors? They are all scared to death. How can they have the courage to find the monster? Those people will definitely not agree. Lu Xia said. Li Nan frowned. We have to agree to disagree. Our company is not the Notre Dame Cathedral. We saved them to carry supplies. It's the end of the world. Only valuable people deserve to live. After he finished speaking, the air suddenly became quiet, and no one spoke again. The 6 awakened people already understood what he meant. Even if we use the survivors as cannon fodder, we still have to find the monsters. After all, there are hundreds of millions of supplies. Not to mention in the end times, even in normal times, it is more important than a few lives. After the discussion, Li Nan returned to the survivors. Everyone, listen to me. We just had a discussion. Now that the supplies are gone, we can't just sit around and wait for death. At a time of crisis, we should be more united and find the supplies back. What? The people who were whispering immediately quieted down. Go find the supplies? Are you kidding? It's dark and there might be monsters in the mall. Whoever wants to go, go ahead. I'm not going. Exactly, 5 of the awakened have been killed. We are just ordinary people. If we encounter a monster, we will definitely die. It's the job of the awakened to deal with monsters. I'm not awakened. As he listened to the people's discussions, Li Nan's face completely darkened, and his anger burned in his heart. He said in a firm tone, you have to go even if you don't want to. I'm not obligated to protect you. If you don't want to contribute and just want to sit back and enjoy the benefits, I'll throw you out of the mall. What? This? People were shocked. Seeing his posture, they knew he wasn't joking. And the awakening ones had a strong sense of oppression, so they didn't dare to resist. Of course, some of them agreed. We have survived until now because of the supplies in the warehouse. We have eaten a lot of food there, so it is only natural that we should go and look for it. Well, there are so many of us. What are we afraid of? What if the monster is just weird and has no fighting power? Well, that makes sense. There must be a weakness. It can't be strong in everything. People whispered. Li Nan saw that the crowd had some fighting spirit, so he decided to slap them and give them a sweet potato. I, Li Nan, promise that anyone who can find supplies or provide useful clues will be rewarded by Tycho Corporation with enough food to last a year. Wow! A year? Everyone was surprised. Even though they had been guarding the warehouse, they had always lived frugally in this apocalypse. They were only given a fixed daily ration to ensure that they would not starve to death. A year's worth of food is too precious. Several of the strong men suddenly felt like they had been injected with adrenaline. Let's go! I want to see where the monster is. Well, let's go find him. Sneaking around, they can only do surprise attacks. The group turned on their flashlights or used their cell phones to illuminate the area, and the countless beams of light interweaved to dispel the darkness around them. They split into groups of 3 or 5 and began to search in different directions. Among the crowd, Lin Dong stared at the 7 awakened people, planning to find an opportunity to kill them. He retreated, blending into the darkness. The mall was so big. It usually accommodates tens of thousands of customers. The 200 survivors were very thin, and they were getting more and more scattered. Some of them even laid down and hid. But Lin Dong wasn't paying attention to them because these people are not delicious. The 7 awakened ones, on the other hand, were very cautious and always stayed together, never separating. Brother Nan, I always feel like someone is following us. One of the female awakened ones frowned and looked back. There was nothing behind them. Li Nan spoke to comfort her. Don't scare yourself. You're just too nervous. Yes, Nan is right. Lou nodded and agreed. When I used to walk at night, I always felt like someone was behind me. The more I thought about it, the more scared I got. You just have to stop thinking about it. Really? The girl expressed doubt. As they searched, they walked from the first floor lobby to the 6th floor, but they never found anything. This is really strange. Li Nan frowned. Could it be that we really saw a ghost? Lu Xiao thought for a moment and said, I think that monster must have left. After looting so much supplies and killing 5 of us, why would it stay here? Well, that's a problem. Li Nan frowned and looked down from the railing on the 6th floor. The view was very good here, and he could see directly into the lobby on the 1st floor and the situation on each floor. There are quite a few survivors wandering around with flashlights. So far, there have been no casualties. Maybe they really left. Phew. The female awakened person heard this and let out a long sigh of relief. Her nerves had been on edge for half an hour, and she had been holding her urine. She had not dared to urinate just now, so she would go to the toilet first. Go ahead. Li Nan nodded, but thought it was a bit worrying. Chenli, you go with Xiaojing. The two of you can look after each other. Well, that's fine. Chenli spread her hands and looked a little helpless. She thought to herself, is that really necessary? You need to be taken care of when you go to the bathroom. The two of them turned a corner and didn't go to the bathroom. It was the end of the world anyway, so they found a place where no one would see them and solved their problem. In the darkened hallway, the environment was even darker. But the awakened have eyes that see beyond the ordinary, and can barely see clearly. Hurry up! Chenli urged, and turned around. After all, no one wants to watch someone go to the bathroom. Xiaojing promised and went to the wall. She had just unbuttoned her pants and was about to squat down when suddenly, a strange feeling of unease welled up in her. It was the awakening one's intuition, telling her that she was in grave danger. Dirty things? In the darkness, a low voice came from nowhere. Then, a young figure slowly appeared, his face pale and his cold eyes full of contempt. It seemed to be accusing her of how could she defecate anywhere. You? Xiaojing was extremely nervous, and she was about to use her superpower. But a dagger had already been inserted into her temple. Chapter 28, Conspiring in a Loud Voice. The woman's eyes were wide open, still retaining the shock and fear of her life. Her pupils slowly dilated, and her body fell limp to the ground. Xiaojing. In the darkness, Chenli quickly turned her head and saw a figure stab the girl in the head with a dagger. She was horrified and her eyes were about to pop out of her head. The monster has appeared. Chenli exuded a chilling aura. Her awakening ability was the frost system. Between her clenched hands, ice crystals condensed, and 2 sharp ice spears extended out. She then moved swiftly, heading straight for Lindong. She was extremely fast, like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. The ice daggers cut through the air, producing a series of sonic booms, and were more lethal than bullets. Lindong did not want to take the hit, so he dodged backwards and disappeared into the wall. Ha! This. Chenli instantly lost her target and was a little confused. Where is he? But just as she hesitated, a dagger came out of the wall again and stabbed straight at her head. The dagger was too fast. Chenli was unable to react in time. By the time she tried to dodge, the blade had already pierced her skull and plucked out her crystal core. Another corpse fell to the ground. It all happened very quickly, in the blink of an eye. Xiaojing, Chenli, what happened to you too? At this time, anxious shouts could be heard at the entrance to the corridor. It was Li Nan and the others who had hurried over after noticing something strange. Unfortunately, they had arrived too late. When they arrived, there were only 2 bodies left. And there were no wounds on their bodies either, but the crystal cores had been dug out. The way they died was exactly the same as the 5 people before them. A strong sense of the bizarre filled the hearts of the few people. 2 more people have died. Where is the monster? Where is the monster? The remaining 5 people looked around, their eyes extremely serious, afraid that they would be attacked as well. But the surroundings had already returned to quiet, as if nothing had happened. If it weren't for the 2 corpses at their feet, they would have thought they were hallucinating. It was really weird. This also made the few people realize that the monster had not gone, and was still lurking in the dark. As long as anyone is slightly relaxed, he will be killed. Li Nan also thought of a problem. There have been no casualties among the 200 survivors in the mall, which means his target is only the awakened. Perhaps Xiao Jing's intuition was right, and the monster was always following him. At this moment, Xiaoliu's eyes were bloodshot and he was panting heavily. The enormous pressure he was feeling was about to drive him crazy. Where is the monster? Come out, you son of a bitch. What kind of skill is it to play dirty tricks? Come out and fight me one-on-one. No matter how he shouted, there was only an echo in the corridor, and it was still dark and silent. There was no response. Lu, calm down. Li Nan said in a calm voice, you're not doing anything useful. You might as well spend your time analyzing how the monster kills people. Brother Nan, did you just discover something? A female awakened being asked. She was also the only remaining female among the 5. Li Nan nodded. Well, I did find something. Oh? Several people's eyes flashed at the news, and they hurriedly looked at him, waiting for more. Li Nan said with a frown. Don't you think Chen Li's position of death is very strange? She was facing the wall, which means that before she died, she was planning to attack the wall. Attacking the wall? The rest of the group thought it was strange, but soon came up with a bizarre idea. Could it be that the monster was in the wall? No, he's not in the wall, but he has the ability to travel through objects, including human flesh. Li Nan analyzed. The 4 of them thought it made sense, otherwise the dead person wouldn't have no wounds and the brain would have been taken out. In fact, they had thought about it before, but they didn't believe it. Is it really possible to have such a power? Of course he can, and he can move a large amount of goods in a short period of time. Combining the two, it shows that he should belong to the space department, or even have awakened a realm. What? A domain? The 4 were surprised again. Tech Corporation has researched the end of the world and captured a large number of zombies and mutant beasts to take samples and use them as experimental subjects. It was discovered that a very small number of them could awaken strange abilities. One of them is the realm. Monsters with domains can appear and disappear at will, killing people without a trace. Some researchers have defined such zombies as ghost zombies. Could we have encountered a trickster? Lu Xia's eyes widened in horror. Well, it's also clear that this zombie has a high level of intelligence and is good at hiding and avoiding. This kind of zombie is extremely lethal. It must be killed before it grows into a zombie king, otherwise it will become an unsolvable existence. Li Nan said firmly. The other people gasped in horror. Lu Xia seemed to remember something and said reassuringly. Don't be afraid, the researchers said that zombies with a domain are generally physically weak, which is their fatal shortcoming. Oh, that's okay. No wonder it doesn't dare to come out in the open, only daring to sneak up and attack. A few people were slightly relieved. Lu nodded. The most important question now is how to find it. Indeed, with our current strength, if that zombie doesn't want to come out, we may never find it. Li Nan made an analysis, but soon changed the subject. But, perhaps the strategy we can use, even if the zombie is highly intelligent, it will definitely not be as good as humans. Humans have survived on Earth for millions of years, and it is because of our intelligence. For example, if you can't catch a hare by hunting, you can design a trap to capture it. Immediately. After 5 people discussed it, they came up with a plan to lure the enemy. First, one person will be used as bait, pretending to get lost, to lure the zombie out, and then everyone will attack together. But there is a certain risk in using a decoy, so you have to find someone with a lot of strength. Li Nan is quite responsible. I'll be the decoy. I'll go to the lobby on the 1st floor in a while. You guys stay on the 6th floor. The view is good here. Once you spot the target, attack immediately. And remember, the zombies that have the territory are physically weak, so try to get close to them and fight them hand to hand, so that they don't get away again. Brother Nan, it's too dangerous for you to be the bait. I'll go with you. The zombie will attack both of us if it sees us. A tall, strong man was worried. Li Nan nodded. Okay, then, Li Tao and I will go to the 1st floor as decoys. Lu, you take the others upstairs and keep an eye on things. The three of you must not get separated. Okay, Brother Nan, don't worry. Lu patted his chest. He had been led by the monster's nose, and 7 of his teammates had died. He had always felt very depressed, but now the horn of counterattack had finally sounded. Immediately, the few men were full of fighting spirit and began to move. What they didn't know was that at this moment, Lin Dong was right next door, less than 30 meters away. With the zombies' keen hearing, everything can be heard. Li Nan's plan to lure the enemy was heard clearly. The loud plotting was not bad. Lin Dong flashed, reappearing in the hallway, where the others had just left. He felt that these people had a little intelligence but not much. Chapter 29, Bait? There are now 5 remaining awakened ones, 3 of whom have condensed a crystal core and are quite powerful, while the other 2 are still in the braindance stage and are only stronger than ordinary people in terms of physical strength. Even if Lin Dong were to face them head-on, it wouldn't be a problem. At this time, Li Nan had already walked with the tall man to the first-floor lobby. The survivors saw the 2 of them and hurriedly approached them. Captain Li, we've searched the entire mall and haven't found any traces of the monster. Of course you can't find it, that thing is very strange. Li Nan looked at the survivors and was a little angry. He thought to himself that the monster didn't attack ordinary people. Only those who had awakened. They're fine. Ha! Everyone was scratching their heads. Captain Li, what should we do? Don't worry, we'll soon be able to deal with him. Li Nan was confident. On the 6th floor of the mall, Lu Xiaoyu led 2 people, a man and a woman, to stand at the railing, intently watching, not wanting to miss any clues. Keep a close eye on them. If Nan is attacked, go down and help him immediately. No problem. The 2 nodded emphatically. Little did they know that Lin Dong had already left the corridor and was walking directly behind the 3 of them. But the female awakened person had a keen sense of intuition and suddenly felt uneasy, as if there was something behind her. Who? She immediately looked back. But the scene in front of her made her look stunned. She saw a slender young man, dressed very cleanly, with a handsome face, slowly walking towards her. This kind of appearance is easy to win the favor of girls. Oh, I was so scared. I thought there was a monster. The girl let out a sigh and patted her full breasts. Monster? What monster? Lin Dong did not agree with these 2 words. Lu and the other man also looked over, subconsciously thinking of Lin Dong as the survivor. You did well to find your way to the 6th floor. I'm just killing time anyway. Lin Dong smiled slightly, walked forward, and joined the 3 of them. They all leaned on the railing and looked out into the lobby on the 1st floor. Because of the close distance, the female awakened person smelled a faint fragrance of laundry detergent and turned to look, just in time to see Lin Dong's handsome profile, with clear-cut edges and corners, and no flaws. The girl's heart inevitably fluttered. If it weren't for the fact that her life was at stake and she had no interest in a relationship, she would have let him sleep with her. In the end times, female awakening people are also sought after, and the practice of polygamy is not a problem. There really are monsters in the mall. You should follow us. It might be dangerous on the 1st floor. The girl said. What danger could there be on the 1st floor? Lin Dong asked casually. Lu is hot-tempered and a little irritable. You wouldn't understand, so don't ask questions that distract us from our work. Why don't you think the 6th floor is dangerous? Lin Dong said playfully. I said you. Lu Xiao was about to scold him, but then thought it over and realized that he was being a bit unreasonable. His tone didn't sound like a survivor. Could it be? Especially the girl. When I think of Lin Dong just now, he came quietly, and in such a dark environment. Ordinary survivors don't use flashlights or cell phones to illuminate, so they can't see anything clearly. He didn't have anything in his hands, but he was still able to lean over the railing on the 6th floor, and look directly into the lobby on the 1st floor. At this thought, the girl's body stiffened, a chill ran up her scalp, and her hair stood on end. Then what was next to her? What the hell is it? Lu reacted quickly and rushed to Lin Dong. Quick! It's him! Do it! But Lin Dong retreated, like a ghost, and dodged directly. Lu remembered what the researchers had taught him: zombies in the field are relatively weak, and he happens to be a power-enhanced awakened person. Still want to run? Die! Lu immediately chased after him, raised his hand and punched him, killing so many of his teammates. It was time for revenge. His arm muscles bulged like a small mountain, almost bursting his uniform. This punch is incredibly powerful. He had used all his strength. Lin Dong was thinking about testing his own strength. The last time he met Zhang Xiaoyuan, he was killed by a single punch. So this time, he used 5 points of strength. He raised his hand and punched him. Bang! Between the two punches, it was like a hammer collision, and a wave of air swept out, shaking the railing on the 6th floor. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of bone cracking, Xiao Lu felt only extreme pain in his arm. The entire arm bone was shattered, showing a twisted arc and falling naturally. So strong! Lu was in excruciating pain, covering his arm with one hand and taking a few steps back, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. At this point, he realized that this guy in front of him was incredibly strong. He was definitely not like the researchers said. The punch he just threw could definitely blow up a tank. In an instant, a strong sense of despair rose in his heart. Damn it! Which researcher came up with this result? If I have a next life, I'll definitely bark at him. This was the last thought in Lu's mind before he died. The two teammates next to him were only in the dance stage and had not yet awakened their abilities. Together, they were not as powerful as Xiao Lu. Lin Dong stabbed the two in the neck in a flash. At this time, in the lobby on the 1st floor, Li Nan was still chatting with the survivors when he heard a muffled sound coming from the 6th floor. Immediately, the entire railing trembled and creaked. Something's wrong. Li Nan frowned and looked up quickly. But after looking around, he couldn't find Lu and the others anywhere. Oh no! The tall man with him also thought of something. It's Lu and the others who have been attacked. We have to go up there and help them. Wait! Li Nan stopped him, and at this moment he thought of another problem. He may have seriously underestimated the opponent's strength. Because Xiao Lu is already the strongest member of the team, second only to Li Nan, and he is with two other awakened people. Aren't they a match for the monsters? And, even if they can't beat them, they can at least hold them off for a while, right? But just a moment ago, Lu and the other two disappeared. The tall man was still anxious. Brother Nan, what are you waiting for? Aren't you going to help Brother Lu? It's already too late. Li Nan's pupils constricted, a strong sense of crisis enveloped his heart, and he felt as if he was being watched, as if death was imminent at any moment. At this moment, the survivors looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. Since it was dark all around, they couldn't see anything. Suddenly, one of the strong men felt a chill in the back of his neck and felt water dripping down his neck. Huh? What is it? He subconsciously touched it with his hand and felt it was slimy and smelled fishy and slightly pungent. The strong man quickly shone his flashlight, but as soon as he could see clearly, he immediately turned pale because his palm was covered in blood. Blood. It's blood. Chapter 30 It's time to eat. Everyone was startled by the screams and turned to look. They were surprised to find that not only was the man covered in blood, but the ground beneath his feet was also covered in blood. It was dripping from the 6th floor. People were terrified and quickly shone their flashlights upwards. In the faint light, they could vaguely see a black figure at the railing. But the shadow disappeared in an instant. Ghost, ghost. There's a ghost. I saw it. It was just there, and then it disappeared into thin air. But, where did it go? In the midst of their fear and panic, they looked around with flashlights, but they couldn't find the shadow. Li Nan's face was solemn, and he squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. It's coming down. Ah. Hearing this, everyone became even more frightened, looking around nervously. Li Nan knew in his heart that the intense unease he had just felt was due to being stared at by that thing. He was a spiritual awakening, and his senses were extremely sharp. He had already sensed that danger was approaching. This time, the monster was targeting him. Lin Dong used his ability to travel through the realm of the dead to travel directly from the 6th floor to the 1st floor, and he no longer hid. His figure slowly appeared before everyone's eyes. Clatter! As soon as Lin Dong appeared, people scattered like snakes and scorpions, and some even ran so fast that they fell to the ground. But that didn't stop him from rolling and crawling as far away as possible. In an instant, a vacuum zone was formed around Lin Dong, and no one was allowed to get close. People stared at Lin Dong's face, both scared and surprised. They were surprised that the monster was so handsome and clean, completely different from the bloodthirsty villain they had imagined. Li Nan and the tall man did not hide. Because the two of them were like being stared at by a flood or a ferocious beast, they didn't dare to make the slightest movement. This feeling is like walking down a forest path and suddenly encountering a tiger. If you turn around and run, you will definitely be attacked by the tiger. The correct way is to kneel down and call him dad, because even a tiger won't eat its own cub. Of course. Lin Dong is not a tiger. The two of them didn't have any ideas at the moment. Brother Nan, why don't we fight him? The tall man said. Li Nan shook his head. His blatant appearance shows that he is fully confident. We are no match for him. If there is a chance, I will hold him off. If you can run, run. Oh. The tall man nodded. Li Nan then closed his eyes, concentrated, and released his psychic powers. The air around him seemed to freeze, and his mental power seemed to turn into countless steel needles, sweeping forward like a tide. This ability is very powerful. If an ordinary person is attacked, it will cause a brief loss of concentration or fainting. In serious cases, it can cause cerebral palsy or a vegetative state. He really is a bit of a talent. Lin Dong discovered that this method was indeed somewhat threatening to himself. So his eyes flashed red. The field expanded. The powerful Corpse King's domain spread outwards, immediately blocking the spiritual attack. Li Nan's thoughts were blocked. He felt a sharp pain in his brain, and his vision went black. He almost fainted, but he bit his tongue and forced himself to stay awake. Hurry! Go! I can't hold on much longer. Ha! The tall man hesitated a little, because in his eyes, the mountain of corpses and sea of blood ahead was certain to be a death trap. Li Nan continued. My mental power can still hold out for now, but I'm afraid I won't have a chance later. Okay. The tall man's eyes hardened. Even if it is a sea of corpses and blood, I must try now. He bent his body, like an arrow leaving the bow, and rushed straight towards Lin Dong. At the same time, his muscles bulged and his skin became hard, like rock. This is his awakening ability, tough skin. However, after entering the corpse realm, the man's speed suddenly slowed down, as if he had fallen into a quagmire. But he still clenched his teeth and, with his powerful physique, punched Lin Dong. Lin Dong took a step back to avoid it, and his 5 fingers grabbed at his head. Oh no! The man's brows furrowed as he thought of what Li Nan had said, that this guy could pass through the body and attack the inside directly. That is to say, he can't touch me. So he quickly dodged sideways. In the realm of the dead, he was already under tremendous pressure, as if fighting with a small mountain on his back. The man barely managed to dodge it, and his body stumbled, forcing him to stabilize his footing. That was close. Just a brief encounter, and he almost died. This feeling of walking on the edge of death was extremely exciting, and the adrenaline was soaring. But just then, the man's body sank again, and the pressure of the corpse realm became even stronger. His body became very stiff and he was unable to attack effectively. What's going on? He quickly turned around and looked behind him. To his surprise, he found that Li Nan was no longer there. Instead of launching a psychic attack, he turned and ran towards the mall entrance. Obviously, he was running away. Your captain has abandoned you. Lin Dong's indifferent voice rang in his ears. This. The man was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this to happen. Just now, Li Nan said that he had to hold off the opponent and give himself a chance to escape. However, he actually deceived himself into going forward to withstand the pressure and running away on his own. People's hearts are hard to read, and it's hard to draw the bones of a tiger. It is difficult to recognize a person without encountering something. Usually, Li Nan takes good care of everyone, and everyone trusts him. But at the critical moment, he betrayed his teammates. Perhaps from the very beginning, he had already planned it, and never intended to let himself go down. And Li Nan didn't run away on his own. He was followed by a group of survivors. They had already seen that staying here would be certain death. Even Captain Li had run away, so of course they had to follow. Fuck morality and justice. It's the end of the world, what's the point of brotherhood? Survival is the only thing that matters. Li Nan's face was grim, and he muttered to himself. He thought to himself that if the worst came to the worst, he wouldn't go back to Tycho. After all, he is an awakened person. He could survive the end of the world. He was very fast and soon arrived at the entrance of the shopping mall. The entrance was already sealed with steel plates and bound with many chains. Li Nan was flustered and quickly untied the chains. "Captain Li, wait for us." The survivors hurriedly came running. Even if they got out, they couldn't survive without Li Nan, so they decided to follow him. The people worked together to push the heavy steel plate outward. Boom! The steel plate fell heavily, stirring up a cloud of dust. The mall door opened. The night wind outside was blowing, bringing a little coolness and refreshing the spirits. It was close to dawn, and the sky in the distance was beginning to lighten. The dim light barely allows you to see what is in front of you. But after the doors opened, instead of fleeing in joy, people stood frozen in place, their faces aghast. Because, outside the mall, there were thousands of zombies, so dense that they surrounded the front door. At the head of the group were a tank, a little ate, a doctor, and a sense of oppression. The most bizarre thing is that this group of zombies are standing like wooden stakes, not making a sound, and it is quiet. It seems that they are waiting for the order of their king. At this moment, in the dead silence, a low voice came from behind the crowd. "It's time to eat." Chapter 31 Territory. The voice was like the call of death, sending shivers down people's spines and leaving them feeling despondent. The zombies in front of them seemed to have been activated, with ferocious roars coming from their mouths and bloodthirsty glares in their eyes. The tank, in particular, had an extremely excited expression. Today, the boss has arranged a buffet with more than 200 dishes. Roar! Tank let out a strange cry and charged into the crowd with his little brother. The crowd screamed, wailed, and began to flee in all directions, but the zombies knocked them down one by one and bit them on the ground. The scene was completely chaotic. The moment people opened the gate, they had already stepped into the abyss. Li Nan was completely desperate. Due to the excessive mental energy consumption just now, he had no energy left to resist. Only then did he realize. It was this group of well-trained zombies that had taken down the prison and killed Zhang Xiaoyuan. And Lin Dong has grown into a corpse king. A corpse king with a domain is almost an unsolvable existence. How can humans survive? This was Li Nan's last thought before he died. A huge pain came from his body, and he realized that Hachi had already ripped open his stomach. After the people of Tech Corporation died, any resistance from the remaining ordinary people was futile. They fell one after another and were then devoured by the zombies. This is the real end of the world. It is full of blood and killing, leaving people helpless and at a loss. It didn't take long. The screams of the people completely disappeared, replaced by the sounds of the zombies biting and swallowing. The entire shopping mall was overrun, and no one survived. Lin Dong walked out with a blank expression. Tank and Hachi followed him obediently. It's time to go back. After killing Li Nan and the others, Lin Dong obtained 5 crystal nuclei. After devouring 3 of them, he felt very powerful. It was as if he had reached the edge of evolution again. But the 3 crystal nuclei are so powerful that it will take a while to absorb them, so he left the other 2 for now. On the way back, it was already slightly light. If it were before the end of the world, this would have been a bright and hopeful morning. But now, everything is in chaos, with bodies strewn everywhere. The entire city was in ruins. At this time, Lin Dong led his younger brothers through a park, which was covered in blood and a pungent stench of decay. There were scattered zombies around, and some of them even retained their habits from their previous lives. For example, an old man was using his back to hit a tree to exercise. Now that his flesh and blood are all smashed, he is still enjoying himself, leaving a bloody trail on the cracked bark. There was also an old woman pushing a wheelchair, her steps stiff, walking in circles in the square, tirelessly, over and over. Lin Dong glanced over. He saw that the wheelchair was actually a huge rat, with its paws clutching something and eating it with relish. Not long after, a few more young zombies appeared in front of him, but these ones were not as stiff as the previous ones. They had obviously eaten flesh and blood. Roar! One of the zombies opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp teeth, and let out a roar at Lin Dong. Lin Dong glanced over. He didn't expect a little zombie to dare to roar at him. However, from the zombies' roar, a message was conveyed. This is the territory of his boss, and no one is allowed to set foot here. Apparently, it worships another mountain, and this area belongs to the territory of another corpse king. No wonder it dared to yell at him. Lin Dong understood. Tanks, who was hot-tempered, saw a zombie yelling at the boss, so he took 2 big steps forward, grabbed the zombie by the neck, picked it up like a baby chick, and then threw it to the ground with a heavy thud. Crack! The little zombie was smashed to pieces, and blood splattered far and wide. Tank was playing with it like a slingshot. However, Tank still felt unsatisfied, and beat the zombies around him to a pulp with a few punches and kicks. Then he returned to Lin Dong, his face full of smugness, as if to say, "Praise me again. Let's go back." Lin Dong didn't take it seriously and walked away with his group of younger brothers. But on the far side of the park, on the hillside, there was a group of zombies watching. The leader of the zombies was tall, standing at 2 meters. Its skin was a light red. The face had black veins bulging out, with clear lines visible, looking hideous. And on his neck, there was a dark, shaggy thing that looked like a big scarf. "Your Majesty, the humans in the mall were hunted down by them." One of the zombies next to him was signaling, apparently having evolved a considerable amount of intelligence. It is almost as intelligent as Hachi. Ho! The leader of the undead roars. He regarded the shopping mall as his own territory, and the humans inside could have been slowly eaten. But now they are being hunted by other zombies. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot coexist in the same mountain. Killing is the instinct of the zombies. They can devour each other's nuclei and absorb energy. It's time to expand the territory. This corpse king has a bloodthirsty look in his eyes and has already regarded Lin Dong and his group as prey. And if the zombie horde is to grow, it must hunt down other corpse kings. Squeak, 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 skew. The big scarf he was wearing suddenly squeaked, and it turned out to be a big rat. What was even more creepy was that it had a human head, with a face full of fine black hair, which looked extremely terrifying. Lin Dong returned home, took a bath, and changed into clean clothes. Su Xiaoro was quick and efficient, tidying up the house to a high standard, with everything neatly arranged, making it very comfortable for obsessive-compulsive disorder. After all, other servants slack off at work, and they are docked in wages, but if she doesn't clean up well, she will be docked in her life. When she saw Lin Dong change clothes, she immediately took them to be washed. Although Lin Dong did not have any physical contact with anyone in the mall, his white shirt still smelled faintly of blood. Su Xiaoro could smell it clearly. "Boss, you went out to eat again?" "Yes, buffet," Lin Dong said casually. "Hiss." Su Xiaoro shrunk her neck. It seemed that the scene was not small this time, but she did not dare to ask more questions and hurriedly went to wash the clothes. Lin Dong took out his cell phone to check the information on the internet. But his own big case had just been completed, and Tycho had not yet discovered it. The official website still announced that the Operation King Hunter was ready to go and would begin soon. There are many comments below. It would be great if we could wipe out the zombies, so we can rebuild our homes. I hope this operation will be successful. Cut. Tektronix is not doing human trials for the sake of humanity. They hunt zombies just to develop themselves, for their own selfish desires. I wonder what will happen in this operation. Let's wait and see. Chapter 32, Insect Rain. Tektronix is a global leader in technology. It has launched rockets into outer space and has cooperative relationships with many countries, controlling vast resources. The one in Jiangbei City is just a branch office, but even in the midst of the apocalypse, it is still thriving. I guess this Tektronix company should have a lot of good stuff. Lin Dong thought to himself. But Tektronix has at least 1,000 awakened people. Although Lin Dong is very strong, he is not invincible. He cannot kill them all by himself. Even if he brought in the tank, Xiaoba, the doctor, and 2,000 elite zombies, he might not be able to get in. Unless he can control 1,000,000 waves of corpses, then he can rush whoever he wants. Maybe it's time to expand my territory. Lin Dong's 2,000 or so subordinates are only in the area around the building. The reason he recruited them in the first place was to stay at home and not be disturbed. Now, Lin Dong has the idea of recruiting soldiers and buying horses to expand his territory. In the next few days, Lin Dong continued to eat meat and drink blood, and absorbed all 5 crystal nuclei, greatly increasing his strength. The range of the corpse realm has expanded, and if it is fully activated, it can last for 20 minutes and is even more powerful. At night, the darkness enveloped the earth, and the blood moon in the sky hung high, staining the sky a dark red. It was another night of killing. In recent days, the area around the building has not been peaceful, because there are always some zombies from other territories wandering here. They would hiss at the tank and its crew, as if to provoke them. The two groups of zombies often bite each other. Of course, the tank is not a child-rearing person, and he smashed the heads of those zombies. At this time, Lin Dong stood in front of the French windows, staring out into the darkness. On the messy street, there was a sudden squeaking sound, followed by pairs of bloodthirsty eyes flashing in the dark. From the sewer by the road, a group of large rats emerged, as big as piglets. The rats squeaked and their nostrils flared, as if they were looking for prey. They soon spotted the zombies under the building and swarmed forward, jumping onto the zombies and tearing at them with their sharp teeth. Roar! The zombie's body was covered in rats, and it was swaying, emitting a miserable scream. It didn't last long. It fell to the ground. Then it was eaten by the rats, as if it had melted into the swarm. These mutant beasts can treat the zombies as delicacies. However, the sound of the biting immediately alarmed the other zombies, who rushed in and attacked the rats. But the mice were agile, dodging back and forth, extremely flexible, and difficult to catch. They even repeatedly jumped sideways, teasing the zombies. They were so angry that they were screaming. But just as the mice were feeling smug, a shadow appeared like the wind, and with a sharp command, the mice were cut into 6 pieces. It was the female zombie Hachi. With her speed, she could crush the mice, and she smiled strangely as she killed the mice like a game. Not only that. Under the night sky, a burly figure appeared. He grabbed the mouse with both hands and began to exert force with his 5 fingers. The mouse kicked its feet in the air, making a piercing noise, but it was useless. In the end, it was crushed to death. Tank licked the blood on his hand and looked excited. He then rushed forward again, stomping the mouse into a pulp with 1 foot, or grabbing it and twisting it in half with both hands. Tank's posture and movements were like breaking a cucumber. The mice were so frightened that they began to flee in all directions. In no time at all, they disappeared into the darkness, scattering in all directions. Tank smiled foolishly, carrying 2 big bloody mice, and ran all the way to the alley next to him, where he began to eat them like watermelons. Blood splattered everywhere, and he got juice all over his face. He didn't dare to eat openly on the street because Lin Dong had said that he should eat less dirty things, which were all junk food. If the boss saw him, he might be rejected. Incidents like this, where rats attack and zombies provoke, have happened in recent days, and Lin Dong has become used to it and simply doesn't care. The next morning, a thick black cloud covered the sky, as dark as ink. It didn't take long before it started raining. But these raindrops were not ordinary. Among the water stains, there were black worms falling from the sky. It was a rain of insects. The bugs were the size of a pinky, and when they landed on the street or on a wrecked car, they made a crackling sound. Before long, they were everywhere. SSSSS. Su Xiao in the house couldn't help but gasp, feeling her scalp numb. There were more and more strange things in the end of the world, and it even rained bugs. I wonder what else will happen in the future. Lin Dong looked out the window and frowned. The weather is really bad today. But before the end of the world, the TV reported that there had been fish rain in some places because there had been a tornado that had carried the fish into the sky and then dropped them back down. Presumably, this bug rain is roughly the same as that. The only difference is that these bugs are different from ordinary ones. They have a ring of sharp teeth in their mouths and will drill into the flesh of the zombies. The originally agile zombies became rigid after the bugs entered them, as if their bodies were out of control. Fortunately, Lin Dong's younger brothers are all elite, with extremely high IQs. They didn't wait for the bugs to get into their bodies, they just pulled them out and even put them in their mouths and chewed on them. Especially Tank, who was thick-skinned and thick-fleshed, was not afraid of the bugs at all. He grabbed a handful and, like when he was a child eating instant noodles, poured them all into his mouth. Maybe he thought it tasted good. So he raised his head, opened his mouth wide, and aimed at the sky, as if drinking rainwater. Ah! Thank you, nature, for your gift. But after a few minutes, the bug rain was over, and the streets outside were full of bugs. They don't like the sun, so they all hide in the sewers, the dirt, or in the corners of the buildings to avoid the sun. In the alley next to the building, Tank squatted at the base of the wall, reached down and grabbed a handful of bugs from the ground, then popped them into his mouth like sunflower seeds. Hachi and Dr. G came over and looked at him sideways. Hey, the boss said no junk food. Shoo! Tank made a gesture to indicate that he wanted to be quiet, meaning that he didn't want to make a noise, and then handed the bug in his hand to Hachi. Hachi tilted his head and looked at the bug in his hand for a moment. It seemed that he was quite hungry. So he picked up a worm and put it in his mouth to taste it. It smells good. Then, she squatted down in the corner with Tank and began to nibble on the seeds, just like a child who had stolen a snack. The doctor, with his arms folded and his back against the wall, was speechless at the sight of the two corpses. You'll be discovered by the boss. No. The boss likes to stay in the house and doesn't come out much. Hachi said. It seems that he knows Lindong very well. But just as he was talking, a sinister face suddenly appeared at the entrance to the alley. Chapter 33, Feeding the Zombies. Are you eating? Lindong's tone was calm, as if he were talking to a friend. But Hachi and Tank hurriedly stood up from the wall, their backs straight, like schoolchildren being punished. In the meantime, Tank put his hand behind his back and quietly threw the bug in his hand onto the ground. Then he smiled foolishly. Hey, boss, Hachi gave me the food. I didn't want to eat it at all. Ha! Hachi turned his head and looked at him, speechless and annoyed. His sharp nails dug into Tank's waist. He cursed in his heart. Are you cheap? But the Tank was thick-skinned and tough, so it didn't hurt at all. It was already used to being scratched by Hachi, so it didn't even flinch when Hachi scratched it. Lindong didn't blame him much. I'm going out for a while. You guys take care of things here. Oh, okay. Tank and Hachi agreed, but they were a little curious. What was the boss going to do? If he was going hunting, could they come with him? But they had already made a mistake, so they didn't dare to ask. Lindong gave them a look. Don't you like eating bugs? Before I come back, clean up all the bugs around the building. I don't want to see any of them. The two corpses nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Lindong left the building. He had absorbed all 5 of his soul crystals, so he thought he would go out and see if he could meet any lucky ones and hunt down a few more. In addition, he wanted to investigate the rat attacks and the zombie harassment. Since the specific situation is still unclear, Lindong has no intention of bringing thousands of zombie brothers with him, because it is more convenient for him to hide. If he encounters danger, he can attack or retreat at will. But his subordinates can't do that. If they encounter a mutant beast pack or a larger wave of hostile zombies, they will easily get caught. At that time, Lindong would be a commander without subordinates. As for the rat attacks and zombie harassment, Lindong was not without a clue. He guessed that it must have come from somewhere nearby, most likely the zombie forces he encountered in the park that day. So he headed towards the park. Because the end of the world had come a month ago, the abandoned cars on the streets were covered in rust, and the once bustling roads had begun to grow weeds. The entire city was desolate and dilapidated. The only thing that was active was the zombies. They stood still at times, wandered aimlessly at others, but if there was the slightest movement, they would seem to be activated and immediately run over. The terrifying faces, the low growls from their throats, and the bloodthirsty eyes all showed a desperate desire for flesh. When these wild zombies encountered Lindong, they of course did not attack, and even instinctively feared him, actively giving him a way out. However, as Lindong walked forward, the number of wild zombies gradually decreased. Bodies began to appear on the street. The zombies were bloody and mangled, like they had been run over by a heavy truck, and had become meat patties. However, this was not the work of humans, but a mass corpse tide, and a stampede had occurred. Low-level zombies have no intelligence, and when they are running in a frenzy, they don't care, so it's inevitable that a few unlucky people will be trampled to death. The larger the wave of corpses, the more people will be accidentally trampled to death. Countless flies were buzzing around the rotting corpses. In the apocalypse, the green bean flies had grown much larger, as big as a thumb, and their buzzing was very annoying. At this time, Lin Dong had already arrived in the territory of other corpse kings. The streets were littered with hair and black, spherical rat droppings, which made people feel very sick. Lin Dong could already imagine it. There are definitely thousands of rats lurking in the sewers beneath his feet, and they still maintain their original habits, coming out at night to feed. Not far away, in the distance, a flock of black crows caught and circled around a tall building. Crows are a symbol of death and bad luck. They seemed to be attracted by something in the building and couldn't wait to get inside. Are there any survivors? Lin Dong made a judgment in his heart and walked towards the tall building. He got closer. Sure enough, Lin Dong smelled the blood, and there were indeed living people in the building. But what surprised him was that, next to the living breath, there were also zombies, as if they were living in a room. What's going on? Lin Dong used his ability to enter the hidden state, pass through the wall, and headed straight for the top of the building. He was hidden in the void, invisible to outsiders. In this crisis-ridden doomsday, invisibility is definitely a godlike skill, but Lin Dong's invisibility has a drawback, which is that when he is invisible, he cannot attack. If he attacks someone, he will definitely expose his true self. Lin Dong made his way to the 18th floor. He could sense that there were 4 humans and 1 zombie in the room in front of him. With a little curiosity, Lin Dong once again walked through the wall. The first room he entered was a small, cramped bedroom. The sight inside was shocking, with bloodstains on the walls, floor, and everywhere. The strong smell of fish was pungent. And with the sound of chains rattling, it came into his ears. Lin Dong turned his head and saw that there was a female zombie, with her hands tied and bound to the head of the bed, and she was screaming in her mouth, trying to break free of the chains. Opposite her, there was a human man with small eyes and thick lips, staring at the female zombie with a vacant expression. "Ying, my goddess, even though you have become a zombie, I will still keep my promise and raise you for the rest of your life. Remember? I once said that no matter what you become, my love for you will never change." Ho ho! The female zombie growled at the man, ferocious and fierce, with saliva dripping from the corners of her mouth, already drawing. The thick lips seemed to have gotten used to it, and he smiled with his eyes narrowed. "You're still the same, always picking on me. I've been chasing you for 10 years, from junior high school to college, waking up early every day to bring you breakfast. When you lived with your boyfriend, I had to bring 2 breakfasts, but you never even looked at me, always scolding me like this. Good boy." Lin Dong thought to himself, what a good guy. He wondered if there were any other dogs like him. Even the angry sheep would give him a cigarette when they met. But Thick Lips said, on the contrary, "I'm very sweet. Now that you are finally with me, I can always protect you. Even if the world ends, what does it matter? Ying, baby, are you hungry? I'll go cook you something to eat." After he finished speaking, he turned around and pushed the door to leave the room. Lin Dong immediately followed him. Because he was invisible, the man was completely invisible. Lin Dong had already sensed that the man with the thick lips had a strong blood energy, far exceeding that of ordinary people. He was actually an awakened person. The man with the thick lips went to another room. When he opened the door, there were 3 other men inside, but they were all bound with tape around their hands and feet and their mouths were taped shut, so they could only make a whining sound. When they saw Thick Lips, the 3 men were terrified and wriggled violently. But since they were tied up very tightly, it was useless. Thick Lips smiled and looked at them one by one. "Let me see. Who is so honored today to be able to invite my Ying to dinner?" Chapter 34 The Crow. The 3 of them were terrified because they knew that this person was a pervert who wanted to feed himself to the zombies. One of them trembled and tried to shrink back. The thick-lipped man saw this. "Okay, then you're the one." "Ah." The man could only make a whining sound because his mouth was blocked. The thick-lipped man stepped forward, grabbed the man by the back of the neck, and lifted him up like a chicken, then turned and walked out. No matter how hard the man struggled, it was useless. He watched helplessly as he got closer and closer to the zombie room, his heart sinking to the bottom of the pit. When the door opened, a strong smell of blood came out. The female zombie inside was excited, and she let out a series of howls. "Look, My Ying is so happy. Her thick lips and eyes were full of emotion. Woo hoo hoo. The man was already crying in fear at the sight, and he let out a whimpering sound. The thick-lipped man tore the tape off his mouth. What? Any last words? Please, let me go. I really don't want to die. The man cried out in supplication. The thick lips shook their heads. It should be your honor to witness the love between Ying and me. He took the man and walked step by step towards the zombies. It looked like the man was about to be devoured by the zombies. But at this moment, suddenly, a figure appeared behind the two of them. Lin Dong no longer wanted to watch, because these were of no value to him. The only thing of value was the soul crystal in the thick-lipped head. He planned to kill him directly and take the soul crystal and leave. But the thick-lipped man was very perceptive. As soon as Lin Dong appeared, he sensed it and quickly turned to look. Why is there another person? Where did he come from? But as soon as Lin Dong appeared, the female zombie suddenly became quiet. She felt the pressure of the corpse king, and her originally fierce expression suddenly changed to one of awe, and even a look of submission. This. The thick-lipped man's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. He suddenly remembered the goddess he had pursued and treated with respect and reverence, and the way she had humbled herself before others. A strong sense of jealousy spread through the air. Now that I've awakened, people like you should die. The thick-lipped man roared. Lin Dong looked at him. Perhaps it was the end of the world, and the long-term repression had caused this man's inner heart to become twisted. I don't know what crystal core is devouring him. Will it affect my mental state? The bound man saw Lin Dong and seemed to see hope again. Brother, help me quickly. This person is a pervert. He wants to feed me to the zombies. Oh. Lin Dong didn't care. What's wrong with being a pervert? I'm a zombie myself. His thick lips and hideous face, his hands surrounded by a faint red light, and his breath became strong, clearly indicating that he was a body part enhanced awakener. Let me show you the power of an awakened. He stretched out his mutated hands and rushed straight at Lin Dong, and his speed was also extremely fast. But in Lin Dong's eyes, it was just a so-so. In an instant, the corpse king's domain unfolded. A powerful pressure spread out in all directions. The thick lips were instantly enveloped, and his body suddenly froze, as if he had been paused, and the whole person stood still in place. Because Lin Dong has absorbed 5 crystal nuclei, the corpse realm is now even more powerful. Ordinary awakened people can hardly move in the corpse realm. Thick lips felt as if he were carrying a mountain on his back, and his legs were trembling. At this moment, everything around him was a sea of blood, and Lin Dong was the master standing on top of the mountain. How is this possible? Thick lips' eyes were filled with horror, and his trembling intensified. Usually, he dominates the lives of others and is proud of being an awakened being, but now, in the face of this man, he has no chance to fight back. Lin Dong didn't care about that, and walked towards him step by step. Thick lips sensed the breath of death, as if the Grim Reaper was approaching him. He knew what was about to happen. So, with all his strength, he slowly turned his head like a marionette, staring at the female zombie. If I can't resist death, then let me see you one last time before I die. This was the last thought of the thick-lipped man. Lin Dong's long fingers had already been inserted into his brain, directly through the skull, and the nucleus inside had been removed. The man immediately lost consciousness. He went black and fell straight to the ground. Is he dead? The man next to him was stunned. He had no idea what had happened. He saw Lin Dong approach Thick Lips and kill him with ease. Brother, you're strong. Hurry, come and save me, help me untie the rope. But Lin Dong glanced at him and was completely unmoved. Did I say I would save him? Hey! You! The man understood his meaning, and his heart, which had seen hope, once again fell into the abyss. At that moment, at the bedroom window, there was a flapping noise. A huge crow landed on the balcony. The crow was over a meter tall, with bloodshot eyes and feathers that gleamed black and sharp as daggers. It was clearly attracted by the smell of blood. A pair of red eyes stared straight into the house through the gaps in the alloy railing. I want to eat. I want to eat. Open it for me, please. Oh. Lin Dong was surprised to see that the crow could actually speak, and he wondered if it had been crossbred with a starling or something, and it was quite polite. Lin Dong looked at the thick-lipped body on the ground. It didn't matter to him anyway. Out of curiosity, Lin Dong walked to the window and pushed the alloy guardrail open with both hands. Thank you, thank you. The black crow immediately smashed the glass and flew straight into the room, where it began to eat the corpse of the thick-lipped man. Its beak was very sharp, like a guillotine, and it bit off the thick-lipped arm in one bite, then swallowed the whole thing. It ate everything, even the bones, and it was terrifying. The man next to him was stunned. He never imagined that in addition to the zombies, there would be such a monster at the end of the world. And the crow was not big, but it could eat a lot. The corpse of the thick-lipped man. It quickly ate it all up, and still wasn't satisfied. So, the crow with its red eyes began to look at the man tied up next to it. But it seemed a bit embarrassed to eat him directly in the presence of Lin Dong. It asked in its unique bird call. I'm still hungry. Can I eat him? If you want to eat, go ahead. Lin Dong said it didn't matter. The crow nodded, almost as if it were grateful. Thank you, you didn't eat it yourself, you gave me the meat, you're a really good person. You're welcome. Lin Dong said. At this point, the man next to him, having heard the two's conversation, was already dumbfounded. This is called a good person? Are you polite? Chapter 35 Bait. But the next second, the red-eyed crow swooped down on him, and the man lost consciousness completely. The crow's sharp beak pierced his heart, and then it continued to feast on him. After eating the man, the crow seemed to have had enough and flapped its wings, flying away from the window. Bye, I will repay you. The unique sound of the bird drifts through the sky, then gradually fades away. This thing is interesting. Lin Dong found it interesting. He had obtained a crystal core, so this trip had been somewhat rewarding. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that there were two survivors in the room opposite. The two of them were still trembling and in a state of shock. Although they had just escaped, they would eventually be fed to the zombies. The process of waiting for death was torturous for them. It was even worse than dying immediately. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps approaching the room. Why is he here again? Did the zombies not get enough to eat? Their hearts were once again in their throats. But when the door opened, it wasn't the man with the thick lips, but a young man with a slender figure and handsome face. Ha! The two were stunned, then seemed to think of something, and their faces showed signs of joy. Could it be that the rescue team from the refuge had come to save them? Lin Dong looked at them and thought about what to do. It seemed pointless to kill them outright. Two ordinary people, the only thing they can do is to be bait. Because Lin Dong always felt that. There aren't many zombies around this high-rise building, and there are rat hair and rat droppings everywhere. There must be something lurking in the dark. We can use these two people to lure them out. You two should run away quickly. Lin Dong took out his dagger and cut the ropes on their bodies. The two were overjoyed. They had already given up hope, but they never imagined that someone would really save them. A miracle had happened. Thank you so much. The man cried out in excitement. The other man looked around and asked, Are you from the rescue team? Can you take us to the shelter? No. Lin Dong shook his head. I still have things to do. You guys go ahead. This. The two of them looked hesitant, because it was dangerous outside. Without the protection of the awakened, they simply couldn't survive. But after weighing their options, they decided to leave. After all, they couldn't stand to stay in this ghostly place for even a moment. Before leaving, they also went to the kitchen to get some food, knives and other weapons such as boning knives, so they were well prepared. However, Lin Dong knew that the probability of them surviving in this area was no more than 1%. Whether they can finally get out of here depends on the two of them. In fact, this area is not too dangerous for ordinary people. If they were on their own turf, they would definitely be dead. After they finished packing, they quietly opened the door and tiptoed downstairs. After all, in the hallway, they could faintly hear the zombies snarling. If they disturb them, they will be eaten by the zombies immediately. At this time, Lin Dong stood on the balcony upstairs, watching the situation below, and he was also thinking. The bait I released can't have died before it even got out of the hallway, right? That would be too boring. But fortunately, about 10 minutes later, two figures walked out of the unit door and onto the street. The two walked very quietly, leaning against the wall of the building. They were afraid of disturbing anything. They were extremely cautious. Lin Dong looked at them with interest, wondering if they would survive or how they would die. On the street, one of the men complained. "Brother Yang, that rescue worker was really irresponsible, wasn't he? He let us escape on our own. If we make it to the shelter, I'm going to report him." "What are you thinking? It's already good that they let us out, and have you ever thought? Is he really a rescue worker? Don't forget how we got caught," the middle-aged man said. Hiss. The young man gasped and thought back to what had happened. The man with the thick lips posted a message on the official website of the shelter, claiming to be a rescue team and asking for contact if anyone needed help. As a result, several people contacted him with great joy, but in the end they were tied up in that room and were about to be fed to the zombies. Then, if he wasn't a rescue team, why did he let us go? How would I know? Anyway, just live your life, Yang said with a frown. He cautiously observed the surroundings and found that there were indeed not many zombies here. As long as he was careful and walked around, he would not disturb them. If they could get out of the city and into the sparsely populated suburbs, there was a good chance they could reach the refuge. If only there were a heavy truck. Yang Gu muttered to himself. But suddenly, he felt a pop under his foot and stepped on a clump of rat droppings. What the heck? This is a huge rat turd, it's really disgusting. But just then, a black mist began to spread across the desolate streets, enveloping everything around it. It seemed to be a magnetic field of spiritual power. It appeared. Lin Dong's secret passage upstairs. He had already sensed the power that could control people's minds and hearts. If it continued to evolve, it might also form a realm. There is something in this area. And his talent is not weak. Lin Dong couldn't help but be curious and wanted to see what it was. The two men on the street, Yang and Gu, were not aware of anything, and continued walking on the street. Their bodies were already enveloped in black mist. "I'm so hungry. Let's eat something," the young man suddenly said. Yang Gu frowned. "What are you thinking? Eating on the street, do you want to die? Isn't this a restaurant?" the young man suddenly said. "Are you crazy?" Yang turned and angrily scolded the young man for thinking that the street, full of zombies and rat droppings, was a restaurant. However, he soon realized that there was something wrong with the young man. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes, and then his mouth curled up, as if he was intoxicated. "Xiao Liang, what's wrong with you? Wake up!" Hey, 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 hey. Xiaoliang laughed out of his mind. Oh no! Yang was terrified and thought that he must have been hit by something. In the end times, many monsters had strange abilities. Could it be that he had encountered a ghost? As he thought this, he suddenly saw an old woman in front of him, with a face that was very familiar to him, holding a steaming plate of dumplings and calling out to him. "Son, come and eat." "Mom?" Yang's eyes also became confused, and looking at that kind face, a strong longing welled up in his heart. Although his mother had passed away more than 10 years ago, he was still unable to extricate himself. He was immersed in the warmth of the past. "Eat dumplings. Dumplings are delicious." Yang was happy and took the plate of dumplings. The strong feeling of hunger made him lose his mind and he swallowed them in large mouthfuls. Next to him, Xiaoliang saw a restaurant full of delicious food. He was holding a pig's trotters and eating them. However, what Lin Dong saw upstairs was completely different. In his eyes, the two were just standing on the street, hugging each other and biting each other. Chapter 36 The Rat Invasion. It really is a strange ability. Lin Dong stared silently, not knowing where the culprit was. The two people on the street were biting each other, bleeding profusely, and their life force was getting weaker and weaker. Soon, they both fell to the ground. Two people who were alive just bit each other to death. If an ordinary person saw this horrifying scene, they would probably be scared to death. At that moment, A dark figure emerged from the manhole on the street, squeaking excitedly and running towards the two corpses. It was a large rat, the size of a wolf dog, with thick black fur and two fangs sharper than a dagger. It was happily gnawing on the flesh of the two men, eating it with relish. Obviously, it was the cause of all this. A mutant beast with a crystallized nucleus, capable of controlling the minds of people, and the Rat King of this area. I wonder, what does the mutant beast's crystal core taste like? Lin Dong had hunted a mutant two-headed wolf before, but that wolf was still in the braindance stage, and it tasted very good. So, he began to think about the king of rats' crystal core. Although the big rat was eating, it had a strong spiritual power and keen senses, and seemed to sense that someone was staring at it. It quickly turned its head and saw a human figure on the top of the building. Oh? Has it been discovered? Lin Dong raised his eyebrows. The man and the rat, though separated by 100 meters, were staring at each other. For a moment, the two locked eyes. At the same time, a faint black mist drifted from its body and headed straight for Lin Dong. Its spiritual attack range is extremely large. However, compared to the Lin Dong corpse realm, it is a huge difference. Lin Dong's eyes flashed red, and his domain expanded. The corpse domain spread out in all directions. The light mist was immediately dispersed, like snow melting, and it was completely impossible to get close to it. Squeak! The mouse's nostrils twitched, obviously in some fright. His eyes fixed on the figure on the tall building. It seemed as if he saw a king who ruled the world, and felt an incomparable pressure. Mice are creatures that are naturally very sensitive to danger. For example, they are the first to sense natural disasters such as earthquakes and tsunamis. At this moment, the rat senses that death is drawing closer and closer. So it simply abandoned the two corpses and turned to flee. Want to run? Lin Dong jumped from the tall building and landed on the street, moving at a tremendous speed, and in the blink of an eye he had already traveled more than 10 meters. Like a ghost that can appear and disappear. The distance of several hundred meters was just a matter of breathing. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The squeaking sound from the Rat King's mouth was extremely piercing and penetrated the entire street. Zhi. Lin Dong suddenly heard a rustling sound in the dirt beneath his feet, accompanied by the squeaking of mice. Then, countless rats emerged from the sewer, densely packed in pitch black, like a black fountain. The rat swarm that had gushed out of the well immediately surrounded Lin Dong. Not only that, but mice were also rushing from all directions, as if to rescue him. It was calling its brothers. Lin Dong was alone, surrounded by a tide of millions of rats. The rats were of different sizes, some like dogs, some like cats, and their evolutionary levels were different. At this time, they were all extremely fierce and charged at the enemy. But Lin Dong is very powerful. Once a mouse enters, it is like a watermelon smashed by a hammer, bursting and exploding. Although the rat tide was fierce, there was a vacuum around Lin Dong, and it was impossible to get close. But the mice were not afraid of death at all, and they continued to charge like moths to a flame. Lin Dong completely turned into a meat grinder. The flesh around him flew about, blood spurted, and in a few breaths, the bodies piled up layer after layer. Everywhere he looked, there were rats. Lin Dong looked into the distance and saw that the original Rat King had disappeared into the crowd, and had lost its target. This rat is not easy to catch. Lin Dong looked around and suddenly saw a large rat lying on the street bus stop. It was half closed its eyes, wagging its tail, looking at him with a smirk, and was full of provocation. How dare he provoke me? Lin Dong was sure it was the Rat King, so he immediately rushed in that direction. But the rat was not at all flustered. It jumped into the nearby manhole and blended in with the rat tide. Lin Dong once again lost his target and was unable to lock onto it. He already sensed that something was wrong. Because the realm of the dead was in full swing, he could only hold out for about 20 minutes, and now 2 minutes had passed. If he continues to waste time, he doesn't stand a chance. Just as Lin Dong was thinking, the big rat appeared again. This time, it was lying on the scrap carport, looking at Lin Dong with a half-smile. Lin Dong was about to chase after it. But the rat did it again, and ran away again. The endless hordes of rats around him continued to pour towards Lin Dong like a tide. Obviously, the rat was trying to wear him down. Lin Dong thought to himself, I might as well give up. Once the corpse field is exhausted, the rats will pounce on him. Although the rat's sharp teeth could not break through Lin Dong's body, the creatures living in the sewers were too dirty. Lin Dong didn't want to become covered in rats. The most important thing is that without the support of the corpse domain, it will be even more difficult to hunt the Rat King. With his own abilities, he could not guarantee a 100% success rate in hunting. Lin Dong thought to himself. But the hated rat appeared again. Just like before. It was lying on a garbage can, squinting and staring at Lin Dong defiantly. This time, Lin Dong didn't plan to catch it, but instead, he was going to use the remaining time in the corpse realm to leave this area and come back later to kill the mouse when he had the chance. But just as he was about to give up, suddenly, a sudden change occurred. The sky, which had been bright, suddenly darkened, and a large black shadow loomed overhead. Ga. The mournful crowing of a crow came from afar. And among them was a special bird sound. Hello, good people. Oh. Lin Dong looked up and saw a large crow circling overhead, the same one he had fed earlier. It seemed to be here to help him. The red-eyed crow looked at the rat tide, its murderous intent unabated, and then let out a piercing screech. The tens of thousands of crows in the air all swooped downwards. They fell like cannonballs, their sharp beaks easily piercing the mice. The crows actually helped Lin Dong to block the rat tide. The rat on the trash can no longer looked relaxed. It twitched its nose and was very angry. Chapter 37 Brother Crow. He never thought that the crows would come to help the human. A strong sense of crisis struck him again. Seeing that things were not going well, the rat decided that it was time to leave. It got up and tried to jump into the sewer. But then a strong wind blew, and several crows swooped down and surrounded him, one of them crashing into his body and sending him flying dozens of meters into the air. Lin Dong glanced at him and thought that his chance had come. This crow is really something. He leapt into the air, extending his domain to the limit, and the mice that were covered during this time all exploded. The Rat King was anxious and wanted to escape. But suddenly he felt a huge pressure coming at him. His body stiffened. He could no longer move. He looked up and saw a slender figure standing in front of him. His eyes were cold and full of murderous intent. The rat was covered by the domain, and no longer had the look of a wild animal. It trembled. There was even a hint of pleading in its eyes. And it looked somewhat pitiful. Lin Dong's mind moved, and the pressure of the domain was concentrated to one point. The body of the rat exploded with a loud bang. One of the crystal nuclei flew out, and Lin Dong reached out and held it in the palm of his hand. At the moment the rat died, the originally ferocious rat tide, having lost its leader, immediately lost its footing. They screamed in their mouths and began to flee in all directions. The dense swarm of mice suddenly faded away like a tide. In a short while, they all disappeared. The streets were now even more chaotic, with rat carcasses and flesh everywhere, and the smell of blood was overpowering. A flock of crows were pecking at the ground. Goodbye, good people. The first crows circled around the forest for a few times, then flew away with the flock. From then on, the whole street was quiet again. Lin Dong watched the crows fly away and felt that this was the reward for good deeds. He should feed more animals in the future and be a good person. He looked around. Although the Rat King on this street had been destroyed, but in the surrounding area, there must be something else. After all, the Rat King is not really the overlord. The real overlord here should be the Corpse King. Lin Dong had no intention of continuing to explore. He had obtained 2 crystal nuclei, which were enough to absorb for a while, so he should return to his own territory to rest. Immediately, his body disappeared, activating his ability to hide, and he returned to his territory. But not long after Lin Dong left, on the street full of corpses, a number of zombies appeared. The leader was the red-faced Corpse King in the park. It had a furry, black thing around its neck, and when it raised its head, it revealed a human face covered in black fur. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rat-faced man jumped from its neck and came to the rat corpse in a pile of meat, emitting a mournful sound, incredibly sad. Wife, how did you die? Who did this to you? I will avenge you. The rat rubbed its strange face against the meat. In a short while, was stained with blood. Don't be too sad, neckband. Dare to invade my territory, I will definitely kill it. The voice of the red-faced corpse king was hoarse, like the sound of rolling rocks. Behind him, there were several capable subordinates, highly evolved, similar to the Tankachi, and already intelligent. Boss. I asked my men, and they said it was the zombie in the building that did it. Oh? The red-faced zombie had murderous intent in his eyes. He had originally planned to kill it and expand his territory, but he never expected it to come back and bully him. How many zombies are there? After a period of investigation, we have a clear idea of the situation. There are about 2,000 of them, said the corpse king in the rear. Only 2,000? The red zombie king tilted his head and found it hard to believe. I thought he was very strong. Because under his own command, he has already gathered a zombie army of 20,000. 20,000 against 2,000, that's not a piece of cake? Prepare yourself, I will avenge you soon. However, at this time, Lin Dong did not know any of this. He had already returned home. As usual, he took a hot bath, changed into clean clothes, and then began to absorb the energy of the crystal core. The crystal core of the Rat King was jet black, like a ripe cherry, even more fragrant and sweet. The energy within was extremely pure and greatly enhanced his own power. Perhaps it was because the spirit of the Rat King's spiritual magnetic field was similar to his own netherworld. In the following days, Lin Dong spent his days at home. Since killing the Rat King, no more rats or zombies have come to harass him. However, there was a crow circling in the sky occasionally. During this time, Lin Dong used his mobile phone to collect information from the outside world. The official website of Tektronix is particularly lively these days. Because of the mall incident, it has been announced that the awakened were killed and hundreds of millions of supplies disappeared. Many survivors have left messages. More than 10 awakened ones were killed in one night. What kind of monster did this? Yes, what kind of corpse king is this? It's terrifying. The key is that there are still more than 200 survivors, and hundreds of millions of supplies have been emptied. Tech Corporation is no good either. They said they were going to launch Operation King Hunter, but they were the ones who were hunted by the zombies. Is it possible that it wasn't the zombies, but some other human organization? It's possible. I heard that some of the awakened people who have committed all kinds of evil have formed their own organization and even robbed our official shelter supplies. The incident at the mall was very confusing, and people are very curious about what happened that night. But there are no living people left to tell them the answer. It's almost become the biggest unsolved mystery of the apocalypse. However, Tech Corporation did not give up. The key is that hundreds of millions of supplies are too precious to be lost in such a mysterious way. So they immediately issued a statement. Our company will definitely investigate the mall incident to comfort the spirits of Li Nan and the others. Operation Hunting King will begin immediately. We will hunt down all the corpse kings and retrieve the supplies. This group of people are starting to be dishonest again. Lin Dong muttered to himself. At this moment, Tyco Corporation was deploying a battle plan, and a group of awakened people were sitting in a conference room. The large screen in front of them displayed a map of Jianbei City. After a month of drone surveillance, we have a basic understanding of the distribution of the zombies. There are roughly 10 territories of the undead near the shopping mall. We have classified them into 5 levels of danger, from 1 to 5 stars. The 5-star area is the most dangerous, and the 1-star area is relatively safe, such as the area around this building. A middle-aged man explained and drew a circle on the map. There are about 2,000 zombies here, which is the smallest territory of the Corpse King. Hunting the Corpse King here, we will rate it as a 1-star difficulty. The awakened people in the audience looked at each other, feeling as if they were playing a game. But apparently this 1-star difficulty is a good job. So they all raised their hands to compete for it. This place is good, I'll go. Chapter 38, Delivering the News. At the back of the meeting room, a middle-aged man was sitting. He was the person in charge here, named Yi Jian. At this moment, he looked at the hopelessness of his subordinates and was a little annoyed. Only by hunting down powerful undead kings could they evolve stronger. But they are being lazy in picking a place with 1-star difficulty. But it's fine. This operation is going well, which will help boost morale and establish the company's reputation, gaining the trust of the survivors. Lin Dong still stayed at home, drinking scarlet liquid from a goblet, looking elegant and living a comfortable life. Outside the building, a crow with red eyes circled the sky for a few weeks before landing on a street lamp. Eh? A little black bird? In the alley next to it, a tank was peeking out of its half-open hatch, observing the scene. He is very territorial. He had noticed the crow long ago, and often came around the neighborhood, with the mischievous intention of catching it. So the tank crept up to the crow, just like a dog sneaking up on its prey. He walked like a catwalk, his footsteps were very light, and he moved forward little by little without making a sound. Because he was so cautious, it took him 5 minutes to move 30 meters. But he was relieved to see that the crow didn't seem to have noticed and was still sitting on the lamppost, not showing any signs of flying away. At this point, Tank was less than 10 meters away from the crow. He bent his knees slowly, gathered his strength, and then jumped up. Take it! The tank had a strong jumping ability, and the ground cracked under its feet. It was like a cannonball, rushing towards the crow. As the crow got closer and closer, he reached out his hand to catch it. But at this critical moment, the crow suddenly flapped its wings, flew straight up, and opened up a distance, just avoiding the tank's big hand. I can't catch it. I can't catch it. The crow's unique bird call came from the air, sounding a bit smug and a bit mocking. Roar! The tank roared in anger, and in a fit of rage, grabbed the manhole cover on the side of the road and threw it at the crow with a full swing. But the crow was quick to react and flew up a little further. Missed, missed. Roar, roar, roar. Black bird, if you have the guts, come down. Tank saw that he could not reach it, so he could only roar. The crow didn't pay any attention to him, but instead flapped its wings and flew higher and higher, gradually getting further and further away. Big idiot. Big idiot. Tank was so angry that he cried and beat his chest, but he was at a loss as to what to do. The crow flew straight to the 20th floor and landed on the metal railing. The windows were clean and tidy, spotless, and it was exactly Lin Dong's residence. Hello, good man. Hello, good man. It's Brother Crow. Lin Dong glanced at it. Of course he had an impression of this crow. If it hadn't helped him, it would have been difficult for him to hunt the mutant Rat King. I must give Brother Crow some chicken drumsticks. Lin Dong was generous. After opening the window, he took out a few large drumsticks from the storage space and threw them out. The crows ate them like candy, swallowing them one by one. Thank you, good man. Thank you, good man. You're welcome. Lin Dong leaned over the windowsill and continued chatting. You have so much free time today, come visit me. There are people and zombies coming to attack you, a large group. The crow said. Apparently, it had discovered something while flying in the sky and came here to inform Lin Dong. Lin Dong raised his eyebrows. He wasn't surprised to hear the news. After all, he had offended many people recently, and they had finally come looking for him. If they dare to provoke me, then let them know what cruelty is. It just so happened that the 2 crystal nuclei from the last hunt had been absorbed, and he was thinking about where to replenish them, but then, someone came to the door. But, one can't be careless. I must prepare for war. So, Lin Dong sent a signal to his subordinates, informing them that someone was about to invade the territory. When the tank heard that someone was invading, it was unbearable. It immediately became irritable. He was already very angry with the crows. Now he was even more furious. Roar! With a loud shout, there were shouts all around. One by one, the elite zombie brothers came out. Normally, zombies are not active during the day, but at this time, they are extremely excited, with bloodthirsty eyes and ferocious, murderous intent. How dare they invade the territory of the old boss? Are you looking for death? The 2,000 elite zombies were terrifyingly powerful, and in front of the corpse tide stood the 3 capable generals, the tank, Hachi, and the doctor. The zombies are ready to fight, ready to start the bloody feast. Hachi was grinning strangely, he. She wasn't angry at all when she heard that someone had invaded. On the contrary, she was extremely excited, as if she found it very interesting. Because her desire to kill is even stronger than that of the tanks and the others. Lin Dong, on the other hand, stood on the roof of the building. The wind tore at his hair, and his eyes stared into the distance, as if he were going to the top of a mountain to look down on the world. In the distance, a few small black dots appeared first, rapidly approaching. It was a flying reconnaissance vehicle from the Take Company. On the street below, there was also a modified armored convoy, led by a giant bulldozer clearing the way. It swept away scrap cars and scattered zombies alike. This is the Tektronix Operation King Hunter team, which includes 10 awakened people, 4 of whom have condensed crystals. There are also 500 armed troops, armed to the teeth, wearing black nanotech combat suits with a red Tektronix logo on the chest, looking very cool. The nanotech battlesuits are very strong, and can withstand the scratching and biting of the zombies. Even a dagger can't penetrate them, which is very effective. In addition, Tektronix also brought 2 biochemically modified weapons, the Chaser. One of the vehicles is occupied by 4 Crystal Core awakened people, 3 men and 1 woman, who are the absolute main force of this operation. This operation is a great opportunity. We're lucky to be able to join. A boy said proudly. The girl nodded. The difficulty of the 1-star zombie nest is just right for training. This is my first time participating in this kind of operation. Ha, then you'd better watch carefully and learn a lot. The boy replied. The Captain Lu Hao next to him reminded him. Xiaowen, even a lion will use its full strength to fight a rabbit. Don't be careless. Any zombie is dangerous. Team Leader LV, there are only 2,000 zombies here, so I don't think the Zombie King has any special abilities, just a strong physique. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a small territory. Xiaowen said with his hands spread out. The last tall man agreed. As long as you don't encounter a trickster, a simple, strong body is one of the easiest types of zombies to deal with. Oh. The girl listened attentively to the 3 men's discussion, because this was her first time participating in an operation, and she had never known that there were so many rules for hunting zombies. It seems that I should really learn more from the seniors. Chapter 39, Invasion. In addition to the King Hunter team, there is another force that is also gathering here. It is the red-faced Corpse King in the park area. It was wearing a scarf and was planning to take revenge on the mutant Rat King and kill Lin Dong in the process, swallowing up his territory. The red-faced Corpse King has many younger brothers, and there are a total of 20,000 of them, all marching in a mighty, dark, and imposing manner. They were running like a torrent, with more than 100 elite and agile zombies running at the front, jumping up and down like monkeys. And among the waves of corpses were many mutated rats with red pupils and a fierce look. The scene of the corpse tide filling the streets was extremely spectacular. The red-faced Corpse King and a few of his subordinates were at the back of the pack. He felt that he didn't need to fight to defeat Lin Dong. There was no suspense at all between the 20,000 corpse tide and the 2,000. Your Majesty, I think the battle will be over soon. You can just collect the crystal cores there. A subordinate said behind him. The red-faced Corpse King nodded, and he liked what he heard. At this time, the Hunter King action team had already arrived at the target location, and the armed personnel began to shoot and kill the scattered zombies on the periphery. As the gunfire rang out, the zombies kept falling. Lu Hao and the other 3 awakened ones got out of the car and observed the surrounding situation. The scattered zombies came out of the streets and alleys, but they were shot before they could get close, so they didn't even need to worry about them. Their eyes were fixed on the building. From a distance, they saw a tall figure standing in the middle of the road, and it was the extremely grumpy tank. Roar! The tank smelled human breath and roared in that direction. The roar was deafening. It was furious. If Lin Dong had not yet given the order, he would have rushed forward in no time. It is indeed a Corpse King of power. Judging from its stupid appearance, it should not have any special abilities. Xiaowen analyzed. Lu Hao nodded, but he also had to be careful. There might be other undead kings. Look at the zombies behind them. They seem to have evolved to a very high level. Sigh, that's scary. The only female awakened person, who was a little scared, took a deep breath and said, "This is my first time participating in an operation, so I'm a little scared." Xiaowen picked up a gentlemanly manner and comforted her. Don't be afraid, it's only a 1-star corpse nest, with only 2,000 zombies or so, not very densely distributed, and it will be cleared out soon. Well, let's finish this quickly and go back to claim our reward. I've been hungry for days. The last tall man said. Although Tech Corporation has advanced technology, food is still in short supply. As the hunting team slowly advanced, the 2 groups of forces were getting closer and closer, and the tension was high, as if a major battle was about to break out. Tank stood at the front, quite a bit of a man-at-arms, with his fists clenched, his arms bulging with exaggerated muscles, and a pair of fierce eyes. He was just waiting for Lin Dong to give the order, so that he could rush forward and tear those humans to pieces. Hachi also put away her smile. She tilted her head and stared straight at the humans in front of her, because she was a little itchy. Why hasn't the boss given the order yet? They can't wait to kill. The zombies were waiting anxiously, snarling and snapping, but Lin Dong was completely still. The humans were approaching, less than 500 meters away. They're even about to enter the other's range. What's the boss doing? He's not going to find something to eat and forget about us? The tank looked anxiously back and forth. The zombie doctor glanced at him. Idiot, do you think the boss is like you? Without orders, we just wait. Wait? In a moment, the wheels of the car on the other side will be on my face. Hachi was scratching his head with his paws and was about to go crazy. However, after advancing a dozen meters, the Hunting King action team also stopped. Captain Lu Hao observed intently. These zombies are a bit strange. What's wrong, Captain Lu? Xiao Wen asked. Lu Hao looked ahead and said. If they were ordinary zombies, they would have rushed over when they were startled like that, but they haven't moved at all. That's true. The female awakened nodded. The zombie in front of her was different from what she had known. The tall man agreed. In most cases, this is because a highly intelligent zombie is leading them. What if they are just stupid? They don't want to step out of their territory. Xiao Wen guessed. The four of them, observed from the periphery, began to discuss tactics and hesitated to advance, remaining in a stalemate for several minutes. The tall man said, "Could it be a hollow city strategy?" Puff. What a stupid empty city strategy. Do you think the zombies are Zhuge Liang? Can they use strategies? Xiao Wen couldn't help but laugh. Lu Hao thought about it, too. Now that they were here, they had to eliminate the zombies no matter what. After all, there are only 2,000 zombies. Even if something goes wrong, we can still handle it. Let's get ready to go. Okay. Xiao Wen agreed, and couldn't wait to get started. The rest of the team also took a deep breath, their eyes becoming determined, ready to deal with the ferocious zombie tide. But just at this tense moment, the earth suddenly began to rumble. The sound of shuffling footsteps, accompanied by howls and squeaks, came from all directions. No! Lu Hao immediately frowned and his face instantly turned gloomy. The armed men looked at each other, and they all saw the seriousness in each other's eyes, because they had all experienced this situation before. Only a massive wave of corpses could cause such an effect. Sure enough. First, a few agile zombies jumped onto the surrounding rooftops, landed on all fours, and looked at them with fierce eyes. Then from the corners of the streets and alleyways, countless zombies and ferocious mutant rats emerged. Where did all these zombies come from? Lu Hao and the others were shocked. Looking at the scale and quantity, there were already far more than 2,000. They really couldn't think of what was going on, and just thought they had been ambushed. Senior, what should we do now? The female awakened asked. The other few people looked grave, and they didn't have any ideas either. Lu Hao looked around. I can't think about it anymore. Get ready for battle. The zombies were running at full speed, and in the blink of an eye they were right in front of them. Fire! Lu Hao gave the order, and the surrounding area was suddenly filled with gunfire. 500 armed men, in a specific formation, fired very intensively, sweeping a large area in an instant, like cutting wheat. But the undead were fierce, continuing to charge forward. Even if they tripped over the corpses beneath them, they rolled forward, completely ignoring them. The most lethal were the elite, agile zombies. They jumped straight from the top of a building, so fast that they caught the armed men off guard, often knocking them down and then biting them on the ground. These zombies can only be dealt with by the awakened, such as Lu Hao. However, the cement road beneath their feet suddenly began to crack and creak, and large rats began to emerge. The rats jumped on the armed personnel or bit directly at their ankles. They screamed in pain. The two sides fought fiercely, and the battle was particularly fierce. At this time, the tanks and the little eight, who were not far away, were no longer in a hurry. They looked at the scene in front of them and were confused. What is going on? Chapter 40, Chaos. It's obviously their home court, but why are the two groups fighting? The tank scratched his head. Could it be that they came to fight on their own turf? Lin Dong, standing on the rooftop, had seen the massive wave of corpses coming this way, so he had not let his subordinates start the fight. At the moment, the two forces are fighting fiercely, biting each other, and he can watch the fun. Come on! Lin Dong even shouted for them, thinking that the more brutal the fight, the better. The red-eyed crow circled around Lin Dong. Good man, when is your family going to have dinner? Don't worry, the pot hasn't been fired up yet. Lin Dong didn't even turn his head. It turns out that Brother Crow came as a guest, and he came at the right time to get a bite to eat. In the distance, the battlefield was full of gunfire, blood, and flesh. Flying everywhere, with severed limbs and bloody stench everywhere, like a hellish battlefield. Because humans have sent their trump card, 2 3-meter-tall bioengineered humanoid creatures, the Stalkers. They have broad shoulders and large heads with a scar on them, like a big centipede lying on its back. The huntsman is covered in chains, carrying a huge hammer on his back and a Gatling heavy machine gun in his right hand. At this moment, the 6 barrels rotate and the fire tongues begin to roar. Countless bullets pour out. It turned into a metal storm. Once the zombies are defeated, they are either cut in half or blown apart, and their death is extremely miserable. If an elite zombie gets too close, the stalker is not afraid of being bitten. He swings his huge hammer back and smashes it down. The hammer is made of an unknown material with a high density. It looks like it weighs 20 tons. When it hits the ground, it makes a deep pit. The zombies that are hit immediately become mincemeat. Lin Dong looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but recall his childhood. Every New Year's Eve, the orphanage would make dumplings. He was in charge of the garlic paste. He felt that the situation of the zombies was similar to that of the garlic paste. The appearance of 2 hunters gave the humans an advantage. Even if the zombie tide was fierce, they could not break through. It is indeed a powerful weapon in the zombie extermination plan. The only thing people have to watch out for are the giant rats that pop up from under their feet. But the armed squad is wearing nanotech combat suits, so even if the rats' teeth are sharp, they can't bite through, and can only bite humans. This shows that the Hunter King action team is still somewhat capable. In about 5 minutes, they wiped out 6,000 to 7,000 zombies, reducing the original massive wave of zombies by 1/3. At this time, the red-faced corpse king wearing a scarf slowly walked over. I don't know what happened. Did my younger brother take down Lin Dong? But he looked at him intently. He quickly realized that something was wrong. His own brothers were fighting alongside humans, especially 2 hunters, who were particularly conspicuous, like a garlic press, pounding garlic there. There were also human awakeners, using their own supernatural powers to kill everywhere, and they were simply unstoppable. What is going on? Your Majesty. There are human awakeners here, and we've fought them. An elite zombie reported. Oh. This one doesn't need to say it, the red zombie king himself can see it. What about the undead king in the building? I don't know, it seems like it hasn't come out yet. What? The red-faced corpse king was furious, and he came to attack him himself. Seeing the situation, he had already lost many men, and he hadn't even seen the other side yet. How can this be? Boss, how can there be a human awakener here? The little brother in the rear asked. The red-faced corpse king couldn't figure it out either. Although he had evolved intelligence, he wasn't very smart. Could it be that he has allied himself with humans? Your Majesty, is it possible that the humans are also here to attack him, but we happen to encounter them first? Another subordinate analyzed. The red-faced corpse king glared at him, feeling that this made sense. Wouldn't that be a mistake? Wow! The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and he began to squeak and squawk. The subordinate asked. Boss, what should we do? Should we retreat first? Retreat? The red-faced corpse king glared with murderous intent. Now that he had lost so many of his subordinates, retreating would only make him more frustrated. He had already paid a sunk cost, and only a complete victory in this battle could make up for his losses. Moreover, humans are also enemies, and their crystal cores are even sweeter. There is no turning back. Kill them all. Roar. With a single order from the red-faced, his subordinates behind him let out a roar. since the boss said not to retreat. Then charge forward completely. They all went red-eyed and rushed into the fray. These zombies were highly evolved and could be considered zombie kings, with very strong abilities. Squeak, squeak. The scarf screamed, jumped off the red-faced shoulder, and ran to a tall building in 2 bounds. At the same time, black mist began to float from its body. It also has a strange ability, mind control. Ha! The zombie king has appeared. Lu Hao frowned and guessed what had happened from the loud roar he had just heard. A wave of corpses of this scale must have a corpse king. Everyone be careful, the real battle is about to begin. Understood. Everyone around him agreed. But a black mist had already drifted in, enveloping several armed men. I'm hungry. Me too. What do you see? The sea. I want to go to the beach, have a beer and eat some snacks. One of the armed men's eyes began to glaze over, and he imitated the action of carrying a beer, and took out a grenade from his waist. Hey! Stop! What are you doing? Lu Hao realized something was wrong and tried to stop him. But the man had already pulled the pin out of the grenade. Cheers! Boom! The grenade exploded, engulfed in flames, and at the same time, countless shrapnel shot out, piercing the surrounding companions. This kind of fragmentation grenade is extremely lethal. But that's not all. Several more armed men simultaneously pull out grenades. Cheers! They all toasted together, and then they all died together. Boom, boom, boom. There were several explosions in a row, and countless pieces of sand and shrapnel were blown away like a storm. Lu Hao pushed his hands forward. He is a soil-type awakened person, and the soil in his hands condenses to form a thick earthen shield to resist the power of the explosion. The other armed men took cover behind the armored car to avoid being injured by the shrapnel. But in their hearts, panic spread. The comrades who had just fought together had inexplicably blown themselves up. It's weird. The ability to kill without a trace is the most terrifying. Lu Hao's brows were furrowed, and he could already tell that they had been psychically controlled. Xiaowen, activate the psychic barrier and search for the enemy's location. Okay. Xiaowen nodded emphatically. He is a spiritual awakening, and with a thought, his spiritual barrier unfolds, blocking the black mist from entering, and he quickly senses the source. Found it. It's up there. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing and saw a large black rat with a furry human face on the 3rd floor window ledge not far away.